Platform workers, when you talk about, we are basically talking about almost all the e-commerce platforms out there. Amazon, Swiggy, Zomato, Big Basket, everything. I have seen it around my life. Trust me, I am a little old. I have seen this. People who keep using a certain word or a certain sentence always in their life, they will attract that evil eventually. Why are you getting scared of current affairs? See, current affairs simply means you are reading the news. Money is locked in a real estate property, that I am not denying it. But still, we must understand something. Something is buying, something is being sold. So money is exchanging hands there. International Monetary Fund downgraded India's gross domestic product data quality to C status. Hello everyone. Welcome to OnlyIAS English YouTube channel. My name is Nikhil Ram. And yes, we are back with the entire month of December's current affair compilation. So this is a one-stop solution for entire December month coverage based on the important news items that have come in the Hindu newspaper. Alright, now before we head on with our compilation, very quickly, up to 52% off is there right now for Pinnacle 2027 Foundation Batch, which is available in English. The price starts from 12,499. So let's get right into our compilation now. So let's look at the topics today. Labor Code, Supreme Court and digital media, disciplinary action, one nation, one election, protection for differently abled, Kerala disaster relief, Goa Tiger Reserve, plastic pollution, Kerala population, CISF and Parliament, SIM binding, defense readiness, cyclone relief to Sri Lanka, uranium in breast milk, secret to a long life, Oramine, using AI in disease detection, shipping industry, iron scrap, GDP calculation, text ramps and Samudrayan. Let us look into these one by one. Last week, one of the major changes, one of the most important effective changes to happen in the country, probably after the GST code, was implementation of these 4 new labor codes. Now, these labor codes' main highlight is that it is actually going to cover the informal sector, especially the platform workers and the gig workers. So basically here the idea is that a minimal wage will be set up for the entire country. A minimal wage will be set up, and now beyond that, below that, you cannot actually hire anybody or you shouldn't pay salary below that level. But as you can clearly see, what should be this minimum wage? Because sector to sector, the minimum wage will vary. So this is something where you have to take even states into consideration. You have to take the states into confidence. You should discuss it with them. You should find out, because city to city, the rates may vary. Got the picture here? So it is not going to be very easy to define what will be excuse me, a minimum floor rate here. Floor rate here. Floor rate means the rate below which you're not supposed to pay anything. Be it salary, be it a price, whatever. Alright. So that is the idea. Very quickly, let us see it. 4 labor codes have been implemented on November 21st, 2025. To consolidate 29 laws based on Second National Commission on Labour and Consultations from 2015 to 2019. India has 643 million workers, 16.83 crore jobs have been created, unemployment fell from 6 to 3.2%, large informal workforce, universal minimum wage, national floor wage, appointment letters, timely wages, a 48-hour week beyond which if a person is working you have to pay them extra money, stronger safety committees and health checkups also has to be implemented. So these are some of the things that are being implemented there. Social security coverage has been extended to unorganized sector, gig and platform workers. This gig and platform workers simply means gig, that is temporary work, not permanent. Only for that particular time. It's almost like a freelancing job. Platform workers, when you talk about, we are basically talking about almost all the e-commerce platforms out there. Amazon, Swiggy, Zomato, Big Basket, everything. A universal employee state insurance, simplified employees provident fund, construction cess reform, national social security fund. Now these are all changes that have been brought or law suggestions. Ground level, how these will get implemented, we will have to wait and watch. That simply means, okay, labor codes have been made, combining different laws, etc. We have made 4 labor codes. But this is not the last time that we are going to see this current affair. The practical application of it or the challenges involved in the practically applying these laws, we will have to wait and watch. Till then, wait. Getting the point here, people? Now coming to, compliance means you will have a single registration, a single license, single return, uniform definition of wages, decriminalization of minor offenses, algorithm-based inspections. That means decriminalization means, see, earlier if you were not providing the salary on time, or let us say you didn't provide increment on time, or you did not give the employee his or her benefits on time, it could lead to jail. Now it is just a matter of paying a fine. Alright, so many things have been changed here where it is beneficial for the employees, yes, but it is also beneficial for the corporates also, because now you are having a clarity. But the $1 million question here is, see, in India, if you actually see, MSMEs are too many we have. Micro, small and medium sector enterprises. MSMEs which are still in a growing stage, they will struggle to actually keep up with these latest reforms. Classic example of that is the crisis what we saw last few days in the aviation sector. So government or the DGCA, Directorate General of Civil Aviation, thinking that, okay, let us bring in certain rules and regulations so that the crew, cabin crew, including the pilot, the air hostess, they all have proper rest periods. They made a certain set of laws. And this, I think, was brought in from June onwards. And Indigo Airlines was given enough time. You take your own time. In phases, you implement the changes. But what happened by then? Vacation season came. Flights are too many. Crew is very less in number. Indigo, on its side, what is the blunder that they did? They did to actually maintain their high profit level. They ensured that they are hiring very limited number of people. So always it was a thin, stretch it had. Thin stretch in the sense the crew was tightly stretched out. One flight lands, immediately they come out, they go into the next flight. Like that it was. So occasionally earlier, if you would have noticed, you would have seen all these videos coming up in social media where, passengers are telling why the flight is delayed, this, that, etc. Occasional it was. But when the vacation season came, what happened? Too many flights and too many cancellation. And that is when even entire India realized two things here. Indigo, Air India. These are the only two major carriers we have. So yesterday, even when I was supposed to be at Hyderabad yesterday. So I reached at the airport, 7 hours, almost 5 o'clock I left home. 1:30 or something, I left the airport. Because till then, Indigo was not giving any clarification whether my flight will take off or not. At 12:30, the last time that they showed was 12:15. 12:15, estimated time of departure. But till 1:30, they had not updated even the screen or anything, the time or anything. That added to the trouble. Either you tell to the passengers already, see, all the flights are cancelled. Only these flights are there. That also they didn't do. One more blunder what they did in between that was, so passengers who came, they checked in their baggage. Then they entered into the security area and then they came to the gate. Now then they are knowing that flight is delayed indiscriminately. Now I want to go back. Not possible. Because you have checked in your luggage, right? For that there is a separate process is there. Until and unless company cancels the flight, you won't get your baggage. The entire Bengaluru International Airport, Terminal 1, was literally looking like a bus stand. People were lying on the ground. People were, sleeping here and there. In between one side, in one gate, there were around 200 or 300 people. They were all, shouting at the top of their voice. Can't blame them. Because they were telling, down, down, Indigo, down, down, Indigo. So it was like total cacophony and commotion at the airport. Bringing rules and regulations is one thing, but practically will you be able to implement it is the next $1 million question. Because understand one thing here, we are bringing this law when? We are bringing this law when world economy is actually down. Entire world economy is down. World over, people are wanting to come to Asia or come to China and do business. The main reason is what? Or why is it that other companies want to come to India and hire our IT services? Cheap labor. That is the main reason. Understood? You're trying to protect the labor laws, you're trying to protect the labor's rights, you're trying to protect the rights of the informal sector. All that is understood. But when you're trying to do all these protection, the next $1,000,000 question is, so when you enhance your labor rights, have you developed the manufacturing sector to that level which can produce products at a cheaper rate? Or have you improved in your technology where you can actually, save time, save money, and bring out things in a jiffy? None of that has happened. So without improving on your manufacturing, without improving on your technology, you are enhancing the labor right. That only means that your labor costs are going to go up. Labor costs going up automatically means your products will become costlier. Already Indian exports are suffering thanks to Mr. Trump. Now with this, whether this is going to become practically possible and when, we will have to wait and watch. Weekly current affair or compilation? I didn't understand. Every current affair becomes useful. Got the point here? Pinky, understand aviation industry is not easy to maintain. One of the biggest drawback with the aviation industry itself is that ATF, aviation turbine fuel. It is damn costly. Too damn costly. Almost, if I remember it from my memory, I'm telling you, more than 50% of the total cost goes into this ATF itself. For purchasing that fuel itself, it will go. So that is why in flights like Indigo, those of you who have traveled, you will know that they will only provide sandwich. That cold sandwich they will give. And then those small snack bag. One kettle they will have to mix, basically pour water, mix that coffee, instant powder, stir it and give it. Why? What have they done? Why are they not serving paneer or biryani or pulao or anything? Because for that you will need an oven. You will need other containers also. So they saved on weight by removing all those items. And by removing all those items, one more thing what they have done is what? So weight is saved. Weight saved is fuel saved. In addition to that, those who have traveled or those who have been traveling in flight since the last 5 or 10 years, you will have observed earlier near that emergency exit area, you used to have very good leg space. Like literally, very good leg space was there. There now they have squeezed one more set of seat. One extra set of seat also they have secured over there. The concept today is that to put in maximum passengers as possible. One gentleman from USA, he even suggested the idea, why shouldn't we take in passengers? When the seats are filled, we will keep an option for passengers who want to stand and travel in an aeroplane. He suggested that we will charge a lesser rate for them. What is wrong in it? That is what he had questioned. The reality is, it is no more a very lucrative business. Got the point here? Gig and platform workers rising from 1 crore to 2.35 crore. Participation of women workers is 32.8%. Enhanced equal pay, maternity benefits, social protection, night work allowed with consent and safeguards. So the idea here is to help women also should take part about it. What is it? Should take part in it. All right, women also should be a part of it. So women also can take part in night time jobs. All right. But then you should give them security. You should ensure that there is a separate bathroom for women, all of that. In addition to this, Karnataka government has passed a law whereby which for all the Karnataka state government employees as well as the women who are working in private sector, women working in state, under state government and private sector, they are entitled to 1 day leave in a month for their periods. So total idea, if you look at it, it is always to ensure, okay, women are protected, women are treated equally, women also get better pay, all that. But because of this maternity clause, and in states like Karnataka, where for period leave also you will get, the chances that women may be actually hired will be very, very less. Got the point here? Trade union is demanding its withdrawal. They say protections are diluted. Hire and fire has expanded. Collective bargaining weakened. Collective bargaining simply means you can actually, coming together and bargaining for something. Mr. Gangster, I am one YV. Stop being a selfish dash 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 and dash. Don't spam the chat section. Alright, let me cover the topics here. Still not in place in companies bill is passed. Correct. The collective bargaining is weakened. Alright. Means it is like perform or perish. You perform really well, you will stay in the company. You don't perform, you're thrown out. 32 states and union territories published draft rules by July 2025. West Bengal and Lakshadweep. None. Center blames state delays. Getting the point here? This is the idea. So we will have to wait. Still more things come. Supreme Court and digital media. The Supreme Court is basically asking, in this article, Supreme Court is basically asking the government, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, for guidelines to protect people from obscene, perverse and anti-national or harmful online content. I wish I could have. Karne do. I mean, people somehow they have to show what is their upbringing and what is their culture. Can't help it. YouTube is one such area. That is the reason why Supreme Court is also coming up with such things. See, one of the major problem today, people are telling that, okay, Article 21 will get affected. What is that latest controversial app from the side of the government of India? That latest app, can anybody tell me what is its name? Please, I don't want your sorry. Your behavior as well as your apology, both are unwarranted and unsolicited. I'll tell you that much. And I'll tell you one more thing. I don't know whether you believe in this energy wala stuff. If you irritate 1,000 people and that 1,000 people are going on telling, "Arey, what behavior? Okay. That negativity is enough for you to experience bad luck in your life. What is your good luck or bad luck is nothing but how other people feels about you. Understand that. Sanchar Sati. Very good. So Sanchar Sati, now what is the thing here? Sanchar Sati, government argument is that Sanchar Sati, government, what are they telling? Government is telling, see, if you install this app, you will get alerts when you are about to, if you get a call, a prank call, or you are getting a fake call, spammers, all these alerts you will get. That is what government is telling. So, government's logic is, this will help in reducing fraudulent activities. Because you can trace and track people a little more easily. Counter argument given by opposition as well as by many sections of the media, this is nothing but snooping. Snooping means what? Government will be literally interfering over whatever data or messages you're sending. Now, the $1 million question that I want to ask you, all of you here is, do you really think that your Instagram and your Facebook or even your WhatsApp, okay, WhatsApp, maybe it is safe, we don't know. All these are currently not being monitored by the government. Does any one of you think that all these social media platforms are not at all being monitored by the government? Anybody? Correct? We can all agree on that. Few months back, if you remember, Karnataka government had actually issued, I'm going on taking the example of Karnataka, that is the only reason, because two incidents happened here, that is the reason. Karnataka government basically issued an SGST, state GST notice. They started sending to almost all the vendors. Alright, all the vendors in Karnataka, asking them to pay their SGST, state GST. The vendors were like, no, we won't pay. Siddharamaiah, the chief minister, told, okay, now you don't pay. but get yourself registered under GST. Next time you will have to pay. Now, how is it that the government came to know that these are the vendors who have made so much of profit in this year, and this is what the money that they are supposed to pay? Because the bank account and the UPI transactions were being monitored. Simple. It is a no-brainer. It is easy. It is as simple as that. So it is no more a difficult thing to track things down. As far as India is concerned, should we have a Sanchar Sati or not? Absolutely yes. People have installed Truecaller. Truecaller taking over their, accessing their contact list or accessing their messages. Nobody has an issue. Who is the owner of it? What are they doing with our data? We have no idea. But then when a government related website comes, then immediately we are like, oh my God, government is taking away our fundamental right. If government really wants to snoop over you, they can do it at any point of time. Bottom line is that. Why? Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. They will get to know who is consuming what, where, what, when. It is easy. Main purpose behind this is reducing the fraud. Because as the data says, year on year, it's like, give or take, there is a 300% increase year on year as far as cyber crimes are concerned. Educated people are also becoming victims of it. Not just honey trapping I'm talking about, I'm also talking about the digital arrest, or even, money going away. Suddenly when you look at your own account, money is going away. Getting the point here? So these are the things. So this is the simple thing. So installing this is not a big deal here. Now, next point again is, what about the privacy then? What about right to privacy? That comes under Article 21, the famous Puttaswamy judgment. Now, this is something which everybody, even Hindu also, will start running articles tomorrow telling Puttaswamy, oh my God, Puttaswamy judgment. They will also start. But the reality is, after Puttaswamy judgment, another observation was made by the Supreme Court. And what was that observation? The observation had happened when the whole Pegasus spy software issue had happened. So apparently Pegasus is a software built by Israeli agencies, which was apparently being used by the government of India to spy on WhatsApp messages of certain individuals. Supreme Court appointed a committee to investigate whether these things are true or not. Supreme Court made certain findings which have not been made public. What Supreme Court said was, you give us a request. That is, let us say I am giving a request. If I give a request and ask that, is my name or my number, is it there under this? Is it there in this phone list? My name and my number, is it there in those lists? Supreme Court will look into it and Supreme Court will say yes or no. That is all that Supreme Court said. So whether Pegasus was used or not used, concretely enough, we don't have any data to say yes or no. But the interesting observation that was made by the Supreme Court was, what is wrong in using a spy software for matters of national security or internal security? In other words, Supreme Court made it very, very clear that when it comes to internal matters of internal security, will stand one step ahead than your fundamental rights. Edu lovers, don't keep giving blind statements like that. Which, give me one example where government website was hacked. I'm not telling it was never hacked, but data compromise and all, it is a rare event. We have Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center. We have cyber portals are there. Multiple platforms are working there today to protect all these data, to protect the critical infrastructure related data. So to make such statements, anybody can hack the server and take away all the data. Show me one example where it has happened. The last example where it had happened was in All India Institute of Medical Science, where you did have a ransomware attack was there during that corona time period. A ransomware attack was there. But other than that, we don't have any official data to really show that, okay, all the data got, got leaked or it went out. The reality is that when you don't have the data secured in any one place, then there is a greater chance. In other words, if government has taken your data, government will protect it. Government has the responsibility to protect it. Why government has the responsibility? Because of Digital Personal Data Protection Bill, DPDP bill. Many provisions of it will come into effect from 26, some of it will 27. The government has the responsibility to protect it if they take our data. Got the point here? That is not so easy. Coming back to the Pegasus issue now. So here basically Supreme Court made the clarity that there is nothing wrong in using a spy software if it is a matter of internal security. And with things like new challenges like white-collared terrorism coming into picture, you cannot expect, how are you expecting government to stop a terror attack? How are you expecting government to stop? Because these type of attacks, white-collar terrorism, or even what we call in terrorism as lone wolf attack. Lone wolf attack means solo. You watch certain stupid videos, you get indoctrinated, you go and kill random people. You are only buying the material, you are only finding out how to kill, etc. Be it a bomb, be it whatever. How will the government stop it? How are you expecting government to know through some sixth sense, or what we call in Malayalam, Trigala Jnana? How will you know? So if I know that, okay, there are 100 vehicles going to cross over a region, in that one vehicle is carrying a bomb, what to do? I have no other choice other than stopping all those 100 vehicles at the checkpost and start searching each one of them. If I don't have anything to hide, I have no issues in opening my car and showing it to the security forces. Check. That is the bottom line. And as far as this, oh my god, my private photos and those things, basically, if you have stored any data like that in your phone, it will get leaked out. It can be accessed by anybody. That is the bottom line. So there is no doubt about the fact that we are moving into a world of digital surveillance, because today, more than in the real world, people are living in the digital world. So digital world needs monitoring. In this regard, Supreme Court made one more question was asked by the Supreme Court. Why can't you make CBI in charge of cyber crimes? Because for NIA is there to deal with terrorism, ED is there to deal with money laundering. This is the question that Supreme Court has asked. Central Bureau of Investigation, why don't you give it to them? So very, very important questions here. Similarly, Supreme Court again has asked the same thing only over here also, like to protect the people from online perverse content or harassment, etc. Whatever be it. Like I have shown you in this chat section is a clear evidence for it. Clear evidence for some people misbehaving here. Correct. What they think, in the chat section I can say anything that I want. It is not that. I can track you down. It is easy. Still, I will be able to track you down. But I will know finally that the person will be some Chintu or Tintu sitting in some remote part of the country, in a one bedroom or whatever, in a small house. Throwing him into jail, what am I going to fetch? Nothing. He won't even be able to apply for a passport later. Nobody will even make him a security guard. He won't even be able to become a delivery boy or even an Ola Uber driver. One case is enough. One cyber case is enough. 3 to 5 years guaranteed inside. All I have to do is, oh my god, he's harassing me. That's it, finished. It's done. Game over. So that is the reality here. That is the reason why Supreme Court is asking, like, why don't you create something so that you can protect people from obscene, perverse, anti-national or harmful online content. Suggested impartial authority independent of broadcasters and government. Harmful content goes viral before takedown. Adult warnings are inadequate. That is the point. In fact, what is the reason behind when you ask actually these chomus, these Amul babies, why did you comment like that? Why did you abuse that particular person like this? The answer will be the same, for likes. Because they are actually thinking it is funny. It is funny to abuse, it is funny to use a cuss word, or like a bad word. They think it is funny and they are expecting. They'll literally revisit their own comment just to see how many likes I have got. The obsession with likes, that is the main reason here. Other content, what they are talking about, obscene, perverse content, etc., what is being circulated or passed, that is to an extent there is money involved. Money is involved, like uploading a a pornographic clip into a pornographic website. Got the point here? EduLover, you did not say anything wrong. You did not say anything wrong. My point of telling it to you, whether you know any instance like that, was only so that you think objectively. Once when you keep getting these forwards or these news channels, what they do, like sensationalization, the point here is always ask for fact. What is the fact? Where is the evidence? That is the point. Clear? Yes. Certain etc. See, certain etc. are meant for protecting our softwares, protecting our critical infrastructure. They cannot actually stop, let us say, some guy. Okay, he was with his lover. Now she couldn't. He is only good as a lover. He drinks, he smokes, he's unemployed. So the girl, after spending 3-4 years going on waiting for him, she finally felt that this guy is not at all serious about his life. Nice proposal came home. Her parents also told, please listen to us. Don't marry that boyfriend of yours. He's good for nothing. She decides, okay, let me think about my own life. Now what does our Ashik do? Our Ashik starts releasing all these photos and intimate videos into what? Into the internet. How do you stop that? Because by the time those videos are released, it gets circulated, the female's family realizes it, they go to the cyber team and complains it. Easily damage would have been done. Government can still take it down, that is there, but it will take time. That is the reason why Supreme Court asked, why don't you create some agency or a unit for it exclusively to block such content immediately? This is the idea. Absolutely. Correct, Shanu? Correct. Why government is using this spy software? Why do certain directives still happening? Aspirant, please understand. Like what an NSG commando told, I will tell you. You look into the last 9 years or the newspapers from 2014 onwards. You will see plenty of small snippet news where terror attack foiled, these many people arrested, that many people arrested. Multiple are there. But like I told you, in a close circle, you are using a certain, you're not using WhatsApp, you're not using Telegram, you are using some third party or some other online platform to interact. It is difficult for the government agencies. Government agencies always should secure 100 out of 100 what success rate. Terrorist needs to succeed only once. That one attack is enough. Got the point here? That one attack is enough. This is the reality. So it is not at all easy being in government and actually trying to stop all these terror attacks. And interestingly enough, this terror attack actually got foiled. It was like neck to neck. Agencies were behind this fellow. He panicked, took the car and he didn't know what to do. Apparently, it was not a planned bomb blast. Something else triggered it. That is what the agencies are telling. It is not that he had planned to trigger it. Maybe he had planned to like dump the car somewhere with the explosives. We don't know what it was. But it was not a planned attack. It was something done out of haste. One suggestion again is Aadhaar based age verification suggested. This is something which European Union as well as Australia has adopted. That is, if you have to use social media, your age verification has to be done. Now automatically when you put your Aadhaar next time, what happens? I can track you down, trace you down. So if you put a stupid comment also, and if somebody files a complaint against you, you will be tracked down. European Union is doing this. Australia is doing this. Pretty soon, I think even in US also this rule will come. That is only if you are above a certain age. In Europe, it is 16. You have to be above the age of 16 to actually access social media. Got the picture here? It is necessary because everything we have a age is there. 18 is the age to vote. 18 is the age to drive a car, etc. So similarly, social media also needs that sort of responsibility. Just because it is internet and it is free, anybody can use it. That shouldn't be the case. Clear, people? Current remedy limits take down stake easily 24 hours minimum, where damage would have already been done. Court wants deterrence, not censorship. Speed of response is key. The court here wants deterrence, not that you will take down even free speech, expression, etc. Court wants things to be taken down on time. As usual, civil society is like, okay, what do you mean by anti-national term is vague? Guidelines are needed, consultation is needed. Civil society groups are like, no, what do you mean by anti-national activities? Please define it clearly. Anti-national means anything against the nation. It is as simple as that. For example, against the pollution, you are conducting a strike in Delhi. Makes sense. Good. Wonderful. But then whom are you quoting? A wanted Naxalite who was killed by the security forces. You are quoting him while you are conducting your protest. You protest if you want. But if you are going to quote terrorists over there, that is as if terrorists were doing something great for the country, then brother, you are in for trouble. That is what it simply means. I did not understand that question of yours, Arihar Sudan. Explain it. Disciplinary action. Disciplinary action involves an action taken against an IAS officer for actually making comments against the Brahmin community. So he has been asked under Rule 3 subclause 1 and Rule 3 subclause 2B12 of All India Service Conduct. Disciplinary action. He has been asked why disciplinary action shouldn't be taken against him, and he has been asked to give his explanation in writing within 7 days. What will happen if someone of another country do bad comments on any social media app? Another country, see, that is the point, right? If it is another country, at least we will get to know. Neha, that is the point. Simply say, simple example again. In Twitter, once they started showing the location of the people who are commenting, all those, what is it, Bharat Kumar, this Yadav, that Yadav, this Ramesh, this Singh. Everybody now suddenly what? Their locations are showing as South Asia, not India anymore. Not India anymore. That is, these were all proxy accounts, or who knows, not even a human being. This could have been what, bots. Got the point here? I must say you are an egoistic and arrogant person. Thank you very much. Won't be the first time I'm hearing it and won't be the last. You seriously think if you comment like that, I'm going to get worried? I'm going to hit 40 in another 2 years. Do I really look like a guy who is worried about actually what people think about me? All the very best to you, madam or sir, whoever you are. I mean, who knows whether that is your original name also. One nation, one election. Here, so one nation, one election, basically a question was asked. Say, for example, now, 2026 now, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and even West Bengal, I think, will be going into election. All right. Let us say from 2029, we are implementing one nation, one election. So that means Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and West Bengal, whichever new government forms over there, they will only get what? They will only get 3 years. So the question that was asked was, they are only getting 3 years now if it is implemented, correct? I mean, this is a hypothetical scenario. If in 2029 one nation, one election is implemented, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, West Bengal will only have 3 years. Correct? But what the Parliamentary Standing Committee is asking is, that is against the Constitution, because Constitution says 5 years term should be there for 5 years term should be there for what? For a legislative assembly. 5 years. That is written in the Constitution, it is against it. But the government basically gave a reply. It is not a part of the basic structure. Because earlier also, when the emergency time period was going on, that time, the length of the parliament was stretched, length of certain legislative assemblies was stretched. So it is not actually part of the basic structure, reducing the time period. Number 2 is obviously, if the governments in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, West Bengal, in the first 3 years, if they have ruled properly, automatically in 2029, when you keep an election, again they will win. So it is not a big deal. But we will have to wait and watch. Got the point here? You will have to wait and watch. Mr. Aspirant girl, please wait. Alright, let me finish this current affairs first. Then we will indulge in the topics related questions and queries. As of now, please stick to the topics here. Arey, you can do it. Just start loving yourself very, very well. It's very, very important. Trust me, none of us do that. None of us do that in Indian society. We actually live our life for other people. We live thinking, if I do this, people will stop saying that. If I do that, people will stop saying this. Nothing. It'll keep happening. So the only way they will stop doing that is, number 1, either you should be in that position of power where they are a little scared of you. Number 2, you should have money with you. So they will stop telling bad things about you, because they know that, okay, something, if he gives us something also. That thought. Third thing, they are literally scared of you. What will come from your mouth? My category. So if I go to a function, all I have to do is this. If I hear anything which I don't like, one stare, enough. So you have that Caduce attitude. If you develop from beginning, people will keep their distance. People will think that, oh my God, this fellow will get angry, he will say something. Good. Maintain. Simple. It is not so difficult. It is easy. Alright. Curtailment. One-time curtailment is permissible. Earlier changes were made in 42nd and 44th Amendment. That is what I am telling you. 42nd Amendment actually allowed that. Allowed basically for increasing the tenure. 44th Amendment corrected it. So basically they are telling that this increasing or decreasing beyond 5 years, it is not sacrosanct. It is not something part of the basic structure. Getting the point? This is the idea. What bad message? Arey, if a tile is broken or if there are yellow stains, what is the big deal? Who is going to think? See, understand one thing basically. Anything in social media is nothing but a storm in a teacup. And for all the guys out there, let me tell you, let me be very, very frank. Even a laughing smiley, if you put it in a comment section, and if a woman complains against you, you are done. You are done. By the time you take a screenshot of it, go to court, prove it this, prove it that, your life will be ruined. Do that. See, it is not that you will get immediately capital punishment. But the fact of the matter is, by the time you actually get it proven that you didn't do anything, it was just a harmless smiley it was, easily 1 or 2 years of your life is screwed up. And the fact of the matter is, how will the case be portrayed? Harassment. Some media will say sexual harassment. Your family members, other than your father and mother and maybe your siblings, everybody will say, he's a very bad boy, talks very badly to girls. He has some rape case also on him. What was the case actually? You put a laughing smiley at some stupid video, but involving a woman. Now gone. Your reputation is gone. So be extra careful. When a woman files a complaint, law stands with the woman. Sir, isn't this right to? I know, right to equality, right to that, all that is nice to hear. But that is how the current laws are. So before putting up anything, see who the person is. Females video, skip the video. Or I would basically say, don't even watch any videos. Go to YouTube, watch some baby videos, watch some animal videos and sit and laugh. That's enough. Don't comment on anybody, anything. Especially if it is a woman. You are in for trouble. Protection for differently abled. So, for SC and ST, that is Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe, there is an act, Prevention of Atrocities Act. The Supreme Court basically asked the central government, why can't you pass a similar law for differently abled people? As usual, that gentleman, in the name of comedy, always he will utter garbage. And I'm talking about Mr. Samir Rana. See, I will quote Javed Akhtar here. Chilli, using foul words or foul language in the name of comedy is almost like adding chili to bland food. When your food is not having any taste, or adding some taste into it, people will throw chili into it so that some spice is there. Similarly, when your joke is totally bland, what do? You add cuss words and adult content into it so as to somehow make it funny. So Samir Rana apparently made a very insensitive comment about a differently abled child. Court did not punish them, spared the offenders, but reminded them of civic responsibility and harm of online abuse. This is the reality. Correct? Clear? Is preamble a base for making bills and amendment? Preamble can be a reference point. It is just a reference point. As a reference point, you can take it. Because it is basically an index of the entire constitution. Mr. Pramod. Okay. Arihar Sudan. That will highly see. That is a law and order situation there. It is a law and order situation. It is a sensitive situation. In such a case, you will be following the orders of your immediate superior. That is what you will do. You are an IPS officer there. I will only follow the court order. See, understand one thing. Judiciary at the end of the day will never know what is the ground reality at that situation, at that spot. Judiciary will not know. You are lighting a diya, you are lighting a lamp. That is not the point here. The point is, can it lead to a communal riot? Can it lead to enmity between two communities? Will it create a huge law and order issue? Will it lead to huge crowds coming to that place? None of that High Court has to worry, nor the Supreme Court has to worry. All that who has to manage? The police have to manage. They have to have a crowd control. Forget riot. Even if excess crowd comes and there is a stampede-like situation, if it leads to stampede, 7 people dies, who will be responsible? You said you are following the court order. You went and followed the court order. Crowd came. 7 people died. Will you get suspended or not? Ultimately, you are an officer of the government first. Officer of the government. The elected government. It is left to the government whether they will execute it or not. If government is ordering, no, as of now, we will not implement this. We will challenge it in Supreme Court. Okay. You are following that order. Simple. In this limited 2 hours or 3 hours, what and all will we sit and discuss? This disaster relief was a very big article that came in the Hindu newspaper, where it basically said that Kerala's losses were about 2,200 crore. Center released only 260 crore. The author who wrote that article conveniently ignored a few things. That is the beauty about the Hindu newspaper. They'll conveniently ignore other aspects. For example, even if you Google it today, you will find that when the Kerala government submitted the losses, whatever expenditure that they have incurred, interesting amount that they showed was 75,000 rupees per real of one dead body. This was the cost that the Kerala government wrote and gave. That means inflated costs these were. Inflated means all more so high. So when the question started coming out, then only the government also started realizing, okay. Because simply, this much, 3 crore, 4 crore. When you actually break it down, okay, this much crore divided by the number of people who are dead, you do a simple division, they found out that per dead body, rupees 75,000. You hire 4 people, pay them each 2,000 rupees. It is 8,000. That is maximum again. Chalo, you paid them 10,000 each. Then also it will become 40,000. By no stretch of imagination, it will hit 75. That means Kerala had given all inflated figures. So what center told cited Kerala's alleged unspent 780 crore state disaster response fund and 529 crore loan. This money is there. Why have you not utilized it? And Kerala government refused to give the entire details in the proper format. Got the point here? Taking it further forward, Goa Tiger Reserve. This is again one small comedy affair it is. Goa first told, we don't have any tigers. Residential tigers we don't have. We only have transitionary tigers, transient tigers. That is tigers who will just come to Goa, enjoy the beach, then they will go away. That is what they said in one case they told like that. Then in another case they went and told, no, we have resident tigers. Then Supreme Court also was like, hello, decide. Do you have tigers or you don't have tigers? Finally, what was the decision? High Court ordered 5 protected areas, Made Wildlife Sanctuary, Bhagwan Mahavir Wildlife Sanctuary, Bhagwan Mahavir National Park, Netravali Wildlife Sanctuary and Kotigaon Wildlife Sanctuary to be declared a tiger reserve. Goa has challenged it in Supreme Court. We will see what will happen, but nothing is going to come out of it. Don't worry. You just need to note down these names. State claimed no resident tigers. Okay. But in 2018 submissions, they had said resident population existed. Initial claim it was there are 1 lakh people residing in these areas. But later they told no, only 5,000 to 6,000 persons are living there. Phase 1, the core areas, Netravali, Kotigaon, 296.7 square kilometer. Parts of Bhagwan Mahavir Wildlife Sanctuary and Bhagwan Mahavir National Park. That will be the buffer zone. Strengthens connectivity with the Kali Tiger Reserve, which is in Karnataka. Recently in news. Recently, what is in news? As of now, you do one favor, Mr. Next Level Minds. Don't spam the chat section. That favor at least you do. Alright. People are busy preparing for exam next year. They are sitting and watching this class. Please don't disturb them. Recently in news. Rishi Pandey. Recently kya in news? So coming to another important thing. So I review mains answers in my group, comprehensive current affairs batch. For them, I do it. Earlier, I used to do it in my normal group. But after I have been made in charge of taking this comprehensive current affairs batch, I have been reviewing those answers. This is again to prove all those people who have asked, you know, sir, are you only evaluating all the answers or do you have a team? There is no team. I only sit and review the answers, even at the cost of getting scoldings from my wife. Institutional quality is a crucial driver of economic performance. In this context, suggest reforms in civil services for strengthening democracy. What is the sentence given? Institutional quality is a crucial driver of economic performance. Means quality of the quality of the institution will decide economic performance. This is the background. This context suggests reforms in civil services for strengthening democracy. So the first thing that you should be doing is the first thing is you need to write what do you mean by an example. Now, how institutional quality can actually improve what? Can actually improve the economic performance. Let us look into what the student has written here. More than this, how will I zoom? This is the maximum, I think. So, robust institutional structures are essential for a state's economic progress, which ensures fair distribution of resources and caters to the marginalized section. So, let us look into one more thing here, which is 150 words, 10 marks. Structures are essential for a state's economic progress, which ensures fair distribution of resources and caters to the marginalized section. Not entirely wrong, but not entirely correct either. I would have preferred institutional quality is a crucial driver of economic performance. One example could have been placed over here, like how Niti Aayog replaced Planning Commission. That could have been given. Not a bad thing. This definition is not entirely bad either, but I would have preferred this. Started with a concrete example itself. That is, Niti Aayog has become a planning body, as a body to plan, and Finance Commission is indulging today in proper economic distribution. Better than the earlier Planning Commission. So this could have been given, but still not bad. In this context, suggests reforms in civil services for strengthening democracy. So now the major part of the question is what? Suggesting reforms. Let us see how that has gone. So she has given issues in civil services. This is one problem. Generalistic in nature, inadequate incentive mechanism, lack of transparency and accountability, apathy among civil servants, arbitrary and whimsical transfer. Some recent initiatives taken to reform civil services. A robust vigilance mechanism. Now look at the problem here. Generalistic in nature is the issue she highlighted first. But when it came to suggesting reform, she straight away started with robust vigilance mechanism. The better way of writing would have been, so generalistic in nature means what is the counter for it? Looking for lateral entry. Inadequate incentive mechanism. Okay, for that what you can do? Mid-career review. Lack of transparency and accountability. There she should have placed robust vigilance mechanism. Apathy among civil servants. Taking out those civil servants by Rule 56J. Arbitrary and whimsical transfer. Transfer should be based on Supreme Court guidelines. This way she could have written, but still let us see what are the points she has suggested here. Because this way when you write, you don't have to by heart anything. Whatever problems you write its corresponding solution. Here what happens in this format, this looks separate, this looks separate. It will become very difficult for you to actually remember it. Not that it is entirely wrong. I'm not telling that. This is difficult for you to write. Because in the exam hall, you will be like, oh my God, what will I write here? Oh my God, what will I think? Whatever you wrote, corresponding to that the solution. 5 problems if you have wrote, the 5 solutions should also match. It shouldn't be that this is 5, this is another 5. There is no sync. Got the point? Let us look into her other answers now. Robust vigilance mechanism. Okay. Then central public grievance redressal or prompt grievance redressal. Agreed. From the public side, implementation of e-office, e-samiksha, mid-career training. That is also true. Then lateral entry. See, she has added here. So the answer, if you look at it, it is not a bad answer. She has literally added all the points, but it is slightly jumbled. Not according in that same order of what problem she has given. So generally for such answers, not a bad answer it is. I will give the grade of keep writing. Keep writing means your answer writing still needs improvement. You have wrote almost everything, but yeah, some more improvement is needed in terms of organizing things. This is the way. So if you get a keep writing means it is like, so these are the grades I generally give. One is obviously rewrite, resubmit. That means you have to do work. Keep writing means you're on track, but still needs improvement. Then it is good. Then very good. Very rarely I give this perfect. Perfect means it is Pakka UPSC standard. Good, very good means you are there. You are already there. You need some more improvement. This is what it is. Clear? Plastic pollution. 10,000 plus necropsies were conducted. That means like post-mortem. They found that seabirds ingest 35% of plastics, marine mammals 12%, sea turtle 47%. 90% death will happen if anywhere 6 to 405 macro plastic pieces enters the body of any of these species, they will die. Microplastic is a huge issue. Alright, this is the point. No need, not a tabular format and all. You cannot have, there is no time to draw table and all. It all comes down to the demand of the question, whether you are addressing the demand. Kerala's population has rises to 3.62 crore. Till 2041, it will keep rising. Then it will decline to 3.55 crore in 2051. Aging, 60 plus share as of in 2026, it will hit 18.6%. 2051, it will become 30.6%. That means we are looking at just another 16 years. In another 16 years, Kerala will be filled with what? All silver-lined people. Got the point here? All silver-lined people will be there. Obviously, when I am 38, so another 16 years means this year is practically over. Another 16 years you add to it, that means I will turn 54. That's not a shock or a surprise. Then life expectancy will increase 75 to 82.9. That is obvious matter until and unless we don't die earlier because of stress or heart attack or whatever. Child share will drop to 12.8%. Median age will rise from 37 to 47. Child share will drop. That is also not surprising because many people, as far as I know from Kerala, many are there who don't want to get married. They don't even want to have a live-in relationship, nothing. They are like single is enough, solo is enough. 2011 urbanization was 47.7% urban. 2051 it will be 91.1% urban population. Again, not surprising for a state like Kerala because it is largely urban. Those of you who visited Kerala will know it. When you say a village in Kerala, don't think that a village means very rarely you get electricity. For those of you who would have watched that Param Sundari and all, and you are still alive. So a couple of things what they showed over there in that movie. Okay. Number one, as if all the Kerala women early in the morning, they'll climb coconut trees. Not true. Number two, network range is not there. Again, not true. Kerala has the highest internet density after Delhi, I think. Second or third it is in terms of internet connectivity in India. Alright. So in that state, basically, village also will have all these facilities. All these facilities will be easily there. One thing that they probably missed showing in the state of Kerala was the fact that in most of these places, after 7 p.m., there is generally no life. 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m., it's all shut down. Other than a few cities, proper cities, nothing. Everything will get shut down. That is the reality. So it is only going to increase further. So rural to urban, you will never get to know when have you left the village and when have you entered a urban area. CISF and Parliament. So CISF and Parliament is this. The CISF's tenure in Parliament has been increased from 3 to 4 years. And again possible, extra 1 year will be given. The reason is because some of the CISF personnel stopped our MP, one of the MP, and asked him, why are you here? Why, for what purpose have you come here? He was like, I am an MP. Still, why have you come here? So obviously the MP started going mad. They were like, we are being questioned every day almost, like why are we coming to the Parliament? The reason is because when you keep changing the security, when you keep changing them, after 2-3 years, you keep changing them, they don't know, right, who you are, what you are. They don't know. So I am maybe from the state of Kerala, I may identify as Shashi Tharoor, but I may not know an MP who is coming from UP. Getting the picture? So I automatically I'll stop them. So, following MP's complaint, CISF's tenure has been increased from 3 to 4 and maybe even 1 year can be given, provided they have a clean service record, psychological assessment, and Shape 1 medical category. Shape 1 means S stands for psychiatric, H stands for hearing, A for appendage, P for physical, E for eyesight. In all this, you should get S1, H1. 1 means top rank. You are fully physically fit. For each of this category, you should score 1. Then you are like fully fit. That is the idea. SIM binding. This is another security measure again being implemented now. So let me tell you, for example, now WhatsApp we all have. So I have my WhatsApp being like I can access my WhatsApp even in my MacBook, even in this digital board. The problem is therefore that you need not have your SIM card. Like I have not inserted my SIM card inside this board or anything, but I can still access my WhatsApp. I can still access Telegram. So what the government is planning to do is from February 2026, it is SIM binding. That means every automatic logout every 6 hours. That means now I have WhatsApp in this. I can access my WhatsApp. But after February 2026, if 6 hours have passed, I will have to re-log in again. Each and every time. 6 hours passes, I have to re-log in. This is again to ensure what? Ensure that who are these people who are using these accounts. Telegram, like I told you, one of the major reason why that earlier group, Telegram group, where I used to review the answers. My old students will be knowing this. I had to like take a hibernation from there because of one guy. Because whenever I was active there, what he will do, he'll keep sending all these spam messages. Delete him, block him, ban him, he'll keep coming back. Like a bad habit, he will keep coming back. I've never cursed anybody in my life. But one day, you know, with all sincerity, even now, I pray that he never succeed in life. Not because he disturbed me, but he disturbed almost all the students there. Around 10,000 students he had disturbed. For that joy. Disturb me, you even abuse me, I don't care. I don't give two hoots about it. Like I've already told you multiple times. People have called me over here only. Somebody has called me arrogant now. Somebody has called me BSDK. Somebody has called me Chapri, Sadak Chap, Clown. I have no problems with it. But when you mess with my students, when you mess with my class, you make me your number one enemy. Samne hota, I would have nicely given you a massage. Guaranteed. But can't do it. Online world, what to do? So I purposefully took a hibernation from there. Because Telegram group, I even contacted my cyber friends. They said, Telegram, it is difficult to track. It is difficult because it's a very open-ended thing. There is no end-to-end encryption. This is the problem. So again, girls also face this issue. The moment a group I create, or the moment a group is created, the next day, as soon as they see a girl's name, immediately the chapris of, not all, some chapris will be the right in every group. They will immediately, hello, Sonam, nice name. मुझसे दोस्ती करोगे? Want to discuss current affairs with me? They will immediately start showing off. I mean, like how they say, खुद तो तैरना नहीं आता, खुद डूब रहा है, गया है बचाने के लिए. Save yourself first. Take care of your current affairs, your studies first. And some girls today, I know, when they contact me, names will be all guys' names. Later I'll be like, you are? No, sir, because the boys will contact me, so I kept a guy's name. So I am also a little scared today. I don't know whether it is a guy on the other side or a girl on the other side. I had to confirm their what is the gender first before even communicating. This is the reality. This is the reality today. Can't help it. So to all those useless people, jobless people, I mean males especially out there, trust me, no girl will fall for you. If a girl falls for you very quickly in Telegram or Instagram, understand she has some ulterior motive. Please understand. And if you still think that you look great by opening your shirt and showing your rib cage, you know, ting, 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 please go check your face in the mirror. It will show you the reality. If at all you feel that you look like Shah Rukh Khan, just go and I do that. I just go check myself in the mirror. ये शक्ल के लिए वो लड़की कहाँ से हो जाएगा? This is the reality. Clear, people? So this will start from February 2026. Effectively, I'll make one video clubbing all this information. To the Pinnacle batch as well as to the Titan batch, I'm telling this to you. Because now, if you look at it, Puttaswamy judgment, then Pegasus spy software, then you have SIM binding, then you have this SIM binding issue, then the Supreme Court asking why can't CBI take over cyber issues, then the Supreme Court again asking why don't you create a separate division basically for looking into what? Looking into offensive content, then age appropriation, what is there in Europe, Australia, all of that is there. All of these things are there. So totally we will make one full video for this and I will put it up in YouTube. Alright. Some other topics are also there. Quantum tech, time, Rondu, assembly, immunology, some certain topics on which Nobel Peace Prize, etc. were awarded, which I have not taken yet. The reason being that they are very huge topics. One day will not be sufficient to, like one class won't be sufficient to finish discussing it. I will make separate videos and put it up in YouTube. Alright, people. See, tackling extreme poverty in Kerala is not a big deal. Because I will tell you, first of all, it is such a small state. It is such a small state. How many districts are there? Hardly 14 districts. Very low density population. Where the births and the deaths are properly registered. Birth rate, death rate, etc. registered. Because most of the births takes place in hospitals. To actually, so collecting data is very easy. Collecting data to find out how many people don't have home. How many people are facing issues with regard to getting access to food. So once you have that data, you ensured what? Okay, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana as well as Chief Minister's scheme is also there. Clubbing that, you gave them home. Then you give them a ration card. So you ensure that, okay, home is there, food is there. Like that, extreme poverty levels were brought down. If they have children who are not yet enrolled in any school, you ensure that they are put in school. This is the way they did it. Because one thing is there, whether you love Kerala, hate Kerala, one thing I will tell you, the caste-based nonsense, whatever you see in the rest of India, that you will not witness over here. Caste issues are there. I'm not telling that it is all hunky-dory. But I have, as I have told earlier, so I am basically from an OBC community. In the list, if you take, we are the bottom. We are at the bottom in the OBC list. So my brother had an arranged marriage with somebody from upper caste. 100 years ago means probably her entire family, that is my sister-in-law's entire family, would have butchered us. 100 years ago. Not now. Perfectly arranged marriage. Both the families came. It is not that now we don't talk to each other. We do that. Nothing like that. It's all perfect cordial relationship. She is also educated. My brother is also major in the army. So no issues. Everything is going smoothly. I doubt whether that is possible in rest of the country. So the facilities are already there. The hospitals are there. The schools are there. Data is also there. So it's only a matter of track them, find them, enroll them. End of the problem. Got the point here? Defense readiness, it is nothing other than the fact that 2025 has been called year of reforms. We have planned out to create our defense readiness in different phases, 2032, 2037 and 2047. Modernization is also involved there. Cyclone relief to Sri Lanka, as usual. As usual, India has proven that when an issue comes, you can only trust India there. As quoted by the former Sri Lankan captain, Sanat Jayasuriya, as well as Arjuna Ranatunga. I don't think your generation will be aware of these names. My generation. Sachin Tendulkar, Muhammad Azharuddin generation. So these people basically told India is like a big brother who will come to your help you, and will go away silently. As usual again, when cyclone, so this plays here. Ditwa. Ditwa, the name was given by Yemen. And that name is inspired from this beautiful location. This is not computer generated, or this is not any, AI tool or something. This is really, this insanely beautiful place is in Yemen. It's a lagoon basically. As you can clearly see, sparkling crystal clear water, beautiful sand, and you can see mountains in the background. This is a rarity. There are not many places on planet Earth where you have beach and hill facing each other. All right. This is the point. Pranab, you are also like me, Gandhi's classmate? Yeah. I will take that. Avinash. Not now. I cannot give you what is it, pin to pin update of all the current affairs. What has happened in last week? That is what we are summarizing here. Whatever Supreme Court's latest rulings, etc., the Aravali, etc., that will come in next Saturday. We sent 2 naval ships, Vikrant and Indian naval ship Udayagiri. Uranium in breast milk. Now, uranium, when you hear, immediately people will be like, hey, Bhagavan, uranium. Don't think that all uranium are radioactive. This uranium, whatever we are talking about, it is U-238. That is natural uranium. This natural uranium, generally, it is present in bedrock. So what happens is, when you keep on extracting groundwater, this is bedrock. That is water. If it is lying very close to the bedrock, means all sorts of minerals will get mixed in this. When you have too much of water, it is a different story. Why it is a different story that time? Because too much of water means effectively what happens, even if uranium gets mixed in maybe 100 liters, it is only 1 gram or 0.1 gram. It is very less in quantity. It will not affect you much. But beyond that, when the water content is very less and you have too much of uranium in it, then we have a problem. It can cause kidney damage. That is the main thing. All right. That is the main thing that can happen over here. So why and how does groundwater gets extracted? No doubt about it. Basically, 4 wells. Agriculture. That is the main villain here. Clear? 40 mothers. Uranium found was to be 0 to 0.525 microgram per liter. Highest in Katihar. World Health Organization drinking water limit is 30 microgram per liter. India has 151 districts with groundwater uranium contamination. Bihar, approximately 1.7% of the samples are contaminated. Potential kidney or cognitive effects only at higher exposures needs monitoring. Normally, it will get exited out of the system. Like when you take a piss, it will go out. But repeatedly, when it keeps coming in, as somebody has rightfully pointed out, you will end up having bioaccumulation. See, that it is not a doubt anymore. There is no doubt anymore that we have entered that stage where we need to adapt ourselves now to the harmful chemicals in the environment. We are in that phase. Therefore, until and unless you are in Delhi, it is important that you sweat it out and you excrete it out. As fecal matter as well as urine matter, it should go out of your system. Those are the only two ways. And you should keep minimal body fat. Body fat means within the 10 to 20% range it should be. 20% max. Keep it below 25% as much as possible. Less fat. Because the more fat you have, what happens when these chemicals enter, those chemicals will get accumulated under the fat over there. That will create trouble. Correct, Aditi? Secret to a long life. Again. So basically they conducted a study. In Japan, basically they call it ikigai. That is how there is a certain 2-3 islands of Japan is there where people live up to 100 years, 110 years, 120 years. So they went and conducted a study there to understand how this works. It is basically that these people don't sit simply. So in India, you basically see old people sitting in one corner and then staring into empty space. Or probably, talking bad about their in-laws, son-in-law, daughter-in-law, whatever. These are the extracurricular activities that they do. But in other countries, when you go, in Singapore, it is basically called rest is rust. That is their ideology. That is, to rest means it is like rusting. You will rust. Japan, basically, they say that it is called ikigai, to find joy in what you do. So they will be doing simple things. So if you look at these people, they are not in a rush. They are not trying to reach anywhere fast. They are simply doing some constructive activity, but they enjoy doing it. So in India, 55.5% normal body mass index. People who have lived for a long life. That means they are not fat. They are having slim body figures. 41% were underweight. 0 high cholesterol, stroke or heart disease. Only 1.7% had diabetes. 90% never drank alcohol. 68% never smoked. Most important thing. So if you are out there, if you are drinking, smoking, etc., where your stupid friends would have told you, "Arey mard hokar pee nahi ho, agar peete nahi ho to kya mard hai tu yaar?" All that stupid dialogues they will say. Understand one thing, to all the boys out there, I'm telling you, a person who starts drinking, his biggest fear and his biggest sadness will be that his best friend is not drinking. Because he is like, "Main to fasa, isko bhi fasa dete hain." That is how boys' brain functions. Got the point here? If boys' friendship was not so strong, means boys wouldn't have started drinking or smoking. That is the reality. In India I'm talking about. So if you have stupid friends like that, छोड़ो. दारू के ऊपर बनाए हुए रिश्ते ज्यादा दिन टिकते नहीं है. I'm telling you from my experience. Not my experience, my friend's experience. So don't drink, don't smoke. Most struggle with complex tasks like money management, shopping, calling. So they don't know money management, shopping, to call and all, they don't know. They only know the simple stuff. Clear? Need for caregiving system, safety nets and support services. 51.2 percentage had high life satisfaction, 75% considered themselves healthy. That means at the end of the day, they have not taken stress. Ultimately, it is all the same story everywhere. Keep your sugar cravings very, very low. Very, very low. Number 2, do exercise. Go for walks, go for this thing. And for people like me and all, basically, as I'm about to hit 40, I should start weight training. I should start weight training if I need to keep my metabolism rate high, if I need to keep my fat levels low, sugar levels low. It is important. If you have crossed 40, you should start weight training. It is important. Exercise. Then obviously the diet part is, again, with extreme sadness I am writing this, go vegetarian. It is very, very important. As you get older and older, you should have more fiber in your this thing. One more thing is, no food from packets. Anything that where you are opening a packet and consuming, unhealthy. Take it from me. Including, so whenever I say you shouldn't drink Pepsi Cola, some people will say, no, I only drink fruity, I only drink Maaza. Maaza and fruity, very early one report had come about the number of chemicals that are actually present in it. Fruit juice, if you really want to drink, buy a fruit, cut it in your home, put it in your mixie, then make the juice. That's all that you do. Vegetable juice also, you want to make it in your home. Don't eat anything from packet. Nothing, including your instant noodles. Sir, what about Maggi? Sir, I only eat Yippee. No Yippee, no Guppy, no Shappi. You're not eating anything from packet. That much you do. Even if you don't exercise, and even if you are a non-vegetarian, you will still survive. Most importantly, no alcohol, no cigarette. Very, very important. आप भी वेजिटेरियन हो जाइए सर प्लीज. Nah, never. Maybe later, not now. And I am yet to be mentally, at least I am still only 17 years old. So physically, let it happen. Let the age go. Coming to aura mean. Aura mean, when you look at the name, wah, kya naam hai? Aura. Wow. But it is actually a food adulterant. To give this yellow color or like the saffron color and all, for that it is used. It is cheaply available and it is indiscriminately used in the food industry. So for those of you who have this habit of eating these ice gold, you would have noticed it when they throw all these different colors on it and you put it in your mouth and you will have it nicely. You will, suck it and eat it and whatever. But after that, you will see sometimes your tongue is also like has a permanent color on it. Permanent color. When you rinse it with water also, nothing will come out. That color will remain there. That is because they have used industrial dye. Industrial dye. What has to be used on clothes, etc. That color they use there. Little also if they use, that is enough. Permanently it will remain there. Not permanent. Eventually it will go down. But you have eaten an ice candy. Pura mohalla will get to know the moment. Barf ki gola, whatever. That ice gola, ice candy. Everybody will get to know. Why? For 3-4 days, that color will be there in your mouth. The same thing here. You look like 20. Shiva, I wish I was reviewing your answer paper. Sir, make rule, not follow. I didn't make the rule. Brother, Sai Kumar Deshavatu. I didn't make the rule. This is what they are telling. Vegetarian diet is good for a long life. Alright. That's it. I plan to hit the gym. Vegetarian diet and gymming will not go together. Because with vegetarian diet, if you need your protein intake, means it is very difficult. If you are hitting the gym, you need protein, means you need to consume egg, protein powder. It is different. I will do all sorts of nonsense. You don't follow me. I am telling this for your bala. By the way, I don't drink, I don't smoke. Just for fun. Yeah. See, I will have to tell this to you because the other day, what is it? Not the other day. Few years back, I was telling my students not to eat samosa, not to eat anything from oil because the oil they will never change. Oil you are only supposed to use it once or twice. Twice, 2 times you can use the same oil to fry or whatever. After that, you have to change it because after the third time when you use it, what happens is it will have all these free radicals in it. When that you consume, it will immediately start oxidizing your cells. It will make you look older, pimples. All right, you will feel heat internally. Plus, worst case scenario, cancer. So these things, as well as cholesterol, all these things it can create. So I gave a big lecture in the class. And why we were discussing it, it was in the context of Government of India had bought this whole plan that, so cooking oil which is repeatedly used will be used to make biofuel out of it. Government will purchase the cooking oil to convert it into biofuel, biodiesel. This was the idea. So I told, see, understand, if government is ready to take the cooking oil and convert it into a biofuel, imagine then what are you eating when you eat a samosa? Because obviously, restaurant owner or that samosa shop wala, he is not our mama, where he'll be concerned about our health. He will just keep adding little fresh oil, but otherwise he'll be frying in it again and again and again. We will nicely aram se have 2 samosa, 3 samosa, whatever. Samosa itself is dangerous. High on calorie, low on nutritional quality. On top of it, you're getting free cholesterol, free everything. So I said all this, I finished taking the class, I went out. Class was over. Evening, what am I doing? One big plate, samosa is there, jalebi is there, banana fritters are there, everything oil fried. They were like, sir, but you said in class. I said, class, I will tell everything for your bhala. You shouldn't follow me. What I eat, I will take care of my body. That is the point. Maida and Bison is also from Bucket. Nikhil Thakur, you are having my name. Proud of you. That is why you asked this question. Maida and Bison, you open it and you directly eat it. Yeah, like that only you will eat. Very great skill you are having. Proud of you, my dear brother. Industrial diauramine O found in food despite ban. It will affect liver, kidney, spleen damage. Mutagenic. Mutagenic means it can even cause mutation of your genetics. All right. Correct, Sai Ganesh. You understand me perfectly. It is sold cheaply in informal markets used by small sweet makers. Weak enforcement is there. I don't even know why we have this Food Safety and Standards Act here or the FSSAI. What is their job? God Almighty knows. Getting the point. Okay, one more answer. Now, this is another part here. Just give me a minute. Women's social capital complements in advancing empowerment and gender equity. Explain. So it's an explain statement. Explain means whatever is given to you, that sentence is correct. You don't have to give its positive and negative. You only have to explain it. That is, women's social capital complements in advancing empowerment and gender equity. Social capital. So the first and foremost point would be to define social capital, slightly define empowerment as well as gender equity. It's a 10 marks question. You don't have much space to write the answer because very limited and multiple definitions also you have to give. Let's see how she or he has written it. Women's social capital means the friendships, support system and networks women build in society. It is true. These connections help them share ideas, gain confidence and work together, which plays an important role in promoting women's empowerment and gender equity. Correct? Although empowerment and gender equity, if it was defined, it would have been better. All right. So, women's social capital helps build empowerment and gender equity in the following ways. Let us see that now. Collective bargaining power. Networks like self-help groups give women a stronger voice in demanding rights, wages, safer work conditions, etc. ANRLM. Okay. Helps rural women demand fair wages under Narega. Okay. Not a bad point to write. But if you notice here, she had given the point of SHG, but then she has mentioned about Deen Dayal something Yojana. This is National Rural Livelihood Mission. That is what she has mentioned in Narega. I would have preferred if she had mentioned about some SHG itself, like Kudumbashri. This is pretty much famous now pan India. So Kudumbashri is one SHG which has actually helped in women's collective bargaining power. Or she could have mentioned any other SHG as an example. Always it is important that what point you write, what example you give, both should match. Otherwise, what happens is the flow of the answer is cut off. Because I am reading about collective bargaining, okay. But this is not collective bargaining. Be it MG Narega or National Rural Livelihood Mission, this is all about what? This is all about government is bringing up schemes. Government brought up schemes, these are. So as to ensure women empowerment or women gender equity. This is not something because of women's bargaining power something had happened. Nah. So it would have been better if SHG was given here. Then peer networks. Okay, here she has mentioned women SHGs like Kudumbashri, skills, financial literacy and entrepreneurship, access to microfinance markets, Seva, very good. Potential participation, network support encourages to contest elections. Okay. Okay. Reservation of 33%, very good. Gender equity advocacy, women's networks influence policies and push for inclusion in development. IPCO movement, anti-liquor protests, yes, that is also correct. So, this part, the second part, she got the rhythm. The second part, she has maintained the rhythm. I think she or he, I'm not sure. I'm going on saying she. Anyway, point is, this is now. And let us see, by fostering solidarity and awareness, women's social capital serves as a powerful driver of empowerment, creating equality, opportunity, and voice. Strengthening the capital is vital for advancing gender and achieving SDG 5. Beautiful. So, therefore, this answer is good. Not a bad answer. Now, as you can clearly see, the handwriting compared to the earlier answer, handwriting, if you compare, this handwriting is not so great. Handwriting, if I compare. But if you still notice, I can read it. I'm able to read the handwriting. That is enough. It is not that your handwriting should look like some printed material or something. It should be readable. That is enough. Got the point here, people? Moving on. This is the way to write an answer. This is still fine. Now see here, slowly she has squeezed in an international point here in her answer by simply mentioning. She did not mention SDG alone. She mentioned which goal it is. SDG 5 of gender equity. Getting the point here. This is the point. Good, we have started with female labor force participation rate of Japan. Not a bad idea last year, but the fact of the matter is, see again, 10 marks it is. Getting the point, 10 marks. And you have to define definitely what is social capital. You probably could have given Japan's example as a case study or something, maybe towards the end. Getting the point here. Using AI in disease detection. So the National Center for Disease Control, NCDC, what they have basically decided is they will use AI to monitor social media. Any post, if it comes in social media, that is post regarding a disease, or maybe a news article comes, that is in this particular village, in this particular district, a new disease has broken out. NCDC will be able to monitor it quickly. It is expected that through this, efficiency has increased, 150% rise in detection, and 98% manual workload reduction is also there. Got the point here, people? Oh, sorry, wrong heading. This is hormone therapy. Sorry. Hormone therapy. Just the names of two hormones only. Cyproterone acetate and spironolactone. Both of this, what it will do is reduce hair, facial hair. Number 2, increase the size of the breast. Number 3, reallocation of the fat. That is, fat will now start getting deposited around the pelvic area for women especially. So this is gender affirming. Anybody who wants to do a surgery, etc., to get affirmed that yes, I am a affirmed. I want to choose my gender as female or whatever. They can indulge in this treatment. Can we write like a comparison of the participation before and after Constitution implemented providing reservation and all? For that earlier question, that is not even the demand. Ari Harsudan, that is not the demand rate. How is social capital helping in women empowerment and social equity? Explain question it is. There is no timeline and all. So what is social capital? How has social capital helped in India in improving the condition of women? That's the only point here. So your focus should be on telling how social capital has helped in improving, you can say, literacy rate. Health outcome, reducing the infant mortality rate, maternal mortality rate, improving the income. These ways you could have given the answer. Clear? Shipping industry. So shipping industry, India is planning to focus in it, like acquire 200 plus ships through joint ventures with public sector units. Just like I have told you earlier with regard to our aviation sector, we don't have any engines as such being built inside India for ships. Shipping manufacture also, when you talk about, we are pathetic. Aviation industry also, we are pathetic when it comes to manufacturing the engines. The high powered engine, etc., what we require, they all come from abroad. Even our fishing boats, what are there in our country, if you ask the fishermen which engine is nice, they will answer Yamaha. They will give a straight away answer Yamaha. And as you all know, Yamaha is not a Indian company. Getting the point here? So what has happened actually, see, earlier, before 1991, shipping industry was largely protected. Only the shipping corporation of India's ships used to be used for transportation, everything. For tourism activity, all of that. Even oil transport. But after 1991, we have decided to go for what? Who will offer us best services, cheap and best? We are going for that. And ever since that happened, what has happened is, from 27% to 7% of India's export-import cargo, it has fallen now. Today, foreign ships are leading. And additionally, one more factor was that how many ports we had. How many ports of international standard did we have back then? Or how many we do have it now, even today? Very less. That is, we cannot compare Indian ports with Chinese ports. I'm telling you, when I entered the ship for the first time, I still remember that day. It was 2 a.m. or something in the morning. And I'm seeing a ship. I am like, oh my God. That is how I saw it. Because obviously, I have entered ships earlier, like small ships along Cochin, small ships and all I have entered. Compared to that, it was a huge ship. And nearby ships also were looking tiny in front of it. I was like, wow. That wow factor died the moment the ship entered China. Because when we entered China, we were literally seeing giants. I am not kidding. My vessel looked like one tiny dwarf in front of the Chinese vessels or the American vessels or the European vessels. All were container ships, mind you. Ours was also a container vessel. Container vessel means what is used for export and import. That day I understood, okay, where is China? Where are we? And the cranes that Chinese were using, the machines that the Chinese were using, and I'm talking about something like 14 years ago. What technology China had 14 years ago, I doubted whether we have it even today. Whether we have it even today. Technology what China used 14 years ago. China today, most probably their ports and all would have already got AI enabled robots or machines will be being used there. Here nothing. Got the point here. Iron scrap. This iron scrap, it's again an important industry. So basically, we were getting this iron scrappings, as you know, waste iron. That is that, let us say an old ship is there. You're removing all its iron parts. And what do you do with it? You utilize it to you put it into the iron ore furnace. And then you can make a new metal out of it. New iron rod or steel rod, whatever you want, you can make out of it. Once you melt it completely. That is the advantage. So with growth that is happening, you can easily do what? You can easily, with growth that is happening, you need more iron. So we are dependent on the scrap that is coming from UAE as well as European Union. But with new pollution rules and laws, it is very difficult to access these iron. So India has a requirement of 65 million tons by 2030. Import gap is 20 to 30 million tons. That much we need from import alone. So even if we want to import also, that 20 to 30 million, still shortage will be there. From where to access it? From domestic resources. Steel consumption projected as 220 million tons by 2030, 260 million tons in 2035, 390 million tons in 2050. That means we will have to source it from scrap materials. Correct? GDP calculation. So GDP calculation here, basically, GDP has grown apparently 8.2%. Nominal growth is only 8.7%. What is nominal growth? Nominal growth simply means GDP calculated at current prices. Current prices means this year's price. This year's price, whatever it is, when you calculate it. So that means the quantity of goods and services for the year 2025 multiplied by the prices of each good and service of 2025. This will give you nominal growth. My question to you people, if nominal growth is high, but no increase in quantity of goods and services, then what do we know about the inflation? If nominal growth is very high, but there is no increase in quantity, this quantity there is no increase, but nominal growth is very high, then what do we know about the prices or inflation? Very good, Abhinaya. Very good, KS. Very good, Sai Kumar. Praveen B. Pillai, very good. Prices are high, very good. Very good. Very good, Ishika. Very good, Arushi. Aditi. Anam. Got the point here. Current price means this year. Current means this year. So it means inflation is high. But last week's current affair, if you remember, I had already told you inflation has actually decreased. Inflation has actually decreased. So, oh, wait a minute. Let me frame it a little better here. Last week's current affair, if you remember, I had told you inflation has gone down. Correct? But then real GDP is showing that real GDP is more than nominal GDP. Real GDP is more than nominal GDP. If you look at the data here. Okay, 1 minute. GDP. Nominal GDP is only 8.7%, but inflation is less. So what do you know about the prices? We know it is already less. Prices is less, then what do we know about the demand? I told you inflation is low. Nominal GDP is 8.7%. Inflation is low means prices is less. So what is the idea of demand? Is demand high or demand low? High demand. Sure, Khushi. If prices are less, what does it mean? Demand is high or demand is low? If the prices are less, what does it mean? Do we have high demand or low demand? Ulta question I will ask. Then I think people will not have that confusion. If demand is high, then what does it mean? Prices will increase or decrease? Tell me this first. Case 1. This you answer first. This, hold it there. Demand is high, what will happen to prices? Case 1. If demand is high, what will happen to the prices? Price will increase. Everybody are clear on it. So demand increases, price will increase. Ulta scenario. If price is very, very low in an economy, price is very low, then what does it tell about the demand? Sarika, don't think too much. Resources and all, don't think. Just, and the given conditions, you just tell me. Resources and all, let us not get into. If the prices are very low, then what does it tell about the demand? Case 2, demand is low. Understood. Less demand. Clear with this? But then, if you remember, income tax was reduced. GST was reduced. In spite of these two, demand is very low, leading to price also being very low, leading to inflation also being very low. Clear with this? Clear with this point here? I'm not telling low income tax or low GST led to this. No. You reduce this, but still demand is less. Therefore, price is less, inflation is less. Got the point here? What is happening? Indians are not spending much. Indians are using their money, whatever money they are saving now in terms of income tax or GST, they are not trying to buy new things. They are not buying. Ulta, what they are doing is they are trying to save their money, or if demand is there for anything, it is largely for what? A 5 times increase in gold import, a 3 times increase in silver import. This is what is happening. Demand, if it increases, price will increase. Price increases, inflation will increase. The ulta, what you are telling, that is, if price is low, then demand may increase. May. Not necessary that it should increase. Other conditions in the economy remaining the same. People's purchasing power, people's preferences, everything remaining the same. Yes, when the price goes down, demand is supposed to increase. But this is not a foolproof method. Please understand. This is not a foolproof thing. This is not some universal law. It depends upon the type of good also. Understand it very clearly. Because for example, gold prices goes on increasing. What has happened to demand? Demand also will keep on increasing accordingly. So exceptions are there. Getting the picture here? Exceptions are there to this rule. In Indian economy's case now, let us take in Indian economy's case when you take up, government reduced the income tax first, correct? Only 12 lakh and above, you need to pay IT. Idea was that people have money with them, middle class have money with them. Then GST also, they brought certain changes. Buying shirts, jeans, etc. have become slightly cheaper than earlier. That is also there. Idea was basically to put money into the hands of the people. That was the idea. But what has happened actually? Now people are having more money. What have they done? They are investing in share market. Increased investments in share markets. So share market, when you're investing, what are you basically doing? You're putting your money, you're locking it. That is not spending. You're only locking your money. It's like an investment. The next thing, what are they doing? They are investing it in real estate. The next thing is obviously one who doesn't know ABCD of share market, one who does not have that level money to invest in real estate, he or she will go for what? What is accessible? Gold, silver. This is what is happening in the country. So overall consumption, if you see, it has not increased. As a result of which, this is further corroborated by the evidence what we know from inflation. Inflation has actually reduced in the country. In spite of the fact that government has literally put more money into the hands of the people by reducing the income tax, reducing the GST, what has happened? Share market investors increased, real estate purchase increasing, gold, silver purchase increasing. But inflation is going down. Why it is going down? Domestic purchase, domestic demand, none of this is there. Getting the point? Domestic purchase, nothing is hardly happening. So inflation is less. If you remember 2 days back only, RBI reduced the repo rate again. Why? So that loans will become cheaper. Loans will become cheaper. People will take loan, construct a house, buy a vehicle, do something, do some purchase. That is the idea. So overall, if you see, inflation, even though a low inflation indicates, repeated, low inflation indicates a low demand. Any doubts over here? Correct? Demand is high, price will decrease. Not necessary for everything. Samsung, Gemel, like I told you, demand is high, price will decrease. Samsung, how it is? Demand is high, price will decrease. On what basis are you telling this? Anything where demand is high, price will increase, brother. Understand. Simple logic. Why engineers like me lost their value in this country? So many engineers. You throw a stone, simply you take a stone and throw, it will fall on an engineer's head. Too much of supply. Very low demand. Value came down. Why IAS is having such high demand? Supply is less. Demand is more. Price is also more. Arushi, not like that. Along with growth, you will have some inflation. If gold buyers increases, then why GST is decreasing? As in? I didn't understand your point, Arihar Sudan. Country needs demand, but why are people ready to buy? That is the next question. Are people really ready to buy? If you ask any salaried individual today, how many are really crazy to keep buying all these gadgets, etc.? In current scenario, in private field, what is the reality? Everybody are scared. When will be my job going away? Ask anybody in private field, that is their biggest fear today. So what are they doing? Clearing all loans. Little money extra they get immediately. Extra EMI, pay it off. People are not spending like how they used to spend earlier. Uncertain economy, and that is also the reason why gold, silver going on. Gold and silver, we don't have it in our country. You have to import it. So when you import gold and silver, you keep importing this. What will happen? You will have to make more payment in dollars. When you make more payment in dollars, what will happen to rupee? Rupee will come down. $1 today it is more than 90 rupees. Any doubts here? Any doubts? That is what I'm wondering. What is gold buyers increases and why GST is decreasing? Brother, gold you are purchasing, it is just that people with extra money are purchasing it. People with extra money. Others are going for share market, etc. The fact that gold alone will not lead to high GST. GST collections will actually increase when there is economic activity all over the economy. When people go to restaurants, people go to movies, people go to theaters. When was the last time any of you went to a theater? I was actually thinking of watching Durandar. Then I saw the whole movie is around 3.5 hours. I was like, not worth it. There was another Malayalam movie again which got released. But after watching the trailer, everything, I thought, I want to watch it. Maybe I'll watch it in OTT. Because going to a theater itself is like an expensive affair these days. So automatically what is happening? GST collections will go down. Clear, people? This is the bottom line. The rest of the article, please go through it. Tax ramp. It is a scheme that has been introduced in the textile sector. Tax ramps. Tax ramps. So when you read it, you feel as if, oh, okay, this is something high technology, nothing. Tax ramps. What it means is R for research, A for assessment, M for monitoring, P for planning and startup. 305 crore for a period of 5 years from 2025-26 to 2030-31. That's it. Samudrayan, basically, at 6,000 meter depth, we will send a 3-member crew inside a sphere made out of titanium that we will immerse. ISRO is constructing it. But still, many materials, syntactic foam, we are getting it from France. Steel replica tested to 100 meter, 500 meter trial is expected in April next year. In Norway, that test is being conducted. Titanium hull to be pressure tested in Russia. ISRO manufacturing 2 hulls. If you actually look at it, France, Norway, Russia, with them collaborating with them only, we are making this. Getting the point here? Correct. All right. With that, we come to an end of it. So, bottom line is, with regard to the GDP data, economy, internally, if you see, people are having money with them. It is not that people don't have money. People are having money. But today, it is channeled towards what? Investment. And I won't be surprised that people will be even investing in dollar. Why? Because somebody has actually predicted by 2030, probably $1 will hit 120 rupees. Imagine somebody who would have already invested in dollar back in 2014. Let us say $1 was around 55. And today in 2025, $1 is 90. Depending upon how much money they would have invested in it, they would have easily made a nice profit out of it. Got the point here? So this is the reality. The dollar demand is getting strengthened. Rupee is getting weakened. Now everybody are telling this. Oh, that time Modi, Manmohan Singh government was being criticized. Look, now what is happening? Modi has brought dollar to. It has nothing to do with Indian economy doing anything or not doing anything. Understand that very clearly. It is just that dollar has moved from strength to strength. And on top of it, one more thing that has impacted us is Trump's tariff on our exports. If you literally see, our exports have gone down. USA is our largest export market. Import, when you take, we have gold, then coal, then crude oil, then electronics. Whether UPA is in power, India Alliance is in power, or NDA is in power, Aam Aadmi Party is in power, nobody has an alternative for this. Gold, I will add silver also here, because gold becoming now increasingly expensive. People have started buying silver. They are like, gold nobody can afford, let us buy silver. Gold, silver, coal, crude oil, electronics. Where is the replacement for this in India? You don't have any replacement for it. We don't have any alternative. You tax people, you do tell people not to buy, people will still buy. This is the idea. Clear? People having impact, that is what exports are not happening. But at the same time, people are having money, so imports are happening. If you actually see, electronic sales have picked up. Crude oil, that is also, it is more only. Sales are more. Coal, it has increased because government is trying to ensure that uninterrupted electricity supply is everywhere. Wonderful idea. But where is the source for it? Coal, again, you have to import. Gold and silver, without, no Indian marriages will happen without gold. And it is an investment option. Getting the point here? This is the idea. I am talking about vegetarian. Okay. Is there any way to protect our privacy? Don't be there in social media. As simple as that. Don't be there in social media. It is as simple. The other day I remember in Insta, I think I liked some video or I commented something. I commented and immediately one student there, sir, aap yahan bhi. I am like, eh? Then I was like, kya hua? Why I cannot come here? Nahi sir, aap aa sakte hain. I was like, okay. Then somebody commented to that fellow who commented on my this thing that what is it? Why? What is wrong if sir comes here? I was like, oh my god, what is happening? So then I understood whatever it is, little bit of jo virality jo bhi hua hai. Now I lost the freedom to comment on somebody any video. Not that I was giving some gali or something. But even I cannot give a random comment also henceforth because that carries value now. So I was like, oh, okay. I will be very careful now. What videos I am liking, what videos I am resharing, etc. Renewable quantity, coal is not going down. No, coal won't go down because it is... yeah, Nikhil sir fan club. That is the next thing. One fellow actually created that. That too, it was like Nikhil Sur. Not SIR. Sur. Mile hum, what is it? Mile sur tera hamara. That one. That's Sur, I think. Nikhil Sur fan page. I told him, change the photograph, change the name. Then only I'm going to talk to you. So this is the problem. 2 hours. Ratnam Prince. Okay, Ratnam. This is water, by the way. Now, please go ahead. Ask your other questions. Class is over, by the way, people. Any other queries you have, you may start asking it now. Wait a minute. For my other batch. Okay. For my other batch now, because somebody gave me this idea, for my comprehensive current affair batch, CCA. How to protect privacy in 21st century. Essay. No word limit I'm going to keep because first you start writing. Learn to write first. I'll give you a brief outline for it. You will start with at individual level. individual level, what you will do? What can communities do? Then what can the state do? What can the judiciary do? What can the online platforms do? Internationally, what can be done? International, any examples are there? Any international good examples? Good, what is it? Good conduct. One, two, three, four, five, six. In these six, covering these 6 dimensions, minimum 6 paragraphs you will write. Minimum 6. Covering all these dimensions. All right. I am preparing for CLAT. Should I watch your lecture? Mega, I think you have been asking the same question a lot of times, or I don't know, it is a different Mega. Mega, please focus on your CLAT syllabus first. Yes, current general awareness related questions will come, current affair related questions will come. But again, look into it, how many questions come from current affair and how many questions come from static portion. Based on that, take a call whether you want to listen to it or not. Because ultimately, every competitive exam, the standard operating procedure for any SOP for any competitive exam is one newspaper you have to read. That is a must. I am covering the Hindu newspaper here. But your predominant focus should be on the other sections. Lekhana, 8 hours section revision current affair, 4 hours regular class, 2 hours optional 2. Sahil, just attend the classes, attend the class and read the notes. That is more than sufficient. Methods for making short notes. There are no methods as such. Short notes can be made only when you are thorough over the subject. When you have a complete understanding of the subject only, you can make the short notes. Otherwise, you cannot make it. See, Lekhana, the strict laws for aviation sector, like I told you earlier in the beginning of the class, the strict laws was that DGCA basically brought in certain rules and regulations with regard to the rest periods, especially. Rest periods for pilots, then the airline crew, all of that. And they gave timeline to Indigo Airlines also. They gave timeline. That is phase by phase by phase. You can implement these things. But the reality was that Indigo, again, the blunder Indigo did was, Indigo has a very lean staff. Lean staff means they were not hiring much. Very lean. That is, if just a couple of pilots and let us say air hostesses, if they go on leave, flights used to get stranded. So earlier you would have seen these videos, flights getting delayed and all that. But recently why it has increased is it's a holiday season. Everybody is traveling. So what happened? All of a sudden, some crew went on leave, many flights got delayed, and then it had a cascading effect. One after the other. Because you cannot push the pilot, right? Okay, 3 hours you drove. Now another 10 hours you drive again. Then again 3 hours. You cannot do that. You have to give them a break in between. So that is the reason this whole mishap happened. Due date. Whose due date? How beginners start current affairs and make comment on current affairs. Just start it. That's it. Attend my class. Attend it regularly. Initially, you will feel there are so many topics. Just like when you read a newspaper, you are seeing so many new topics. You won't be able to understand anything. But give it some time. Current affairs, if you are a beginner, it will easily take 3 to 4 months. Again, depending upon your grasp over and command over the English language. Due date. Oh, okay. Essay, right? Essay means pinky. Today it is December 6th. I'll give you 2 weeks time. Mind you, in this entire answer, again I'm telling you, I need concrete data. I need concrete laws. I need concrete examples. No hypothetical scenario, no general statement. There are so many issues in cyber world. What are the issues? You will give it proper example, proper statement. This is, consider this, it is called an essay. But consider yourself as an IAS officer or an IPS officer who is going to give a report to your senior. You must imagine yourself like that, and then only you should write. So your report should look like a government report, not something which a layman will write. An officer's report it should be. How did you prepare for SSC CGL maths? Kinda evil. Oof. First of all, let me tell you to all those people, don't keep these negative names even in your online names or whatever. Kind of evil, the devil, Satan, Lucifer. Don't do that. Words have power. Please understand. What you keep using, that is what you will attract. I have seen it around my life. Trust me, I am a little old. I have seen this. People who keep using a certain word or a certain sentence always in their life, they will attract that evil eventually. That is the reality. So please remove those names. The idea for SSC CGL, it is very simple. Go for online class, online tests. Join for any online test series. Take first test. There will be questions which you would have got wrong. There will be questions which you don't know. Maths I am talking about. Which are those chapters? So I used to refer Agarwal's maths. Maths book used to be there. That I used to refer and sit and study those chapters, by heart the formulas. Once I complete this exercise, then I will go to the second test. Then the third test, then the fourth test, and so on, like this. It is an essay. It is an essay, Ishika. You have to write it like an essay only. That is why I have not kept any word limit. Write it like an essay. Repeat the question again, Yogesh. Self-study strategy for 2027. Choose your optional first. Visit the PYQs. Find the topics which are asked most frequently. Prepare on those topics. Repeat the same thing for GS1, GS2, GS3, GS4, and even essay. Once you are done with all this exercise, then go for prelims preparation. Same exercise again. Start with the PYQs. Find out which chapters of which subject has been asked the most. Go to those chapters, study them. That is the strategy. Lekhana, this is basically for the CCA group. It is this exercise, the comprehensive current affairs batch. So the answers also what I showed you here, these answers are basically of my CCA students. For them only I am right now reviewing the answers as of now. So these are their answers actually, what they send to the group. So for there only I am reviewing it as of now. This was basically because somebody asked actually, sir, do you have a team to review the answers? Just to tell you and let you know that there is no team. Only I am the one who is reviewing it. In which age we should start earning money? As early as possible. How to different perspectives in this, like I see a single news, but you connect it in different ways. See, that will come only with age and experience. And it is not necessary that you should have that in-depth level of analysis and understanding. That is not really required. For example, I have already told this earlier also. That is, after that whole Justice Verma issue happened, I said this in class also. After the Justice Verma issue, most of the judgments now that is coming from Supreme Court. It is mostly pro-center. So if you see, they are asking CBI why can't you make CBI to look into cyber crimes? And again, what is wrong in using Pegasus for internal security? Supreme Court is asking. So most of the judgments, and again asking, why don't you set up a, some unit or agency to take down harmful online content? So all of this clearly points at one thing, that it is like becoming increasingly pro-center. And again, Chief Justice of India actually saying that, yeah, we'll try to bring in National Judicial Appointments Commission. So all of this clearly shows things are moving in favor of center. But that analysis, if you really see, it is not really required from an exam perspective. That is really not required. That is an connect which I felt. That is after that whole Justice Verma issue came, Supreme Court is not going and poking at the center. That we are supreme. Judiciary is trying to act like that. That we are supreme. We know everything. We are having control. Indirectly, I'm telling. Indirectly, judiciary interfering in everything. Even in matters of the executive. Alright, but nowadays you see, it is not so much. It is not so much. So this level of analysis or understanding, does an aspirant require? No, absolutely not. It is not at all needed. You need to only see when anything comes, maintain a complete pro-government attitude. Now, when I say pro-government, people will generally call me, oh, he's supporter of BJP. For the love of God, pro-government means you will be pro-central government, pro-state government, pro-panchayat, pro-municipality. Please understand. Because in our country, constitution is supreme. And constitution, who is the constitution? We the people have given it to ourselves on this date, this constitution. People. These are all elected representatives of the people. You will respect it. You have a problem with it also, you will use constitutional methods to protest against it. But when you are preparing for a government job, you don't have the luxury or liberty to constantly keep criticizing the government and then expect selection. Got the point here? You are not going to fetch anything. As I have told earlier, Congress is the most cleanest party in India today. Why? On whichever MPs or ex-MLAs, ED cases were there, today they have joined BJP. So which party are you going to support? A party which used to have thieves, or the current party who is harboring those thieves? So in politics, there are no permanent enemies and permanent friends. Please understand. You will be a fool to support one party against the other. Ultimately, all are mathematics. Every political party is only concerned about that 50% magic number, either in state legislative assembly or in the parliament. For that, they will form any alliance that is required. Any alliance. Please understand. So there is no point. You need to analyze anything, analyze it from political dimension, economic dimension, historical dimension, social dimension. That's enough. What are the standard of education in Kerala? Are they same as they were a decade ago? See, standard of education has fallen everywhere. Standard of education, it is universal, right? Universal when I say pan-India, it is the same, right? It is not that the rest of the country got upgraded in their education and Kerala education suffered. No. In fact, Kerala, you meet every other person whom you meet on the road will be probably a graduate, or even more better, postgraduate, which is the state with the highest unemployment in the country. People will say, Kerala sir, literacy sir. Kerala sir, literacy sir. That same state is only having the highest unemployment rate. Why highest? That many graduates, that many postgraduates, but no job. Clear? Arey yaar. Writer post is actually supposed to be there. It is, see, law and order depends from state to state because it's a state subject. It is a state subject. So to an extent, it is to do with the level of types of government that was there in Kerala. The people, everything matters there. Correct, Praveen B. Pillai. Postgraduate with no money. So bottom line is, if you again go back to that diagram again, the places wherever you're seeing this, right, where women are relatively not treated well, relatively, in all those places, you will find these issues. poor education, poor infrastructure. So if you actually look at it, we have water shortage, we have education crisis, we have high unemployment, we don't have clean air, but none of this matters. What matters is 4 lines of Vande Mataram. That is actually apparently very, very important. I'm telling you, right, after a certain point, when you prepare UPSC and when you're in the field of UPSC, totally going by facts and merit of a discussion or an argument, you will end up being apolitical. That is what I will tell you again and again. Stay apolitical. You support any one party, your life will get ruined. It is better to stay apolitical, but be supportive of government. Why you should be supportive of government? Because it is elected. Center, state, local bodies also. Clear? Sir, you think also in English? No, I think in Malayalam. Urban environment, stress and pollution. Dust contributes to 30% of PM10 in Mumbai. So some people who are staying in Delhi, they always blame. Delhi, the pollution level is because of stubble burning. Fine. If that is the case, means explain what is the reason for high pollution in Mumbai then. The real reason, be it for almost all the cities in our country, the real reason is dust. Huge quantities of dust. That is the main reason. Dust again because of construction. Because all these metropolitan cities, if you see, they all are what? Places of real estate boom, real estate mafia. Every day you will see some building is being built or some building is being demolished. Be it the construction of the building or be it the demolition. None of this are done in a scientific manner. Even though Supreme Court guidelines are there that you should cover it up, you should collect the dust, you should go and deposit somewhere. All that are there. It is not followed. Because Supreme Court can issue any number of guidelines that they want. It is ultimately left to the municipal authorities of that area. That is Mumbai means municipal corporation. Mumbai, to ensure that this construction follows all the checklists. They won't do it. Why? Because for any municipality, their biggest source of revenue, own source of revenue, is property tax. Jitna zyada property, utna zyada tax. More the number of property, more the number of tax. Why will any municipal authority let go of it? So construction, first issue. Broken roads, second issue. Third issue, vehicles. How many new vehicles are really on the road? If you really see, Indian mentality is very plain and simple. Middle class mentality, obviously, one vehicle, lifelong. That vehicle they'll keep using till lifelong. Because easily when you buy that favorite vehicle of yours, it will take at least 5 to 6 years to pay all the EMI. Then you will feel like, abhi to EMI khatam hua hai. Now only this vehicle has become mine. Now only the EMI has got completed. Let me feel the ownership. Another 6 years. 6 plus 6, 12 years. Until and unless that car, whatever you're owning, is not a Japanese manufactured car, whichever other car it is, the engine will be a gone case. Engine will be a definite gone case. And it will pollute. Diesel vehicles, you can forget it. Diesel vehicles are big trucks, big buses that ply in our country. I mean, you can, you want instant death. Just go and stand near a bus. The smoke that comes out of it is more than enough. Dark black color it will be, clearly indicating the health of the engine. Clear? Because the education system was never reformed. In the last 30-40 years, this is the first reform that has happened that is the last reform that took place in education was in 1980s. After that, they never updated it. Number one. Number two, in India, universities don't have the freedom to update the syllabus according to the market demand. They have to follow the guidelines of UGC, which is University Grants Commission. Until and unless a guideline comes from UGC, they will not update it. That is the reason we fell back. And if you actually see from the 90s onwards, this whole thing happened. get an MBA, you will get into this foreign company. You can work in USA, you can work in Europe. So India focused on creating employees for the developed nations. Parents used to say, my son is working with Wipro now, my son is working with Windows, Microsoft, etc. Parents took pride in it. We never took pride in what? Creating our own Microsoft or Apple. That is the reason. Mumbai PM 2.5 rose from 35.2 to 36.1 micrograms per cubic meter between 2019 to 24. One suburb recorded 434 micrograms per cubic meter. Only 400 of 1,000 construction sites installed sensors, 117 are non-functional. That means High Court actually issued guidelines telling what and all are the 28 guidelines were issued. In that 28 guideline, one guideline was to install sensors. In 1,000 construction sites, imagine 1,000 construction sites in Mumbai city alone. 1,000. Out of that 1,000, only 400 installed what? Sensors. Out of that 400, 117 was not working. Clear? Fortuner and Scorpio cars are getting banned. I don't think so, Harshita. Why will they ban it? Maybe diesel cars can get banned. That is a different scenario again. But they will not touch it like that because the higher end vehicles, your Benz, Audi, BMW, they all use it. I don't think it's a real news. Don't trust it. Let it come fully in the paper because government had earlier tried doing it. But that is again going to affect the country only because these vehicles won't get sold. These vehicles won't get sold, so India will be seen as a destination not favorable for the automobile market. So foreign companies will not come here, set up their factories or anything here. Polluting more, then they should first take out Tata's trucks, right? Nothing pollutes anything, the Indian roads like Tata's trucks. Which Tata's truck is there which is having, wow, what a nice smell, what fresh air is coming from the exhaust? Show me one. Clear? One major metropolis averaged above 100 micrograms per cubic meter for 15 years. PM 2.5 average in 2024 was 104.7. PM 2.5 exposure caused 3.8 million deaths between 2009 to 2019. That is 38 lakhs. 38 lakhs people. Lakh people got killed during this time period. Rising lung cancer in non-smokers indicates ambient pollution impacts. That is, earlier, if you are a smoker, if you smoked, more than 50% of the people who used to come to the hospital, etc., they were the cancer patients there. Smokers. These days, what is happening is we are basically witnessing that around women. 40% of the cancer patients today are women, thanks to the polluted air. Clear? Urban governance failures. State executives dominate governance. Municipalities have weak finances. Parastatals control core urban services. Large metropolitan investments prioritize mega cities over municipal capacity. Very quickly, I will tell you few information for you. So, Election Commission of India conducts elections for states as well as central. State, central government, correct? But State Election Commission should conduct the election of Panchayat and municipality. Who should appoint the State Election Commission? State. Which state governments never does. Why, I will tell you later. Next thing is what? There is a Central Finance Commission that decides on the fund sharing between state and center. How the taxes should be shared between the two. Ah, wonderful. ECI and CEC. ECI, okay. ECI and CEC. Ah, this one I believe, right? Like, oh, Ishvara. Ramya Sri Krishna. I and a Mone. Ah, oof. People, are you able to see me? Am I audible and am I visible? Just confirm it once again and please tell me from which topic we were about to continue. I hope this was done. Urban governance failures. Not this one. Yeah, we were here. This we finished. And we were doing this topic here, urban governance failures. And I just started explaining this. Both is okay. All right. The Election Commission of India conducts state and central election. It is a state election commission that is supposed to conduct the panchayat and municipality election. But state will never appoint the state election commission. SCC has to be appointed by whom? By the state. But state will never do that. Why they won't do, we will see it later. Here, Central Finance Commission has to decide on the distribution between the state and the center, the distribution of the taxes. So this is as per Article 324. This is as per Article 280. Similarly, between the panchayats and the municipalities also, State Finance Commission will decide the division of taxes between panchayats and municipalities. That is, whatever state fund is, state will have its fund, right? Within that fund, how much should go to panchayat, how much should go to municipality? It should be based on SFC's recommendation, State Finance Commission. But that also, state will not appoint it. Got the point here? State will not appoint it properly. Next thing. CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General, they will audit both the central account and state account. But it will be very surprising for you to know that CAG does not audit the accounts of panchayat and municipality. Got the point here? I am already in Bangalore, Akash. I am not going anywhere. All the people out there, I am living in Bangalore. I am not in Noida. I am not in North India. I am in the favorite city of my entire career, teaching career, Bangalore. Nammuru, Bangalore. Alright. So, what is the logic here? Logic is very simple. Panchayats and municipalities actually get large chunk of their revenue in the form of grants from center and states. How much is that money? 90% of the total money that panchayat and municipalities gets, that is in the form of grants. From where? Center and state put together. So, center is very clear. Center is telling, let us develop grassroots democracy, let us develop the panchayat, let us develop the municipality. But the reality here is state doesn't want to do it. Because if panchayat is doing all the work in the villages, that is road development, electricity, internet, food, everything panchayat is doing. Municipality is doing all the work in the city. Then why do you need a state government? What will state government do? Only law and order. Because all local level matters, sanitation, water, electricity, internet, is being taken care by the local bodies. Means what is the purpose of the state? So states doesn't like to give away powers to panchayat and municipality. So what do? They won't conduct the elections on time. Exception is again the state of Kerala. Very recently, the Kerala local body elections got completed. I think today only the results came out. Panchayats and municipalities, state don't want to conduct it. So if I don't want to conduct it, means how will I do it? Now I cannot say I'm not going to conduct the election. That I cannot do. Why? Because this is a constitutional provision. 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. I know some of you will say, sir, it is 72nd and 73rd. When it was introduced, 72nd and 73rd. By the time it was actually passed, it became 73rd and 74th. So, state, it's a constitutional provision that you should conduct election to panchayat and municipalities, and the election has to be conducted through state election commission. States are like, fine, we will conduct the election, but we will not appoint this body. Fine, we will decide on the sharing of funds, but I will not appoint SFC. That means financial freedom is taken out. Elections are never held on time. Automatically, what will happen to the panchayats and municipalities? They will have to bend down before the state government. Complete control will be there with the state government. How does state government control the panchayats and municipalities? If you're talking about panchayats in the rural area, it is controlled by the district collector. If you're talking about municipalities, it is controlled by the municipal commissioner. Both are what? Funding matters also. Any money that the panchayat or the municipality requires for any scheme, IAS has to sign it. Auditing reports also. CAG does not audit it. Ultimately, that auditing report also, that is also what? Blessing of IAS. That means municipalities and panchayats in our country are nothing but bureaucrat dominated body. Bureaucrat dominates there, especially you people, IAS officers. Kerala has no problem. Why other states have problem? Like I told you, Kamlesh, awareness. Awareness it is. I told this earlier in my PubAd class. I'll tell it here also. So one of my colleague, one of my friend again, whom I know who is working with the central government. So he was having an issue with his senior. Alright, his senior issued a order, an office order, telling that what are the duties of a clerk. Everything he wrote, and the last point, and any other work as and when required by the senior clerk should be done by senior superintendent or somebody it was. Senior superintendent should be done by the clerk without fail. Failing which the actions will be taken according to central civil service rules, blah, 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 he has written. It came in the email. My friend here, what he did, he took out a copy of it. Barged into. I'm telling you, barged. Not, what is it literally? Sir, excuse me, I have something to discuss. Entered into the assistant commissioner's office. GST department. Kept the order copy there and he said, what does it mean by the last point? So he just read it. Any other work given, what is wrong in this? What is wrong in this? So my friend, he just looked at him. He was literally showing it to me, literally showing all his Kathakali expression while he was narrating the story. So he said, oh, any other work means if he asked me to go and buy fish from the market, should I do that also? What does it mean by any other work? In which central civil service rules it is written that whatever work is given by the senior, a subordinate has to do. Which rule he has quoted? I want to know it now. Imagine. I am not going to disclose the state from which these other two officers are from. But my friend was from the state of Kerala and this had happened in an office in the state of Kerala. Central government office in the office of Kerala. Commissioner looked at it for some more time. Looked at him. Commissioner was like, you can let it go. It is not such a big thing. He was like, it's an official order. I want clarity. Commissioner just kept the paper on the side, took the phone. He called that particular superintendent office and he asked, what is this here? So he said, what is wrong in this? Superintendent also asked. Finally, my commissioner also asked the same question. In which rule book it is there? Superintendent started sweating, hyperventilating, was getting real angry. Commissioner just told him, listen, go change it and come. Remove that last line, the rest you can keep. My friend told he walked out of that that room, feeling like Bahubali. Do you think in other states will this be possible? Number one. Number two, will other states officers also will be so aware to the point where they will quote central civil service rules, show me where it is written. Question, food for thought. Getting the point here. This is how it goes. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ IISc. ಏನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಇವಾಗ? So this is the logic. Clear? Climate transition and coal phase out. India ranked 23 in the Climate Change Performance Index 2025. Coal contributes over 50% of the total energy and 75% of electricity. It is very easy to say, let us not use coal, let us not use coal. The fact of the matter is there are many places here in our country which are actually still in the dark. And renewable energy, whatever they are talking about, solar power, battery power, that power, this power, it has not reached to that level where we can replace coal and make it very profitable. Got the point here. So it is never going to be easy. We will have to rely on coal at least for a few more years. Renewables are, coal contributes over 50%. Renewables are half of the installed capacity. But only 1/5 of them are in generation. That is the beauty. Installed capacity, we have reached half. Installed capacity means 50, that is 100 giga, total energy is 100 watt. That 50 watt installation has been done of what? Renewable energy. But only how much is working? 1/5. That means, let us say 100 watt is the total. 50 watt we have installed. In that 50, only 1/5 is working. 10 watt is only actually working. Remaining, it is yet to start or yet to take off or yet to reach that critical level. Absolutely. IIT Madras last year and I want to crack UPSC. ரொம்ப நல்ல விஷயம் கண்ணா. ஆனால் ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து உன்னோட இன்ஜினியரிங்கில் நல்லா ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணு, நல்ல வேலை கிடைக்கிற மாதிரி மார்க் ஸ்கோர் பண்ணு, கேம்பஸ் பிளேஸ்மெண்ட்டில் ஒரு நல்ல கம்பெனியில் வேலை கிடைக்கிற மாதிரி பர்ஃபார்மும் பண்ணுங்க. மீதி இருக்கிறது அதுக்கப்புறம் பார்த்துக்கலாம். It's okay. It's just some local conversation. Don't worry. Nothing important from UPSC perspective. Chile cut coal from 43.6% to 17.5% using carbon tax and stricter norms. So Chile brought it down. From coal, they brought it down from 43.6 to 17.5. See, Chile can do it. It's a small country. Diversity is very, very less. It's common people, common culture. In our country, the moment we want to bring electricity, one section will say, we did not get electricity. Another section will say, oh my God, my environment is in danger. Clear? This is the point. Yeah, I was speaking in Tamil, by the way. Kamal Hassan voice. If Kamal Hassan hears it, he will commit suicide. My good Lord. India may lose 3 to 10% of GDP by 2100 from heat stress. Before that, we all will die, so don't worry. Nothing to worry here. Infant mortality rises 14% per 1 gigawatt of coal capacity increase. Babies will die faster. Why? Particulate matter 2.5. They will tell you already in our body. I will dawe ke saath I will tell you already in our body we have PM 2.5. We have microplastics. We have antibiotics. So there is a very good chance that why youngsters are dying anywhere between in 30 to 50 years. And yes, not to forget, we also have Dhira, 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 E Sultana. Dhira, 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 E Sultana. All this we are having. So 30 to 50 years, there is a high chance that people will die of heart attack, brain stroke, and other cardiovascular diseases. Because stress levels also, if it develops inside your body, not necessarily that everybody should get a heart attack. Lungs can get affected, liver can get affected, your pancreas can get affected, anything can get affected. Alright. Now some people are there who are God's children. They have wonderful parents. You people, you are very lucky. Alright. I am talking about the majority here. All these factors are there. My point of telling this is, if you survive beyond the age of 50, go and celebrate it. That is, I am right now in this zone. Tick, 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 tick. Kuch bhi ho sakta hai. So I checked my horoscope. They said that I will be a witness to all the global warming because I've done enough karma that I will stay alive for a very long time. Alright. So that is the thing here. Naturally reducing eye power. I don't know. But you will have to, it is better if you go for a LASIK surgery if the doctors are suggesting it. Alright. Coal phase out is possible only by 2050. That is what they are telling. By 2050, what would have happened is a good number of population, like I told you, between this age would have already died. And the youngsters who are there right now, they are already in that phase where, no, I don't want to marry, I don't want to have children. Clear? Sir, is something going good? Well, your heart is beating, right? That's good news. You're still alive. And now coming to all the economic related topics. Correct? I am. In village, so no pollution. Good. Telugu, Kadu, Radu, I think you say, right? Telugu, I tried learning. It is very difficult as far as I have seen it. It's a little difficult for me. I know only a few words here and there. Yemendi and all that. I am not very fluent. I mean, I don't know ABCD of it. Open market operation. What is open market operation? Open market operation is the thing where RBI will give money or pay rupees to the banks by government securities. What are government securities? That is another discussion altogether that we will do on some other day. As of now, understand some papers, some certificates, they are buying from the bank. Think of it like that. They are buying the certificates from the bank and they are giving the banks what? Rupees. So banks will have more money with them. Okay. Banks will have more money with them. Buying or selling it is. Both it can be there. RBI does this. So now banks will have more money. More money is there with the bank. When more money is there with the bank, next question. How does a bank make money? Banks, will they make money from loans or will they make the money from deposits like fixed deposit, current account deposit, savings deposit? From what will a bank make money? Arshita, I am with you. Okay. Repo rate is different. My dear Sai Kumar Dasavatu. Big can of you. Loan, everybody clear? Sunanda, Aditi, loan. From loan only they make money. Because we pay interest to the bank. Deposit is what will give you. Devika JH. Devika, when you put money in the bank, deposit in the bank, you earn money. Correct. Bank is giving you interest. Banks will not get anything out of it. But when I take a loan, that is where banks get their money from. Because monthly they are getting a return. So loans are the real assets of a bank. Deposits are liabilities. Because tomorrow if you go, Devika, if you go tomorrow and say, give me my money, they have to give it to you. They have to give it to you. Got the point? That is why this is a liability, whereas this is an asset. So more money is there with the bank. Now when more money is there with the bank, will banks try to give more loan or less loan? Next question. When banks are having more money, will they give more loan or less loan? I'm having more loan. I'm a bank. I have more money with me. So will I give more loan or will I give less loan? More loan. Clear? More loan. Kunal, please restrict to the topic under discussion. I cannot take an entire monetary policy in a 1 hour class. No economics faculty also will be able to do that. Stick to the topics here first. When repo rate, reverse repo rate comes in the newspaper, that time we will clear it. This is not an economic class. Please understand. This is a current affair class where we have to touch on all the core topics. More loan, all are clear on that. So more loan. Okay. So we are clear on this. They will like to give more loans. Fine. But public is there, na? Public is there. When will public go and take money from the bank? Public, when will they take a loan? Will they take it when interest rate is high? Or when interest rate is low? Arihar, that means the bank has collapsed. Bank has failed. Not when they, why not? It's not about when they need. Obviously, people, nobody will go to a bank, just like that. My question is very, very clear. Learn to answer to the question, people. When interest rate is low, you are clear on that? Clear. So, therefore, bank should keep low interest or high interest then. If more money is there with the bank, banks have to give loan. That means interest rates, they have to keep it low to attract the customer. That means the pathway is what? So it comes down, more money, it goes for more loans. From more loans, it goes for this, and from there, it travels this direction. This is the path. Clear till here? Got this picture till here? In this particular case, that is what RBI did, putting more money into the banks so that banks have more money. They will lend at a low interest rate to the people. People will come and buy it. Clear till here? Now, $1 million question. Why will RBI do this? RBI is doing this simply because inflation is less. Inflation is less. That means overall in the economy, demand is not very high. Because the logic is very simple. If demand is high, what will happen to the price? Price will increase and therefore inflation will increase. But if demand is low, there will be a price drop and inflation will drop. Getting the point here? Automatically another question. Why has inflation decreased? Because if you look at it, 145 crore people are there in this country. Agreed, some are children, some are old people. But still, we are a huge economy. Then how is it that this is at low inflation? Because if you look at it, a few months back, what did government do with the income tax? More than 12 lakhs if your annual salary is, only then you need to pay the income tax. GST also, they brought it down. Both of this was done by to put money into hands of people. Got the point here? To put money into hands of people. But later they discovered that has not happened. Ulta, what happened was, people started clearing EMIs. Foreclosure of loans. Purchase of gold plus silver, land plus property. This actually increased. You know why? Uncertainty. You have no idea when your job is going to go. So rather than buying all those stuff, basically they decided, let me clear my EMI. Let me purchase gold and silver. Let me purchase property. Because property prices will increase. Very good. Share market also. I'm coming to that. Thank you for reminding. Who is that? Harihar Sudan. Very good. Share market also, if you notice, domestic investors kept on increasing. Even when foreign investors were leaving. Got the picture? Domestic investors entering share market. Foreign investors are leaving. Now you are going on closing EMI or foreclosure of loans. What is going to happen with the money available in the bank? Again, more money is available. Everybody are coming and closing it. So to increase that only, to encourage again the lending process. On one side, what are they doing? They are doing what? Open market operations. On another side, one more thing they did. Reducing the repo rate. RBI did this. What is repo rate? Repo rate is the rate at which banks borrow from RBI. RBI, bank. RBI will give money. Banks will have to pay interest at whatever repo rate. At repo rate, banks will pay the interest to the RBI. RBI will reduce the interest, means what? Banks have to pay lesser money. Again, bank will have more money, so that bank will lend out. One thing. Plus existing EMIs, whatever are there. If you have taken a property loan, vehicle loan, etc., their EMI and all will come down. So EMIs will come down. Again, I will have more money in my hands. Got the point? Reverse repo, not now. Not now. Because if I touch reverse repo, I'll have to touch on cash reserve ratio, everything. Got the point? The idea is to put more money into the hands of the bank, so that banks will lend it out. And again, reduce the EMI, so that ultimately people will have money. Purchase of gold and silver. What did that lead to? Gold and silver, it is not really available in our country. So what is the next thing possible? You will have to import it. Is it not beneficial to have less inflation for middle class? For a large country like India, if the inflation continues to be very low, that only it's a sign of that the economy, hardly any growth is happening in the economy. Inflation, when you are talking about middle class inflation, whatever we are suffering from, let us say high property prices, that is still there. Petrol, diesel prices, that is still high. Then which inflation are we talking about? Okay, food and vegetables. That is hardly a part of our budget. Education, school tuition, college tuition fees, salary, etc. Where is it reducing? All those prices are still very high. This has increased what? Increased the imports. And that has led to what? Rupee value depreciating. $1 today is more than 90 rupees. Land and property going up. Well, this is like money is locked. Correct? You buy the land, you leave it there. Then after years together, you will sell it. That's it. There is any chance to decrease gold cost? There is no clause. Jayashri, just because you have gold reserve doesn't mean that all are capable of commercial extraction. What is commercial extraction? That is, there is an input cost involved in taking out that gold, then converting it into the usable format. Then that much cost what you have, right? That should be very less. But that is not the case. The commercial extraction cost is very, very high. You cannot extract it. Clear? This is the point. Coming back. Open market operation purchase of 1 lakh crore announced. 50,000 crore was purchased on December 11. Another 50,000 crore purchased later in the month. 50,000 crore purchase means government securities. 3 open market tranches of 20,000 crore each for January, February, totaling 60,000 crore. 3-year United States dollar Indian rupee swap of dollar 5 billion announced in December. Separate 5 billion swap scheduled on January 31, 25, injecting 43,000 crore on February 4, 2025. 6-month swap withdraws the same liquidity and maturity. Previous 5 million swap on April 26 matured in October. Variable rate repo of 50,000 crore scheduled for February. Liquidity deficit widened to 3.13 lakh crore on January 27, 2025. What does this mean? What does this term mean? That is dollar Indian rupee swap. This is again done by RBI. What RBI will do is RBI will tell, listen, I will give you rupee. You give me your dollar. To whom? To the banks. Why is RBI doing this? Why is RBI doing this? Cost or technology? What is the difference, Mr. God? Cost itself means it will cover cost of everything, right? Land, labor, capital, technology. How is it that cost or technology you are telling? Technology, what is the iron ore extraction? That similarly, gold you have to extract out from an ore, basically from a rock, let us say. That cost should be there. It should not be very high. That cost should be reasonable. If it is too high a cost, nobody will go for it. Got the point? Silent UPSC prep, just look at the track record of gold since 1970 or 1960. Show me 1 year where gold prices crashed. 1 year. To increase Forex reserve. No, Aditi. That is where we make the mistake, because the explanation lies here, over here. Swap is a liquidity tool and not to support rupee. Okay. Forex reserve. Fine. That I will agree. Sorry. I was talking about Vinay here, to maintain the rupee value stable. No, Vinay. It has nothing to do with the exchange rate. Understand that. RBI. Where did that go? Yeah. RBI gives rupee to the banks and takes this dollar only to manage the liquidity in the system. And as rightfully pointed out by Aditi, this dollar that goes to the RBI from the banks, it goes where? To the Forex. Got the point? It is to not to protect the rupee, not to maintain the exchange rate. That I have been hearing since a very long time. See, mortgage bubble, Sethu Rajan. Mortgage bubble was to do with started with the real estate sector by inflating the prices of properties. Inflating the prices of properties only, it went. That is how the bubble started in the first place. That is something that was only worth 10 rupees. You're telling, oh my God, this property is worth 1,000 rupees. That is how it started. Then to insure the load, you got an insurance company also. That is how the bubble kept on increasing. What you're forgetting here is gold is something which a woman loves to wear. That is what people are ignoring here. Got the point? Gold is something which is given as dowry. 1 kilo, 2 kilo, 3 kilo. If in the entire world the demand for gold goes down, it is never going to die in India thanks to the system of arranged marriages. Simplest logic. You have another counterpoint for that? I'm open to debate. Got the point here? Real estate also, if you see, it will go up, crash down, go up, crash down. It will go. That is, for example, there would be at one point in civilization, the cities of Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, etc. would have had very high value because advanced cities, very well developed. Correct? Back in the good old days. Later, Kolkata, the entire Bengal region was considered to be richer than Egypt. Today, will anybody say that about West Bengal or for that matter, Kolkata city? Kolkata city cannot be compared with any other city in India. I know many people from Bengal will now probably not like what I said, but let us talk about facts here. Does Kolkata attract the same amount of investment what a Delhi or a Hyderabad or a Bengaluru or a Chennai will attract? Good for thought. So always there the changes will be there. Gold, you take the graph. Gold, you take the graph. Got the point? That is never going to change. And you are going to become a husband tomorrow. Trust me, 90% of your problems will get solved when you buy a gold chain and gift it to your wife. I mean, obviously, every day you won't be able to do it. That is a sad part. But that is the reality. So whoever will say, na, gold prices will crash, gold will go to crash. And whenever they say, gold prices have decreased, okay, then you will open it up. What has happened? 200 rupees has decreased. Vareva. What am I going to do with it? Clear with this? The next term available over here is this variable rate repo. What is this variable rate repo? Variable rate repo means RBI will not fix the interest rate. Interest rate is fixed by the banks, by auction. RBI will say, banks will say, okay, I can only pay this much interest rate. Give me this much money, like that. Why all these methods put money into the economy? Because that is not happening. Economic growth is not happening. 100% problem will be solved if you don't marry. Arihar, Sudan, still problems will be there. You marry, you will have problem. You don't marry, you will still have problem. Then marry and have problem, na? At least you'll have one more person to share the problem. But it will become a problem if the person you marry itself is the problem. Problem of problems. Reserve Bank of India comfortable with rupee above 90 per United States dollar. What is this comfortable? So normally when dollar demand starts increasing, what will happen to rupee value? Decrease. Correct? This demand can rise from two reasons. Either it is an international demand. If international demand of dollar is increasing, can RBI do anything? Can government do anything? International demand of dollar is going up. Can RBI do anything? Government do anything? Indian banks, Ritesh, why will we give to foreign bank? And why will foreign bank take rupee? I like it, Mr. Yashasvi. Mr. Yashasvi is a guy or a girl? Devame. Oof. Half of the time I get confused with the gender here. Correct, Aparna? Why US dollar is used as reference standard? That is history given in macroeconomic textbook, 11th standard textbook, 12th standard textbook, NCERT it is given. How we started from the fixed exchange rate system. So earlier it was gold. Gold was the standard. That is, gold was used as the standard for trading. Later people understood gold will not work out. Then they moved to dollar. Today internationally 5 currencies are recognized. Dollar, euro, pound, Japanese yen, Chinese yuan. Yeah, they have an institute in Chandra layout. You are a guy. Yeah. Sorry. Fine. Yeah, I was just checking. Yashasvi. Not because I have a poor memory. Both cannot do anything. That is, I have told this multiple times. Sometimes, our Nirmala Sitharaman has told, it is not because the rupee is doing bad. It is because the dollar is becoming strong. And we would have made her troll out of it. You go to your father and say, it is not because I failed. It is because the others passed. Don't ever try that stunt. You will get a nice slap. But what Nirmala Sitharaman told is absolutely true. Rupee need not do anything. Rupee will be simply sitting and wondering, why to do $1.80 now? And suddenly, dollars demand, if it goes up, that could be any n number of reasons. US economy is growing, or there's a sudden interest in investments coming into US bonds. Just like our Indian government is having government bonds, government securities, there are US bond, US securities. If other countries or even private investors, corporate companies, businessmen, they decide to invest in US bond and treasury, what will happen? Dollar will keep growing up. Rupee will be like, oh, what is happening? What is happening? Rupee will go down. Got the point here? Rupee will simply go down just because dollar's demand is going up. Clear? This is the point. On top of it, what are we also doing? We are also importing. What and all we are importing? Crude oil, gold, silver. That also let me add here. Electronics. Is any component, any of this entity, do we have it in India? We don't have. We don't have even one thing. Crude oil, 86% is imported. Gold, more than 90% is imported. Coal, 50% of our electricity needs still met by coal. Silver, electronics, silver imports increased by 5 times. Electronics, again we don't have. Which Desi brand we have? We import everything. So all this will have what? We have a huge import bill. So always what happens is our import is higher than our exports. So ideally then what should have happened? Rupee should have hit a rock bottom. Correct? But then who comes to the rescue? Remittances, foreign investors. Remittances means what? Remittance means the amount of money that is sent by Indians who are staying abroad. From USA to Japan, Africa, Australia, they will send money home. That is remittance. Any money that comes into the country, foreign currency that comes into the country, is good news for India. Exports will bring dollar into the country. Remittances will bring foreign currency. Again, for ease of understanding, dollar only I will put. FII plus FDI, both will bring what? Dollar into the country. So even though on one side we have very high imports, This other side of the dollars will somehow balance it. Somehow balance it. In addition to this, RBI does a rescue operation to protect rupee. See, anything that is excessively in demand, how do you kill the demand? How to kill the excess demand that is there? You supply more. Aditi, we used to do that limitation. We used to put a limit. Only this much limit you can import. We used to put it between 1951 to 1991. And that is how the D gang was born. Smugglers, dons, gangsters. How did they start? They started by smuggling it. Now, for example, simple logic I will tell you. Now, they have again increased the cigarette prices, right? Dawe ke saath, take it from me, you're going to see illegal cigarettes entering into the country. Smuggled cigarettes. Malaysian manufactured cigarettes, these are. Very, very long. No warning, nothing. Plain cover packet. No warning on that also. Very intense it is. Smuggle and bring it here and sell it. It will be still steeper than the Indian cigarette. Clear? Sunny is saying, increasing how? We can increase the value of rupee na. How will you increase it? Rupee value to increase, there is only a way. You have to increase your exports. What are we exporting? Textiles. Service sector. We are also exporting Indian men to other places. But other than that, nothing great we are exporting. We are not exporting gold, whatever. We are not exporting those things which are of value. Textiles, etc. Every month will people buy clothes or what? No. And wherever you are selling it, whichever countries you want to sell it also, it is not that they are having a huge population like India. So our export is very, very less. How did China become such a huge player? How did China become a huge player? China's exports are more. True, dollar value, it is absolutely true. Whenever dollar value, when it picks up generally the gold prices will come down. Why? Because every investor will go to dollar, thinking that dollar is giving better return. Let me go and invest in dollar. People will go for that. Ulta scenario, when people go for gold, slight decrease will be there in dollar value. Slight decrease will be there. But India will not get any benefit of it. Why? Because of our imports. Crude oil, gold, silver, electronics. Keep this in mind. As long as this is there is by no stretch of imagination we can improve anything. This we cannot touch anywhere. The only way to change things is what? Improve our exports. But that also now it has been affected by what? Our largest market is USA. And that idiot Trump has actually kept a 50% tariff. So this also you can forget. Got the point here? Correct, Aditya? Crude oil, the CO is crude oil. Arun. Got the picture? And coming to FII and FDI, what is FII? FII simply means foreign investors investing in the Indian share market. FDI means what? Literally, you are investing in the country. Completely. Say for example, Amazon. Mexico, let it put. Mexico is not a big player. For us, the real issue is USA. Getting the point here. Higher interest might attract foreign investors seeking better return. Harihar Sudan. It is true. I'm not denying it. But still, it is of no use. NRI accounts also can bring in money. That is what you call an NRI account. NRI is depositing. But it is still not sufficient for this. So normally what RBI used to do was, whenever this $1, let us say from 80, it is becoming 85. From 85, it is becoming 88. From 88, it became 89. Whenever this happens, what will RBI do? RBI will sell dollars. Where will RBI get dollars to sell from? From Forex reserve. This time RBI did not do that. RBI was like, agar girna hai to girne do. Let if the price of rupee has to go down, let it go down. It is okay. RBI did not even bother. See, there is a reason to that, because first of all, let me tell you, more than being an export driven economy, we are actually what? Indian economy is actually internal demand driven economy. That is, on the outset, it will look, oh my God, $1 has touched 90, has broke, is more than 90 rupees. Indian economy is suffering. It may look like it. It is not true. It is not true. Got the point? RBI is not activating manager floating because it will affect internal growth of India. Not necessarily, right? Dollar rupee value, how it will affect? Dollar rupee value, how it is going to affect internal demand? Internal demand is it's actually led by what? Whether people are having money in their hands. Liquidity. Liquid cash does Indian people have, and are people ready to spend or not? Got the point here? The RBI does not want to intervene there. RBI is like, let it go down now. It is okay. Let it go down. Let as of now, let us keep it like this. Why? When dollar value, if rupee value depreciates, will it benefit export or will it benefit import? Correct, Jayashri? Very good, Yashasvi. Export, export, export. Correct, Phoenix? No, Arihar Sudan. When the currency value depreciates, a depreciating currency value will always encourage export. And an appreciating currency will always encourage imports. In other words, if your currency has a very high value like dollar, then you will buy rather than manufacture it, which is what USA is doing. This is how USA has become the largest importer in the world. Because dollar value is so high, right? Practically for them, it is easier to get their work done from outside rather than do it in their own country. What are they manufacturing? Just think about it. What manufacturing do they have in USA? Tesla is there, one or two companies here and there it is there. But otherwise, if you look at it literally, they are the largest buyers in the world. IT services outsourced. Defense technology generally outsourced. They are pharmaceutical companies that is there in China. They don't have most of their manufacturing units. They don't have it there in USA. Got the point here? Example of depreciation encouraging exports. Best example is again what? China. China is purposefully, China's currency, for China is a country where it is an export surplus country. They export much higher than they import. So ideally Chinese currency value should be hitting very high value. Higher than even dollar. But they won't do that. They won't allow Chinese currency to pick up like that. China is purposefully devaluing their currency. Devaluing means what? Artificially keeping the currency value low. Why? So that exports will increase. That is how China is able to maintain what? manufacture everything. Buy nothing. Clear with this? Yanalu Nagaria. Yanalu Nagaria, it is not just about whether it is excessive or not. Most important thing is for this to happen. That is exports to actually improve. Why is it happening in China? Why it is not happening in India is China, if you take, they are great in technology. They have the best manufacturing base. Internet, transportation and logistics. All these are doing wonderfully in China. Whereas in India, if you take technologically, we are backward. Manufacturing base is very poor. Internet speed, we face around 20 to 25% loss in internet speed. Transportation and logistics, it is costlier in India. And on top of it, compared to China, labor charges are higher here. China has the rare blend of labor is also cheap there. Technology is also great there, making their cost of production very low. So they can sell their product anywhere they want. That we'll have to ask China. Absolutely cheap labor. Chinese factories, right? Chinese factories today, when it comes to fitting parts, fitting and screwing the parts, they are using robotics. They are using robots. Day in and day out. What is the advantage? No need to switch on the light. No need to switch on any light. Keep the whole thing totally dark. Robots will work. Robots do not need eyes, right? You only need to program it. The whole thing is programmed in such a way that robot will come. It moves. So with robotics coming in, powered by AI taking over the manufacturing or the manual jobs there, what has happened? The labor market is filled with an excess supply. And wherever excess labor is there, labor cost will come down. See, obviously unskilled work only, right? Which labor job is involved, where skill is involved? Tell me. Which labor job is there where skill is involved? For example, now in India, most of you, Sadhana, the answer is here. See, we need not depreciate rupee, Sadhana. Already rupee value is low. But we will never get a benefit in our exports because our technology is not great. What technology of India is great other than baby manufacturing? Labor prices compared to China, it is very high here. Manufacturing base, what manufacturing units do we have? Internet speed, 20% lesser than China's average speed. Transport and logistics, 20 to 25% costlier. Then you take Indian railways, Indian ports, Indian airports. You can no way, by no stretch of imagination, you can compare it with China. The other answer, Lavasa brand is the right. Lavasa, I think you people will be using it. That Lavasa brand is there where, for example, the price of those tops are very less. Why? Why it is so less? Because it is not done by laborers. These are all machine cut. One huge godown is there. A machine is there. That machine cuts the cloth and stitches it. That is why if you notice one print or pattern in that medium, small, large, XL, etc. That is like perfect. You take another brand, it will be the same size, not 1 inch here or 1 inch there, which is not possible with a human being, because human being, even if I stitch 10 kurtis of same medium size, thoda upar niche jayega, but not with the Lavasa brand. Why? Complete machine it is. So what happens to the overall price of it? It comes down. Where you use a machine, automatically price comes down. Got the point here, people? Any doubts so far? Correct? Shanu. Even to the Titan and Pinnacle batch out there. I don't know whether anybody is there from those batch. Some are there. Correct, Aparna. Maximum transportation still happens by road. Why does it happen by road? Because it is cheaper. In India, if you have to actually take anything through the freight trains, freight train means goods train. It's very costly. Number one. Number two, there is no end-to-end connectivity. You will get it. See, first of all, you will get it very late because we don't have any dedicated freight corridors. That is dedicated railway track for carrying your goods train. That we don't have. Very limited only we have. So more often than not, what happens? The goods train will be stopped for the passenger train to cross. Or the passenger train will be stopped for the goods train to cross. So it will take a lot of time. Then finally it reaches the station. From the station, I have to take it to the go down or I have to take it to the port. Who will again I'll have to pay for what? Loading, unloading and all that. Ulta, what is better? Directly from city A. From the go down, only put it in a very big truck, overload it, and start making it go. From there to maybe city B. Then maybe maybe the driver will end up with an accident and he will call and say, Malik, thoda galti ho gaya Malik. December 15th, I think. New batch will start. Naveen. Anjali. Thank you. Somebody is there. Any doubt here, people? Any questions? Because it is China, they will simply use it, even if they don't want to use it. Correct? Born in India, brought up in Dubai till the age of 13. Definitely, Farhan, high accident rates will be there, right? Because see, the real reason is, first of all, you must understand 86% of the vehicles that plies on Indian roads, they are two-wheelers. Two-wheelers who are actually the John Abrahams of the road. No helmet, nothing, and they always have that penchant. Bangalore especially is the worst. Only left side they will overtake. Only from left side. That too on your blind side they will come and overtake. I don't know what is the logic. Always. Accidents will increase therefore. Madurai incident, it is still sub judice, my dear. Sound Studio 7238. And I'm not going to discuss such controversial, useless, religious, biased topics. At least we as aspirants of an exam who are planning to write NDA, SSC, UPSC, etc. should stay above caste and religion. Alright. There are few more topics still pending here, economic wise, which I will try to cover in the next week. Because this again, I can rush through it, but that will not serve any purpose for the Pinnacle as well as the Titan batch here. So don't worry. Some 4 points, 4 tables are remaining. You will get the PDF, but explanation, I'll take it over next week. 2027 optional PSIR. Already to 2027. For 2026, one is running. Better join that, Anjali. Already it has started. Please go join. Okay, Ajay, what is this Kolkata incident you want me to discuss? Please put it up. Messi Stadium incident. What incident it is? Please put it up. Entertain all of us. I mean, enlighten all of us. When will the new English batch start online? Class is over, by the way, people, if you don't have any other doubts. Now, academic part is over. Let us take up the non-academic doubts, starting with the comprehensive. CCA people, I have already given you a task. Please carry on. I know I have not, reviewed your answers. There has been a delay so far. It's only that our current affairs classes was piling up, preparing content, everything for it. But from Monday, I have decided to do something. Hopefully, God willing, everything will go smoothly. Monday onwards, your answers will be evaluated. All right. So don't worry. So finish off that essay work what I gave you. When to shift to Prelims from Jan. Impeachment motion of Madras Justice. Your views. What views? Let them file it. It is a democratic country. Opposition has every right to file such petitions. It is left to the Speaker of the Lok Sabha whether they want to take it up or not. Already one petition had gone there for the impeachment of Mr. Justice Verma, which never reached anywhere. Now let us see whether this will reach anywhere or not. 99.99% nothing is going to happen with it. More than being it being a political stunt, I'm not expecting anything great to happen out of it. In the CCA group, Comprehensive Current Affairs group, you can only join the group if you have enrolled for my Comprehensive Current Affairs batch. Does China have a competition monopoly? First of all, is it even a term, competition monopoly? Because monopoly and competition is like a paradox. Where you have monopoly, there is no competition. And where there is competition, there is no monopoly. China's case is a clear case of monopoly, no doubt about it. There is no other country in this world with a huge population, good on technology, good in logistics, good in transportation, literally good in everything, and having a low labor cost also. China has that is all the ingredients, whatever is necessary to set up a business. China has it. So China continues to attract investments for all those said reasons. I am from 6.0, literally scaring from current affairs. Priya. Why are you getting scared of current affairs? See, current affairs simply means you are reading the news. Number one. If you are too scared, one suggestion I will give you is obviously my own batch. There is a CCA batch which I am running, Comprehensive Current Affairs batch. Now, how is it different from this classes what we conduct on the week is that is a little more elaborate. That is a little more elaborate. For example, now this one topic what we saw now, this economics, that one topic I had taught in almost 2.5 hours. I took and taught that topic in its entirety. In its entirety, I taught it there. Because there it's exclusively how to understand that concept there with clarity, because it is important. So some topics I go in depth. So the other day I took a topic basically which was like to do with mental health and everything. Because there is a difference, right? When you take classes for obviously 2 days in a week, it's actually 3 days. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Wednesday we are doing backlogs from May 2025 onwards. Monday and Friday we do that week's current affair. Saturday it is a summary. It is a summary or a revision of the entire week's class. So it is a nutshell here. Because please understand, current affairs, if you literally see, oh, then he's only teaching very less for us. Titan and Pinnacle, don't think like that. Because you must understand an entire week's current affair, to wind it up in 2.5 hours, it is literally impossible. To teach it in depth and cover all the topics, it's practically not possible. I'm telling you, because that is the level with which topics are coming these days. Last week also we had to conduct a special class. Next week also we'll be conducting a special class. I cannot help it. That is the way current affairs have been coming since this year, January onwards, for all your good luck. So one is, if you are not having financial issues, join this batch. Visit PW website. There you will see what is the price of it. Number one. Number two is what? Attend the YouTube class. Attend this YT class here. Plus read the MCA, monthly current affair compilation. That is all you have to do. Otherwise also I will tell you, your worry should not be on current affair. Current affair, if you follow it for 3-4 months, it will take for you to get a grasp over it. Because you are literally doing multiple subjects every day, which is not easy. So you will have to give it some time. It will not happen in one single go. Like you watch a reel in Instagram or something, this is not going to go into your head. It will take time. It will take time again. So you will have to give it some time. Till then, you will have to wait. Clear? Your real worry should be always, always, always the GS subjects: polity, economy, environment, geography, history, science and tech. These subjects plus your optional plus whatever is not covered in it in the GS mains paper 1, GS 1, 2, 3, 4 essay. This is what you should worry about. Because only if your foundation is strong, updated with current affair, you will score. Only focusing on current affair, more and more current affair will make you a faculty like me. Clear? Anjali, whole week's current affair will be done. I am not disputing it. But again, I will pick and choose the most important topics. Please understand. You just go through the paper. You only want me to read out the news. Okay, this happened, this has happened. I can finish it. In-depth discussion with wide coverage, covering every topic with the current load of current affair, it is not possible. That is what I am telling you. I am not asking that everybody should join. No, if you are having a minimum level of understanding of the concepts, do this. Attend the YT class. Attend the summary class on Saturday and go for your MCA. It is nothing to do with misguided and all. This batch, comprehensive current affair batch, was started because of the demand from the side of the students that we need exclusively a batch for it. That is the reason we started it. There is no other reason for it. Because one day, how are you expecting? Just think about it now. One day, an entire week. If you really see you're also already in there in YouTube, right? You'll be watching videos in YouTube. You're literally seeing daily current affair video being uploaded by other academies, etc. Minimum you put 1 hour you keep. Not even one hour you keep. 5 days in a week you take, that itself will come to some 5 hours. Overlap, etc. you take out, still it will come to some 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours in a 2.5 hour class. How are we going to cover it? That's the logic. The thing is, here you attend the class, you cover the remaining from monthly current affair compilation. Challenge will be, some topics will be there where you will have to put in a little more effort. CCA class means I will take my own sweet time. Plus on top of it, I am reviewing the answers. That is also there. I am directly reviewing it. Nobody is there to assist me. Nobody is there to help me. It is my own handwriting. That is the point. Any MCA is fine. You should decide whether it is a means to serve or a symbol or a success or whatever. How you view it, that is how things will be. You are going to see it as, yes, I am somebody powerful, means you will also become like this Instagram celebrities. These days you can see IAS, IPS officers going on uploading. Have you ever noticed one thing? When these IAS, IPS officers who are active on Instagram, when they upload a photograph, not one photo will have bad lighting or a bad pose. Always it's correct lighting it will be. When you or I try to take a selfie, our photo will look worse than our Aadhaar card photo. That is show off of power. The real silent ones who are actually serving the nation and the public, they don't have time for all this nonsense. Bakwas. Anxiety attack. Go meet a psychologist. Go meet a psychologist. Go get into therapy. Anything else from my CCA batch or Titan batch or Pinnacle batch? Anything from there? IFO's exam, an optional subject. Forest service, what is there? Optional subjects I don't remember, to be very honest. Please visit our website. It will be given there. Optional subjects, whatever is given, pick it up. I know only one thing, that Forest Service cutoff is very, very high. Prostitution and problem of population. From where did you get that topic, Mr. Vikrant Chacha? If there are no doubts, you may leave. Those of you who have no doubts, you may leave. Class is over. Happy weekend. ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್, ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Because I love the subject public administration. I'm yet to see that movie Durandar. Apparently, people have a problem if the ISI agent is not from Pakistan, who is a very good-looking female, and there are no songs between Indian raw agent and Pakistani ISI agent. There is not a song, and there are steps like Jhume Jo Pathan and all that intelligent plot twists, etc. Where always they are chasing a rogue Indian agent, To catch a bad Indian agent, we are taking the help of Pakistani ISI agent. Other than like how... I forgot his name. Answer has said in one of his podcasts, other than tying and untying the nada of their pajama, what else do they know? Why do Indians need their help? So if the plot twist is not like that, then people have a problem. That movie, as far as I have understood, is they have shown what is Pakistan for what it is. That is the reason why even Middle Eastern countries have banned it, because it is anti-Pakistan. That is what they are telling it. Helpful for NDA. Countless number of times I have said this. We are discussing current affairs here. One or the other way, all these topics can come to you as a group discussion in your GD, and you have a prelims there. All these basics also can come over there. So these are all important. What do you think about Sanchar Sadhi? Kushi Kumari, I only know that much of information, whatever is given in the media as well as given by the government. As far as from the government it is concerned, government has basically made it very clear in more terms than one, that it is not involved, it does not actually snoop over your data or anything, and it is entirely voluntary now. Now it is voluntary. Earlier they had asked the companies to pre-install it. So now it is voluntary. Only if you want you can install it, otherwise you are free not to install it also. So the controversy dies with that. On the other side, what they are talking about, there will be a compromise on data, there will be a breach of privacy, breach of security. Well, my counter question to all of them is, you have given your data to Insta, you have given your data to Facebook, you have given your data to WhatsApp, you have even given your data to Truecaller. Basically, countless number of apps, whatever is there in your phone, all those companies have access to your data, access to all your information. So it is just a foolish thought to think, or a silly thought to think, that your data is not at all compromised and nobody has access to it. Already foreign companies have access to it. And if government wants, government can track your data. It is not necessary that they have to install an app there. Gaming 7422 pixel. It is important that you should visit the PYQs. Those of you who are going on asking me how much should we prepare, etc. You are asking me because you have never done that simple exercise called visiting the previous year questions. Only when you visit it, you will get to know to what extent you should prepare. Because even after telling it, I've seen the YouTube comments also. One lady went on to the extent of telling, this is how they can sell their course. Studying PYQs alone, you are never going to clear anything. Actually, no. In India, so I was going through the sociology optional when I was taking classes in Bhubaneswar. So I went there thinking that people would have taken up PubMed, but I got to know everybody is doing sociology optional, majority in the class. So I told them about this PYQs. They were like, no sir, we don't know how to analyze it. I told them, do one favor for me. Get me at least last 10 years PYQs. Sociology. They said, yes, sir. Okay, we'll bring it. Then we sat down. I read the first question. And I remember it was about some Marxian ideology, Karl Marx. I told them, okay, Marxian ideology it is, Karl Marx. Now you start, so everybody is having each year question paper with one or two people are holding one question paper from one year. I told them, your job is only one thing. Which year, if in your paper Karl Marx is there, announce it out. Don't read the question. Just the word Karl Marx is there, it is enough. Because when you're studying about Karl Marx, you'll study it in full. You're not going to study it in part. They all agreed. Believe it or not, we started doing this exercise. %98 topics were repeated. We didn't stop with 2013. I went a little more back. 2012, 11, 10, 9. 9 till 9 we went. Because after that, it was difficult to get the questions also. Till 9 we went. 98% questions were on spot. On dot it was. Whole exercise would have easily taken from evening we sat down after having a tea. And I think it went till 9 o'clock or something. I literally saw that shocked expression on the students' faces. They were like, sir, that means all we have to do is prepare. I said, that is all you have to do. Prepare it topic wise. So Karl Marx has come maximum number of times. So what will you do? You'll prepare it in depth. One or two thinkers were there which has come only once. Then after 10 years, a second time it came. Prepare it only for 2-3 pages. Enough. That's it. That's all you have to do. So PYQs, please visit it again and again for the upteenth time, especially of UPSC GS 1, 2, 3, 4 and your optional. Automatically you will get to know how much you have to study. Current affairs, any which way, any exam you are talking about, you will have to deal with one newspaper at least. Topics, as you can clearly see, only 2 topics I have put today. One is straightaway economics and the other is G Ramji Act. I mean, whoever is finding the names for all these acts, you know, we should give them an award. MG Narega, which we all used to say every now and then. Now that act has been replaced. And as usual, needless to say, I have always told you the Hindu, being a left-leaning paper, has lost their entire self-control. They are crying royally. They are like, no, ye galat hai. This is not right. Ye ho nahi sakta. Ye galat hai. They have started already. It is a little comical to watch it. But let us understand it if we finish this economics topic, which we had left off last week. The reason being that, see, these topics, whatever you're seeing here, whatever concepts you're seeing here, this is not the first time it has appeared in the newspaper this year. This had actually come back in January. Then it had come somewhere around April, May. Then again it is coming down around now November, December. So goes without saying, it is repeatedly coming in the paper. And it is nothing but a complete revision of almost the entire core concepts of economics. So it becomes very important that we revise it or we study it properly. So let us take it up from the top again. Open market operation purchases of 1 lakh crore announced, 50,000 crore purchased on December 11, another 50,000 crore purchased later in the month. 3 open market operation tranches of 20,000 crore each for January 30, totaling 60,000 crore. Then, so open market operation. Then you have 3-year United States dollar India rupee swap. Then finally, the variable rate repo. These are the 3 key terms that we saw last time. We will get to it. But before that, let me take you to what is really going on with the economy. Rupee weakens, trade improves, inflation falls. What is really happening here? Is Indian economy really struggling? Or is Indian economy doing incredibly good like how the government is saying? Being a UPSC aspirant, I have always told you, let us support the government, be it the state government, be it the central government. State is Congress, center is BJP, I don't care. State is CPM or Trinamool Congress, center is BJP, I don't care. Elected governments these are, we will support it. That is our job. So that part is kept aside. Now the $1,000,000 question. Are we doing well or not? We need to understand this. So let us get to the basics first. Government, did they increase the income tax? Very recently, did they increase the income tax? And did they increase the GST? My question is that. Did the government increase the income tax slab or decrease it? Did they increase the GST slab or did they decrease it? What has happened? Overall income tax, overall GST. What has happened? Has it increased or decreased? Decrease. Yashasvi is telling decrease. Simran is telling decrease. Dharani decrease. 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 All right. Again, as usual, 11th, 12th and other classes, please wait till the end of the class. I have batches here, students sitting from the remotest corners of this country trying to figure out a subject here. So let us cater to them. So income tax, they had brought it down. Why decreased? You're not even reading anything, any newspaper, Mr. Subhash. Income tax slab was, oh, okay. Only those people who has to pay, whose income is about 12 lakhs need to pay the income tax henceforth. Anything less than 12 lakhs, you need not pay anymore. In other words, income tax burden has decreased. Similarly with GST, now the slabs have changed. Because of the change in slab, overall GST burden also has come down. So overall burden of the taxation, let me put it that way so that there is no confusion. Decreased burden of taxation from both income tax as well as GST. Very good. Very good. Decrease so that public can spend. Very good. Battle OPS files. So automatically, will people have less money in their hands or will people have more money in their hands? Next question. When the tax burden decreases on the public of India, will people have less money to spend or more money to spend? Okay. Exact value, good. More money to spend. So, in economics, we actually call this as a case of we use the word liquidity. High liquidity. Got the point? We have a case of high liquidity. So, more money in the hands of the people. Ideally, when more money is in the hands of the people, more money is there, liquidity is high, what should be happening to the demand? What should happen to the demand? High demand situation. Correct? Demand should increase. If demand increases, what should happen to the price? If demand increases, what should happen to the price? Price also should increase. And in that case, what should happen to the inflation then? What should happen to the inflation? Inflation goes up. Correct? Inflation should go up. Everybody got it till here? Till here. This is what was supposed to happen. All right. This is what was supposed to happen. Any doubts here? I seriously wish I could have banned a few people from this YouTube comment section. Unnecessarily spamming it. All right. But this did not happen. High liquidity did not lead to an increase in demand or an increase in price. Then what did people do with the money? Next question is that. People are having money, but they are not, did not lead to a high demand, a high price or a high inflation. Because November data tells us that inflation is very, very low. How is that possible? And what are the people doing with the money? The thing is, liquidity is there. From high liquidity, what has happened is, this has actually led to a behavior where EMI foreclosure, clearing the loans, number one. Number two, real estate. Real estate means what? Buying and selling of land. That went up. Number three, purchase of gold, purchase of silver, and an increase in mutual fund and systematic investment plan or SIP. Got the point here? Any doubts on this? Any doubts? People are investing in real estate, increased in gold, increase in silver, SIP. People, now let us take one by one. Each of this, what, now see, this is not a, what is it, only this people did, that is not what I am telling. But these are the main things that they did. Alright. One by one, let us take and let us see the impact. If EMI foreclosure is being done, is it good for the economy or bad for the economy? Is it good or is it bad? If it is good, why? If it is bad, why? Agreed, Jayashree? Why it is good, why it is bad? Policies from same company. I'm talking about EMI. EMI. Foreclosing your loans. Why it is good? Foreclosing EM, foreclosing. if I thought if I write loan foreclosures, happy. Now tell me. Bad because banks don't get interest. Not exactly, Kajal, or even Simran. See, ideally what is happening is money is going back into the banking system. Banks will get money. Banks will become more stable in terms of what liquidity what they have. They can now give more loans. That they can do. So banks will be actually having enough money with them. Banks will be happy. Very good. Reduced financial stress. That is the correct thing. Got the point here. Banks will be, it is good for them. Short term bad, less spending, demand falls. That part you leave. Yanalu Nagaria. What I am telling is loan close, foreclosing on loan, is it good or bad? That is my point here. Short term, long term, you leave it aside. Let's not complicate it now. All right, let us see the next part. Real estate purchases are happening. Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? Purchasing real estate, again a good thing only, because obviously, be it building construction, buying of properties, sales will happen. In a way, it is also good. This is also good. Now let us come to gold and silver. If people buy more of gold and silver, is it good or bad? Gold and silver, when it is being purchased, is it good or bad? Money can be locked. That I am not denying, Divya. Money is locked in a real estate property. That I am not denying it. But still, we must understand something. Something is buying, something is being sold. So, money is exchanging hands there. So, that is not an entirely bad thing. Economic transaction is happening there. But in the case of gold and silver, what happens is neither do we have gold nor do we have silver. We import it. Import increases. The gold is considered as a safe haven or not, that is not the point here, Dharani. Impact on economy, we are seeing it over here. We are not trying to see whether it is good for us or bad for somebody. We are seeing it from a longer perspective. Is this okay or not? In this particular case, it is good because banks will get their money earlier. Here also, if you see real estate is happening, that is also good in a way because money gets exchanged. But in these two cases, gold and silver, it goes up, import goes up. Very good, Yanalo Nagaria. Trade deficit increases. So import goes up. What will happen? Trade deficit can increase. Now, $1 million question. What is trade deficit? Condition where import payments are greater than export earnings. Got the point here? import payments are more than export earnings. Why so? In India, what and all do we import? We import basically crude oil, coal, gold, now silver, electronics. As you can clearly see, for these 5 items, there is no replacement. There is no way by which we can replace this with some other commodity. Got the picture here? Exports, what are we exporting? Textiles, spices, you know, those items where we don't have any major, let us say, a USP. It's not like our unique selling point. We are also selling textiles. Egypt is also doing it. Bangladesh is also doing it. So we have competitors. Whatever India is exporting, we have competitors there. Whereas whatever we are importing, we don't have any other alternative for this. Got the point here? Clear, people? This is the reason why always the export, India is having a trade deficit. Clear till here? Any doubts? Anybody? All 10th and 11th, wait till the end of the class. Don't spam the chat section. You're still in your 10th. You first learn to cross 18 first. Then we will decide your UPSC preparation. As of now, I have students to take care of who are giving their, for them it is do or die next year. When trade deficit goes on increasing, or in other words, let's see here. Import payments are more than export earnings. Which currency is in demand? We'll see. Which currency is in demand? Dollar will become strong. Dollar. Dollar here. So dollar is in demand. Dollar demand is more. When dollar demand increases, what about rupee? What will happen to rupee when dollar demand goes up? Rupee value will depreciate. Hold on, Ishita. Hold on. Rupee value will depreciate. Because the simple reason is, to get this dollar, everybody will keep. How do you get the dollar for the payment? I have rupees with me. I go to the bank, I give, here, rupees, here, take the rupees, give me the dollar. So the more I keep selling the rupee, buying the dollar, what happens? Dollar value will keep on climbing up, rupee value will decrease. Got the point here? Selling rupee to buy dollar. You're like, take, give. So automatically what happens? Rupee value will go down. Because you have to pay for the imports, Divya. Varna import ke liye from where will you make dollar? We cannot ask RBI to RBI ji, thoda dollar print kar liye na. We cannot do that. So we will have to get the dollar. And dollar again, when it comes also, you have to get it from international market or you have to get it from RBI. Whatever it is, whichever way you are going to get your dollar, you have to exchange the rupee and get it out. Automatically what happens? Dollar's demand will shoot up. Getting the point here? Pulsio of now 240, pulse of now 247. See, dollar value depreciating in terms of euros of European Union, that is different. That you leave aside. That you don't try to tag it with here. Indian rupee value only we are trying to see now, because Indian rupee and how it behaves with respect to dollar, that is what we are trying to understand. Got the point here? Now taking it out. Selling rupee to buy dollar. Till here it is done. So in other words, whenever you have a trade deficit, what it will lead to? It will lead to what? Rupee depreciation. Clear? Clear till here? We'll come to that. We'll come to that. It will keep increasing. Okay? Now, the next $1 million thing is sold rupee to buy dollar, leading to rupee depreciation. Now, let us take a hypothetical scenario where export and import are perfectly balanced. Export we are doing only $100. Import also we are doing. Import also we are doing $100. All right. Mr. Harshit Rajput, if you are buying one chocolate from abroad, how are you going to buy it? I had a student who used to take part in this. He was a state shooting, rifle shooting champion he was. So he had to get his equipment from Switzerland or somewhere, Switzerland or Sweden, the gun. So for that, he went and paid. He had to make payment in the bank. It was some this many francs or something it was. That he exchanged rupee first to buy the Swiss francs. Then only he was able to purchase it. So that is how always it is done. International or whatever. So see, if there was no restriction at all, simply anybody can buy anything means, then trade would have happened aram se. We wouldn't have had to worry about currency depreciation. Imports, you need to restrict for this reason, because you cannot simply allow people to buy anything and everything that they want. If that is the case, then why can't we buy Benz, Audi, BMW, Rolls Royce, etc.? Aram say, I agree, 100% import duty is there. But otherwise also, why can't we buy it easily? Simply let us all go and buy rupees only, right? Come on, let's buy it. No. Because when you keep buying a foreign product, what happens is foreign currency shoots up. Domestic currency goes down. Coming back over here. 2010, $1 was 40. 2025, $1 became 90. Is this appreciation or depreciation? Is this appreciation or depreciation? 2010 to 2025. Depreciation? Appreciation? No. Rupee, in terms of rupee. Depreciation of rupee, very good. Muttu Mageshwaran. Depreciation. Everybody are clear on that? Now observe. Export was $100. Import is also 100. This is steady. So 40 into 100. This is like 4,000 rupees earning. Here also it is 4,000. When currency value depreciated, $100 became 9,000 rupees. This also became 9,000. Observe these two values. When currency depreciated, who will be happy? Exporter or importer? Who will be happy here? When currency depreciated, that is from 2010 to 2025, currency depreciated. Looking at the values, who will be happy? Exporter or importer? Exporter? Exporter? Correct, Harshit. Exporter only, because obviously, look at it. Exporter is earning more, right? Correct. Exporter is earning more here. When the currency depreciated, exporter is earning more. Importer, on the other hand, has to pay more. Nobody likes to pay more. Got the point here? In other words, clear till here? Clear till here? Any doubts? So when currency depreciates, export will get benefited. All right. This is a standard thing. But why is it then that our exports are not increasing? Our exports, unfortunately, the problem is Indian exports, some problems are there. Technology is poor. Our manufacturing base is also not so great. Our logistics cost, that is overall transportation from the factory to the go down to the port, that is also very high. Internet also, if I am going to factor in here, internet speed less, electricity supply is always interrupted. We don't have steady electricity supply also. Because of all this, Trump tariff will come to that. Because of all this, tell me, what will be the cost of production? What will be the cost of production? Definitely high. So the sad story with Indian exports is that our cost of production is high. So cost of production is high means automatically what will happen? Price will become high. It will not be very encouraging for exports. Got the point here? Clear? Now building on the same point. What did I tell you? If you have depreciation, exports will increase. Let us look into one example here. Chinese example. China, obviously, if you look at it, China has high in technology, high in manufacturing base, very low logistics cost. Compared to India, even the labor charges are very low. Electricity supply is top notch. And so is the case with internet. So because of all of this, what happens? Cost of production in China is very low. Got the point? Understood this? Cost of production in China being low. Okay. Now, automatically, what will happen to the exports then? Will China's exports be more or China's exports be less? Exports will be more, correct? Exports will definitely be more. So in China's case, exports are much, much higher than imports. That means they generally have a trade surplus with almost every country that they do trade with. So that means more and more people are buying Chinese products. Correct. More and more people are buying Chinese goods. The Chinese exports are more means demand for Chinese currency will be what? Less or more? Demand for Chinese currency. If China is exporting Chinese toys, from toys to rare earth elements, everything they are exporting, what will happen to the demand for Chinese currency then? It will increase. It will increase then. What will happen to its value then? Value also should go up. Correct. Demand is going up means value of currency will go up. In other words, what it means is appreciation of Chinese currency. Correct. Value should be increasing. But China will not allow it to increase. China purposefully keeps the value low. In other words, China devalues their own currency. We will come to that. We'll come to that, Shikha. Why are they doing it? That you can do. You can artificially do it. See, I can actually do that actually. That is, if I am the central bank of a country and if the government is telling, hey, keep this as the value henceforth, you can do that. I can fix the value. There is nothing, no power in the world can stop me from doing that. Oh, special process and all. It is basically called managed exchange rate, managed floating or dirty floating, you call it. That is, even though currency's value is supposed to be determined by demand and supply. That is, if the demand for the currency is very high, currency value will appreciate. If the demand for the currency value is very less, currency value will depreciate. But sometimes there is something called as managed floating or dirty floating. Dirty floating means central bank will intervene or central bank will artificially fix a value. Artificial it is. It has nothing to do with demand. It has nothing to do with international economics, trade relation, nothing. They are telling, no, this is the value. Ashte, finished. End of the discussion. But why will anybody do that? Let us see this here. 2025, $1 is 90, and let us hope by 2030, $1 becomes 80. All right. See, people in the YouTube community, if you really see, there are a bunch of Amul babies, Nibba Nibbis. Can't help it. So if I actually look at the YouTube community, literally my blood is boiling. My BP is increasing actually in this Bangalore cold weather, to be very honest. So forgive me if I'm ignoring your comments. Follow the class. What is this? 2025, $1.90, $1.80. What has happened? Has it become, has the currency appreciated or has it depreciated? Appreciation. The serious aspirants, just follow the class. Okay. Can't help it. So this is a classic case of appreciation. Now look at it. Earlier you were earning 9,000 rupees as what? Export earning. Now it became 8,000. Import you had to pay 9,000. Now it became 8,000. Now tell me, in this, who will be happy? Importer is happier, obviously, because he has to pay lesser money. Exporter is not happy because he is getting lesser and lesser income. If you look at this, and if I conclude now, currency appreciation actually increases more imports. It becomes cheaper and cheaper to buy the products from outside rather than manufacturing it in your own country. I will repeat it again. Cheaper to buy rather than domestic manufacture. Best example here is that is the reason why USA is a largest export market for India, China, basically all any major country you take, USA is the largest export market. How, sir? You understood till here, Mr. Amit Chowdhury? Currency appreciation leading to higher imports. And I also showed you here very diagrammatically, beautifully I have explained it here. Your earnings actually decreases. The more you try to export, your earnings decreases. And it becomes cheaper and cheaper to import. So automatically what happens is people will prefer to what? Buy things from outside rather than manufacture it here. Take USA itself. What is manufactured in USA? What company? What product? Apple iPhone also that you're talking about. Its AirPods, etc. are manufactured in China. The technology for it, it is outsourced and it is being maintained by some team sitting here in India. The chip, etc. that is coming from Taiwan. They hardly have any manufacturing facilities there in USA other than maybe nuclear energy, defense department, defense related hardware, that is guns, bombs, etc. Most of whatever they manufacture, be it their pharmaceuticals, medicines, that is in China. Nike, Reebok, Levi's jeans, manufactured in Bangladesh, India, other poor Southeast Asian nations. There they manufacture it. What else is there? American cars are a total tragedy. Their car manufacturing is pathetic actually. Hardly I think one Ford is there, then one Chrysler is there, Lincoln is there, 2-3 car companies which you would have probably, other than Ford, I don't think you would have heard the other two. Because we don't even have it in India. Nobody will prefer to drive an American car. First of all, it is very costly to manufacture them. They're very expensive. Because they are made in USA, they're damn expensive. Got the logic here? So, USA outsources everything. USA needs anything, they outsource it. Best example, take the IT services. They've outsourced it to India. Got the point here? I'll come to that, Kumari. I'll come to that. I'll come to that, Joya. I'll come to that. Don't worry. So understood till here? Till trade deficit? Any doubts? Vishaka, you're right. Appreciation of currency is not entirely a good thing. When sudden appreciation happens, instead what it should be like, it should be step by step. Because that appreciation in value should actually translate to lower cost domestically. That is, let us say there comes a day when Indian rupee is becoming $1 is equal to 1 rupee. Don't laugh. Okay. A day comes where $1 is 1 rupee. That means $1 is 90. Today, 1 liter of petrol also, I know it is around 100, but let us, for ease of calculation, okay, let us keep it at 100 only, leave. 100. 1 liter is 100 rupees. Correct? A day comes where $1 is 1 rupee. That means for petrol, if I am going to pay, I should only pay 10 rupees. And I should get 1 liter of petrol. Got the point? Then it is advantageous. Appreciation of currency shouldn't simply happen internationally. It should happen domestically also, where I pay less and get more goods. Back like the good old days. I go to a shop, 10 rupees, 15 rupees means I can eat. Pet barke I can eat. Then it is good. Got the point? Then it is good. Outside currency is appreciating, but inside we are still having high inflation. That won't work out. Rayar Farouk, hypothetical situation. Hypothetical. Imaginary. Okay. And never say no. Anything can happen in economics. 20 years ago, if somebody would have told that Chinese currency would become an international currency, people would have laughed. No economist or no financial expert was able to predict that China, there will come a day where Chinese currency will become an international currency. All right. All right, people. You people, अरे यार अभी तो थोड़ा लाइट हार्टेड हो जाओ. It is impossible. हो नहीं सकता. Why? Hypothetical scenario. Shanti. Anilom vinilom. All right. Now to the other question what you people asked. If everybody, if USA is buying everything, then how dollar has high value? How dollar is having high value? Now I will give you another scenario here. When inflation is very high, what will happen to Interest rate in banks. I know. Increase. Correct. Hold on to this thought. Hold on over here. This is called a bond. All right. What is a bond? Bond, imagine it is just like how you will put gold as an investment. I mean, in the bank, you'll pledge the gold, you will give the gold based on the weightage of the or the grams present in the bank will give you money. Monthly, you will have to pay an interest, and after 2 years, 3 years, whichever time period it is, on that last date, you will have to give the principal amount back. Correct? That is, let us say, I gave my gold, bank gives me 5,000. Monthly, maybe I'll have to pay, let us say, 50 rupees interest for maybe 3 years. So 50 into 12 is what? 1 year. 50 into 12 is 600. 600 into 3 is 1,800. That is the interest that I pay. At the end of the 3 years, if I want to get my gold back, I will have to pay the principal amount. Principal amount, I'll have to pay it back. Only then I'll get my gold back. Short term is there, long term is there. Hold on. Got the point? Understood this? More or less the same thing. A bond also works like that. The US Treasury bonds are there, but this is the face value. This is the date of maturity. This is the coupon rate. Face value means what is the value written over there. $1,000, $1 million, $10 million, etc. All right. Maturity date means what? The date when that bond matures. 10% is the coupon rate calculated on the face value. That is, it will be always what? $100. 10% of 1,000 is $100. Now, two scenarios here. If demand for bond is high. No, not at all. I am just talking about plain bond here, how bond functions. If demand for bond is high, what will be the price of the bond. What will be the price of the bond? I'll do one thing. I'll just hide that YouTube comment section for now because more and more buggers are coming in. Very sorry to the serious aspirants. कम से कम class तो चलेगा ढंग से. Let me focus on my paid batch students here as of now. Very good. Price will increase. So there is a possibility that $1,000 people will be ready to pay, let us say, $1,500. Correct? $1,500 also people are ready to pay for this. Don't you think it is a loss? Because something that is only maximum value is 1,000. I am ready to pay, no, 1,500. Because high demand. Okay, high demand. So if you look at it, I have the bond with me. Okay. Okay, I paid the money. I got the bond with me. Already I am in loss, minus $500. Correct? Already I am at a loss. 10 years later, I gave 1,500. I bought the bond. 10 years later, whoever it is, he will say, I will say, no, what is it? Somebody who is buying the bond, they will say, hello, maximum value is only this much. I won't give you more than that. Minus $500, already I am at a loss. But still, what about my coupon rate? What about that? Coupon rate. It is always calculated on what? The face value. For 10 years, how much I will get? $1,000. 1,000 minus 500, my net earnings is $500. This is called yield. Got it? High demand for this bond. Okay, my bond, let us say US Treasury bond, my bond, I gave it. 1,500, somebody paid. Now that person is having it. Let us say Aditi is having it. Aditi paid 1,500 and took it from me. Alright. He took it. I got 1,500. In the future, but I will say, hello, I am not going to pay 1,500 and all. You were the one who bought my bond. I won't pay. I will only give you maximum 1,000. Whatever is the face value. That much only I will give you. I won't give you more than that. Aditi was like, oh, okay. So already she got a loss of minus 500. Already it is there. But thankfully, because of the coupon rate, she made some money in 10 years. $1,000 she earned. Final yield is 500. Alright. That final earning, that is what you call yield of the bond. Observe this. Okay, now keep this side. What if it is the ulta scenario? Demand for bond is less. Therefore, price is also less. People are only ready to give $500 for what? $1,000 bond. That means already they have made a profit of plus 500. Then yield also they will get. I mean, coupon rate. That will give them how much? Coupon rate will give them another $1,000. Total yield, if you see, it becomes $1,500. Observe now. When demand was high of the bond, price of the bond increased, yield of the bond decreased. This side, when demand decreased. Price of the bond decreased, but yield of the bond increased. Clear this? It will take some time. Go through the numerical values once again, then you will understand. Go through the numerical values again, then you will understand. Why do you need bonds means it is not just the government that will issue bond or RBI or central bank will issue bond. Anybody can issue. Adani can issue, Ambani can issue. Why? Even I can issue a bond. Hypothetically speaking. Now don't tell, no sir, you cannot issue. Obviously, I know I cannot issue because nobody will buy it. What guarantee is there I will return the money? And who am I basically? What are my economic credentials? Zero. But when Adani issues a bond like this or Ambani issues a bond like this telling that, say, I am issuing a bond, they are borrowing from the market. And market will be ready to buy it from them. Why? Good return. Because it is Ambani, because it is Adani. Why are Ambani and Adani issuing bonds? Because if I am the person buying the bond, for me it is an investment. For Adani and Ambani, this is the quickest way to borrow money from the market. Got the point? Otherwise, going to SBI, Ambani and Adani, sir, I am Adani. SBI manager will like, come after 3 p.m. Go at 3 p.m. Come after 5 p.m. Then come next year. I don't know. Anybody who has gone to SBI, they will know one thing for sure. You go there, they act as if we have asked for their kidney. Like that they behave. So getting a loan from a public sector bank is never easy. What is the other easier thing to do? Issue the bond, put it in the market. Public will buy. Public will buy it. Why? Investment it is. Because you get coupon rate. For Ambani and Adani, it is easy. Why? Because they can get easy money. So this is how it works. All the very best, Aditi. Keep an account in SBI just so that you need a loan. Never use the credit card from SBI. Server down. That is the next issue. Half of the time server is down. What we need for prelims is price of a bond, yield of a bond has an inverse relationship. When price of the bond increases, yield decreases. When price of the bond decreases, yield increases. Inverse relationship. This is what we need for prelims. I don't have any personal history, Yashasvi. My friend who had applied for this normally in the malls or in the railway stations, these SBIs, I don't know what you call them, banking correspondents, I believe. They will come with these forms, SBI credit card, SBI credit card. Now an offer is there, offer is there. So what she did, she went and applied. Okay. Before the credit card reached her home via post, that card got hacked. I'm not joking. This has genuinely happened. I'm not at all joking. Got the point here? That is the logic. Anyway, this much you understood. Your safety and security. That is the main reason. Vishaga. Poorest safety it has. Mostly when you see these credit card frauds, if you see, they will never reveal the bank's name. But if you go a little deeper, one or the other online source will say it was an SBI credit card. That is the thing. So SBI credit cards, stay away from it. So clear till here. Now let us move on. Let us understand why did I bring it here? Inflation, interest rate. When interest rate is very high in a bank, when interest rate is very high in a bank, will people park their money in the bank or will people take loan from the bank? Next question. When interest rate is high in the bank, will people put their money in the bank or will take money from there? Park their money, park their money. All are clear on this? Park money in bank. Correct. That means when interest rate is high, demand for bonds decreases. Why it will decrease? Because compared to the return that I will get from a bond, I will get more return if I put my money in FD in the bank. So demand for bonds will go down, price will go down, yield will increase. This is the logic. And when will interest rate increase? Obviously, when inflation increases. Inflation is more. Got it? Correct? ये रिश्ता आ गया यहाँ तक. Inflation leads to high yield. It's a possibility, Vishaka. It's a possibility. All of this you must understand. I am not telling that it will definitely lead to or it must happen like this. No. It may, it can. That is the logic. Because what we are, all these hypotheses are being made on the assumption or presumption that the demand and the taste and the preferences of the consumers as well as whatever the producers are manufacturing, there is no change to it. There is no change to the existing tastes and preference of the consumers as well as the nature of products manufactured by the producers, then there is a chance for this. All right, here. One lock got opened now of economics. Now, next logic. Rising US yield is one reason why Indian rupee is suffering. Let us try to understand that. US yield is rising. That means what will be the idea? Yield is rising means price is declining, means demand is declining of US treasury bonds. Correct or wrong? Yield, they said it is increasing. That means there is only one way when yield is increasing. That means price is less, demand is less of US treasury bonds. Correct. Now let me ask you all a question. Okay. You are all having, let us say, 100 crore. That we will see later, Vishaka. Is there inflation in US? Yes, some amount of inflation is there. Not denying it. If you are all having 100 crore in your account, will you or will you not invest in USA? Now, don't come with, Sir, Bharat Mata ki jai. That you don't tell me now. You are having 100 crore in your account. Will you or will you not invest in USA? US economy, basically. Will you or will you not invest in USA? Definitely. Sadhana straight away tell you, I will invest in US bond. Why? Because if you actually look at it, in India right now, if you see, interest rates are low. Last time also, RBI had reduced the repo rate. Always remember one thing. Always keep it in mind. As a matter of a general rule, when central bank reduces any rate, let it be the repo rate, let it be the bank rate, let it be the marginal standing facility rate, all that. All of that. Any rate let the RBI reduce. What will happen is overall interest rate of loan and FD in Indian banks will reduce. Always remember, when interest rate reduces means it will be both total interest rate reduction. Loan also will reduce. FD also will reduce. It can never be that loan increase karenge but FD come karenge. No, no, no. Increase means both will increase. Decrease means both will decrease. Got the logic here? So, this got it here? Actually, there are people who are doing that. That is why I really laughed. Vishaka is not the first person to do it. There are people who actually take money, personal loan, etc., and they invest in US bond. Okay? So in India, when interest rate is low and you people are having money with you. Okay, you people have money with you. Interest rate is very low, FD is low. You also know that rupee is going on depreciating. Rupee value is also depreciating. And Indian economy not looking so certain. So all said and done, what will you try to do? You will try to do what? Invest outside. China, somebody said, I will invest in China. See, one thing about China, one guaranteed thing about China is Chinese people, Chinese economy, China as a country is, you can never trust them. You can never trust them. Movies also, when it is released in China, Indian movies, when it is released in China, I think 70% of the collection, whatever is collected, they will say, that is what they say. 70% of whatever collection that movie makes, that will be taken by the Chinese government only. Only 30% is given to the Indian producer. Yelle, rakle tu. Like a tip. Got the point here? So always it is safer to invest in USA. So most of you said, definitely Roshan, it is a loss. Most of you said what? You will invest in USA. That means we did have capital outflow. Why, sir? Why what, sir? That is how China functions, man. Nobody can question China. Ashte. Capital outflow. Correct. See, that is the main thing. It is not like in our country. Why? See, in our country, what has happened today is a criticism of BJP is seen as a criticism of the government, which is wrong. And a criticism of government is seen as criticism of BJP, which is even more wrong. People don't know what to criticize exactly. Both are getting mixed. China, there is no confusion. China, there is no confusion. Every Chinese will stand together. I'm not at all obsessed with the Chinese language, trust me. It is just that it is very weird. I had Chinese colleagues actually, so I asked them, I tried to learn that language. The only thing that I learned is Yung Yo Yung Yi. That is what I learned. What does it mean? It means I don't know English. From which angle and all, don't ask me now. Capital outflow. Money flowing out. Currencies flowing out. Investments going out. Got the point here? I told you, if you are having 100 crore, you said you will invest it in USA. US bonds you will invest in. So money is going out. Nobody wants to invest in India. If you as an Indian doesn't want to invest in India, what will happen to the foreign players who would have invested in Indian market? They will also go and take it out. Why? Agreed. Price is less, demand is less of US treasury bonds. But this yield is the right. This yield is on any day better than investment in India. Rather than putting my money even in the share market or even in the bank, it is better to put it in US treasury bond. So next $1 million question. Why is it that foreigners or foreign investments exiting the share market? And it is also leaving the banks. Banks, why it is leaving, I told you. Main reason is what? Interest rate is low. What will I do putting the money here? No use. Interest rate is also low and currency value is going on depreciating. Got the point? Nobody wants to invest in banks. Next thing is, why are they leaving the share market then? Because in share market, the current issue is, let us take any of the premium top performing companies. The share prices are too high. They are like, it is already at such a high price. Will it increase beyond this? See, if I am purchasing a share of, let us say, Adani company, let us say, buying rupees 2000 per share, let us say, when will this become profit for me? At least it should, I am expecting as a foreigner when I am investing, I am expecting it should what at least double. That is, it should become 4000 per share. But automatically, even people sitting in USA will ask me, are you mad or what? Do you really think that 2000 will become 4000 per share? Are you mad or what? And I will also feel that is true, right? How can it literally become double of it? Some new company is there where its share price is maybe 75 rupees per share, but then there is a potential for it to grow. I will buy it. But already where the share price is very, very high, interest won't be there. What? People will knows it very well. It is the most dumbest mistake to do. That is, you are investing in the share market when the share market is doing really well. You literally have to wait for what? A crash. 2029, in case the Congress is able to form a government, take it from me, share price, share market will crash. Perfect time to invest. It will crash, don't worry, it will crash. If at all, they form the government. Exactly, Yashasvi. So they won't feel it. They won't feel like investing in both of this. Ulta, when they see, they are like, in US, yield is high. Yield is high means I'll get more return. Chalo, I will invest here. Because compared to investing in a rupee share market or a rupee based bank, on any day it is better to invest in dollar. Correct? They will go and buy US Treasury bond. In other words, clear till here. See, that too, every country is investing. Who is asked that? Every country will invest. That is like, it is not that chunk of their investment. Singapore's chunk of Singapore's or Malaysia's investment in India. Like it is like, okay, something will invest in India also, go. It is like an afterthought. That is, what if suddenly things improve? That's it. Got the logic here? So let us sum it up now. On one side, we are having high imports. Number two, exports suffered because of 50% tariff. Number three, exit. FII exit. US Treasury bonds. High yield. All these three factors has led to what? Rupees depreciation. Very good point, Arun, which is exactly what I'm going to tell next. How to appreciate? I'll come to that, Vishaka. I'll come to that. Clear till here? But here comes one little exception. That is, this gentleman here, right? Compared to 2024 data, November 2024, in November 2025, exports increased. I repeat, compared to last year, November. This year, November, exports have increased. India's export has increased 67% from 466.22 in 2013-14 to 778.21 in 2023-24. Press Information Bureau's data, blindly you can trust it. Number one, that means in 10 years, it's a 67% increase. Remember this data always. 10 years. That is 2013-14 you keep as the litmus because 13-14, that was the last year UPA ruled, UPA 2 ruled. So 13-14 to 23-24, 10 years, 67% increase. This data, remember it always because you will need it in your GS paper 3. Remember it. Put it in your head. You forget your name also, I don't care. Don't forget this data. Alright? Then, this is from Reserve Bank of India's data again. Trade deficit fell to 24.5 billion after a record high in October. That means in October it was true. Our imports, everything had drastically increased, leading to what? A very high trade deficit. This portion here. However, in November, what are we seeing? In November, we are seeing a reduction. Reduction in trade deficit. Why did the trade deficit reduce? That is the next question. Because India's exports jumped in November 2025. Exports touched 73.99 billion, up 15.52% compared to last year. In other words, even without the US market, we are doing good. People were making fun of Mr. Narendra Modi, telling that he is doing solo trip. Even my mother was telling, I think he now in his old age, he wants to see these countries. I was like, So he's traveling everywhere. He's going to all places which I've never heard. I'm like, what to tell now? But that is the reality. See, common people, when you tell, what is it? Modi went to Cyprus. People are like, Cyprus? They have heard of citrus. Yes, Cyprus kya hota hai? They won't know. But all these visits have somehow led to what? Improve in our exports. Chota only. It is not that now suddenly we have started exporting huge amount of products to Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan and all. No. Little by little. But that chota portion school milakar bada ho gaya hai abhi. Because in an era or in a month where literally Trump tariff was literally at the neck, we registered export surplus. Same thing, all the export-oriented schemes, whatever were there, like production-linked incentive scheme, whatever to encourage exports, whatever the government did, subsidies provided, everything counts here. We diversified our market basically. Getting the point? We diversified our market. We are not just now dependent on USA because India understood that very well. India is like, अरे USA तू जो करना है कर ले यार, हमें कोई एतराज नहीं है. So what you must expect next is, yes, at least for a couple of months till that mega monkey Mr. Trump is in power, rupee will still keep sliding down for some more months. And that has nothing to do with Indian economy. It has everything to do with what? US dollar demand increasing. Because everywhere, because be it you, yeah, see, that and all is there. That and all later part it is. Later part. See, one thing I will tell you, tariff will be taken out later. But till then, what is happening? Till then, rupee will keep going down. Rupee will keep sliding down because of our imports. That is the main reason. Because people will try to play it safe. People will invest in gold. People will invest in silver. People will invest in dollar. Now, even if I am an ordinary individual, okay, ordinary, I don't know about bond and all. I will have the minimum common sense to do what? Arey, rupee is going on falling. What if it becomes 100 tomorrow? I will do one thing. I'll just purchase some $1,000 and let me keep it with me. $1,000 if today somebody purchases it for 90 at 90. That means pay, what is it? 90,000 and get $1,000. Maybe within 1 year, what will happen? It will hit 1 lakh. I mean, $1 can easily become 100 rupee. I'll end up with 1 lakh rupees. That rate of return, even a bank won't give me. Absolutely. If rupee is depreciating, our exports on other countries can increase. Okay. People, please confirm whether the audio and video is clear once again. There was a slight technical glitch. The next question is, earlier, when dollar demand used to go up, rupee will depreciate. What did RBI do? RBI sold dollars from Forex. This is what RBI used to do earlier. Whenever this, because it was like a psychological thing. Currency value crossing 90, crossing 100, that is not a big deal. But it is a psycho. Oh my God, it has come down to 90. Oh my God, it has come down to 100. That is the feeling it creates. That's a psychological thing. So what RBI was doing from the beginning of this year was, RBI will always, whenever they see the dollar is going up, RBI will take dump dollar. Because idea is what? Anything that is excessively in demand, how to stop its demand? Apply it. RBI has dollars where RBI has dollars kept in the Forex reserve. Otherwise also, what used to actually stop the depreciation of rupee was our service sector, that is IT services, etc., our tourism, and our remittances. Even when we take a loan from a foreign bank, let us say World Bank, etc., even that will actually help in, what is it? Stopping the fall of rupee. Because service sector, if I am running an IT company, I am getting a project from USA. They will be paying me in dollars, correct? They are paying for my services, they are paying me. But if I get the dollar also, how is it useful for me? I will sell it and I'll convert it into rupee because I'm staying in India. Money for me. Tourists come here, be it medical tourism, sightseeing tourism, whatever. Do you have some Indian rupees? I have $100. So you give, again they are giving away their dollar and buying the local currency. Rupee value will go up. Indians who are staying abroad, they are sending money home. It is Australian dollar is coming, Singaporean dollar is coming, US dollar is coming, Canadian dollar is coming, All this will lead to what? Again, rupee value going up. But of late, we know world economy is slowing down. Canada is closing their borders, telling that we don't want any Indians. USA is not allowing Indians. Europe is not allowing Indians. Almost all the ASEAN countries have said, Appa, don't want Indians. More or less the same thing is happening even in Australia. The world over, if you see, everybody are like closing their door on what? Indians going there and working. Automatically, what will happen? Remittances will go down. Tourism, it's pretty dull these days. It's not like doing really well. Service sector also, it is okay-ish. I mean, you would have read it in the paper, right? 3,000 laid off, 5,000 laid off. Infosys lays off this many. Wipro lays off these many. Why? Tata Consultancy Services. When Ratan Tata was alive, he never used to allow layoff of his employees. He will say, let the profit be less, let the shareholders also suffer, I don't care. But not one employee will be laid off because there is a recession. Local jobs will go, Sadhana. That is the reason. Local jobs will go. For example, now very few years back, this one particular political party from Mumbai was telling that for item dance girls, why is Bollywood hiring all foreigners? Why can't they hire the local girls from Maharashtra only? Why are they hiring foreign girls? We will not allow this. Idea is unique. We agree. But ultimately it is a creative thing. It is a director's choice whether he wants foreigners or whether he wants Indians. It is a director's choice. But why did he say that? Locals are losing the job. Mumbai and Karnataka or Bangalore, what is the main issue there? Localites are not able to get the high profile job. That is the high profile job with the, let us say, even be it film industry, IT services. Localites are not getting it. You go to Mumbai, you will find a lot of people who are from outside Mumbai. You come to Bangalore, you will see a lot of people from outside Bangalore. So localites are, I'm not telling everybody, but some localites at least are not liking it. Why are all these outsiders here? Why are all these outsiders here? Oh, when for you it is, what is it? Blood. When it comes for somebody else, it is tomato chutney means. How will it work? Foreigners are also telling the same thing. Why are Indians coming and taking away our jobs and our women? Because our men are the most useless people inside India. They won't obey the law. They won't treat the women properly. The moment they step outside, they also want foreign wife. They also want foreign job. Get the point here. This is the logic. So all of this today, it is down. Automatically, what is the only solution? RBI should intervene. Sell the dollars. This time RBI was like, "Arey girna hai to girne do. Let it fall." RBI did not even bother. Let it fall. So literally, it fell from 89, it went into 90, and I think in Tuesday or something, it even touched 91. Going on falling. Let it fall. Let it come to some comfortable level. Let it be. Why? RBI don't want to touch the dollars in Forex reserves anymore. Why? Why RBI does not want to touch? Are we having less dollars? No, we are having plenty. We are having enough dollars with us. What RBI is doing now is, number one, open market operation. Buying government securities from banks. How? Give rupee. What will banks give? Banks will give G-Secs, government security. This is the first thing RBI is doing. This is what RBI is interested in, putting money into the hands of the bank. First. Next thing is dollar rupee buy swap. Again, what RBI is doing is, I giving money to the bank and taking dollars from them. And that dollar will go where? Forex. 1 and 2 put together, if you see. In 1, what you see? More money is going to the bank. In 2 also, what you are seeing? Money is going to the bank. What is this dollar rupee buy and swap means? Today, RBI will buy dollars from them by giving them rupee. On a later date, at an agreed rate, this will be exchanged back. RBI will give dollar on a later date. Banks will give back rupee. Later date it is. This is basically done not to manage exchange rate. Keep it in mind. I am not telling this. RBI only said this. This RBI is doing to put money, manage the liquidity. In the current scenario, RBI is giving them the rupee to buy the dollar, giving them the rupee to buy the security, so that banks are having plenty of money. Why are they doing that? Because inflation is very low. Simply, if I reduce the repo rate alone, banks will be like, you will reduce the repo rate. Why should I reduce? I don't have money with me. Banks may not pass the benefit to the customers. I want to ensure that banks will do it. When will banks do it? When they have plenty of money. Are aaja beta, aaja, loan le. Like that, banks will start promoting it. Those of you who have given their numbers here and there, they will be knowing it. You will be getting, and if you have taken a loan, if you ask your parents, they will be going on getting calls now. So, do you want to refinance? That is already you have taken a loan. To pay that only, you are literally bleeding everywhere. They will ask, sir, what about a top-up loan? Loan ke upar ek loan. They will be calling you now. Why? Why sudden love overflowing with money? Why is it so? Because inflation is reduced. We need to trigger what? We need to trigger internal demand. How to trigger it? By pumping money. How will you pump money? From banks. When will banks pump money? When they have surplus capital with them. How are they having surplus capital? Through open market operations. Through dollar, rupee, buy, sell, swap. No, it is compulsory. Central bank's decision, every bank has to abide by it. So when RBI indulges in these things, you have to abide by it. That is not that, no, मैं आज मुझे मेरा मन नहीं है. That you cannot do. How many of you are feeling smoke is rising from your head? I'm not surprised because trust me, I've literally touched almost entire economics. I am not kidding. Entire economics has been छू कर आ गया हूं अभी. That is the reason you are feeling it. These are topics which are not actually taught in a single day. ये मैं आपको पढ़ा रहा हूं क्योंकि ये करंट अफेयर्स में बार 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 आ रहा है. It is repeatedly coming and I cannot see. It is easy for me to say, "जा बेटा जा, economics sir से पढ़ कर आ." I can do that. Nobody is going to question me also because economics topic. But no, this has to be understood. Otherwise, that economics portion will always remain what? It will always create issue. Clear? Yes. Every bank, commercial banks basically, see, every bank, I don't want to go into the intricacies of with which all banks they deal it with. That you can probably get it from your economics faculty. We need to know from the surface level how these things are managed. Correct? Jayashree, that was so kidney touching. Ooh. Now I will sum it up to you. Inflation is low. Or wait, let us leave inflation aside. Let us start with imports higher than exports. Main reason, crude oil, coal, gold, silver, and electronics. Okay? That will lead to what? Current account deficit, it is called. Thank you, Taniji. Current account deficit, it is called. Why current account? What is a current account? Current account simply means it is the ongoing account. Keep it in mind like that. Ongoing transaction. That is, as we are talking, something is being exported out of India. Something is being bought into India. Export and import is happening. Number 3, somebody is sending money sitting from abroad. They are sending money to India. Somebody is probably sitting in USA, making an investment into share market. Okay, wait, not share market. Don't take that. Don't take that. Export, import, remittances. These are going on happening. Continuous transactions. Small amount. Small amount. When you say, sir, $30 billion is small amount for you. Comparatively, it is small. So these are ongoing, and always, most of the times, we have had a current account deficit. An interesting scenario, I will just put it here. You can go and read it for yourself. India had a India had current account surplus during COVID. Very interesting scenario. Our exports were very high. Okay, just go and check out the reason. But we will continue with our discussion. So this is clear. CAD is clear to all of you. Now, import is more than exports means you have high CAD. Means rupee value will depreciate. As rupee value depreciates, what will happen? Imports will become costlier. Correct. Let us go back to our original parent diagram here. When rupee value depreciated, 40 became 90. Import bill actually increased from 4,000 to 9,000. Import bill shot up like anything. So, getting back, imports will become costlier. And what are we majorly importing? Crude oil, coal, gold, silver, electronics. Gold, silver, electronics, you leave it aside. Petrol prices will increase. Diesel prices will increase. Electricity prices also will increase. In other words, petrol price and diesel prices increases means overall cost in the economy. Won't it increase or not? Because food items you need to transport, market you want to transport, whatever it is, bulk transport, diesel, your diesel is costly. Petrol, commutation, that is also costly. So overall price in the economy generally, cost will increase. Cost of production will increase. Correct? If cost of production increases, let us assume you all are businessmen. You're all factory owners, industry owners. And the cost of production is very high. Will you actually feel like manufacturing things? Will you feel like manufacturing? No, you will wait, let the price change something, let it change, then we will see. So, cost of production increases, what happens is, domestic production can go down. Domestic production goes down. What will happen to GST plus income tax collection? GST plus income tax collection? Decreases. What will happen to revenue component of government? Revenue component. Actually, the correct word is receipt. The proper technical word for it is receipt. Goes down. But at the same time, expenditure of the government remains the same. Correct. Government's expenditure, my old batch students will remember it. Government's expenditure, you can always remember it by these 4 letters. Tips. D for defense. I for interest payments. Interest payments means Whatever loan Indian government has borrowed, for that you have to pay. S is for subsidies. P is for public administration. Public administration, when I say salary, pension, departmental expenses, all of that will come. And these 4 expenses you have to maintain every month. Every month. You cannot say to our soldiers, now this month you please adjust, okay, bullet is not there, we don't have money, you adjust it with a knife. We cannot do that. From World Bank, we have taken around $800 million to develop the capital city of Amaravati in Andhra Pradesh. Can we tell to World Bank, this month, next month? That also you cannot do. Subsidies. You touch on subsidies, you can forget the state election, you can forget 2029 election. So you cannot touch DIS. What will you do? You will touch on P, public administration. Only for the most essential services, you will provide facilities. Otherwise, you won't. So I have a student in Sahastra Seema Bal. So I was very happy. I was like, hey, Sahastra Seema Bal, wow, congratulations, man. He was like, no, sir, I want to become an assistant commandant. I was like, why? Sir, better facilities are there only. Here, sometimes we even feel whether the government knows whether we are there or not. So I was actually surprised. Because in current affairs, we have read what? AK-203 rifles have been given as a standard issue to all the armed forces in our country. So I was also like, yeah, didn't you receive it? He was like, sir, no, we don't get it. Just for CAPF and all. And for strategic services only. Not everybody gets it. Then I understood. Whenever money shortage is there, only the most critical of the services will get all the facilities. The rest of it will suffer. Take FSSAI, food safety and security. I mean, what job they are doing, God Almighty knows. Take our drugs control organization. What are they doing? Are they conducting any raid in the pharmacies? CBI. You won't believe it, CBI does not have any independent finance, budget and all. CBI doesn't have financial independence. So like that, there are countless organizations which are tiger only on paper. Ground reality is they don't have any facilities because that is the only area where government can hold the money with them. Defense we cannot do because now other idiots are there from Bangladesh now who are telling that we will take Northeast. I am telling, please come here. Aja. Ek bar aakar to dekh. You will come back running to this side of India because this other side of India means you will find a little bit of liberals. Why should we sing Vande Mataram? Why should we sing national anthem? That type of very liberal, very intellectual people you will find on this side of India. Northeast, if you go, you will come running to us telling that inse hame bachao. Because Northeasterners, like I told you, supremely patriotic, very loving people they are. That is how it is. Got the point here. So we have 2 Khujlis now. One old Khujli, one Naya Khujli. So we cannot compromise on this. Interest we will have to pay. Subsidies we will have to pay. So this expenditure is still high. Revenue component is low. It will lead to what? It will actually lead to a high fiscal deficit. Exactly. Coming to that, Aditi. Fiscal deficit will increase. Government is not having revenue. Government will try to borrow. Government will try to borrow. Borrowed money, should government put it on capital expenditure or should they put it on revenue expenditure? Which one? Capital expenditure means any expenditure which will give me a return tomorrow. Highways, roadways, ports, railways, infrastructure, all of that will give me a return. Even if I import a technology or a machinery, even that is good. Revenue expenditure means what? I'm spending on defense, interest payment, public administration, subsidies. Revenue. Sunanda, I will put it even more simply, the other easier way for you. Sunanda, you borrowed money. Okay, you borrowed money. You borrowed money and you went and ate biryani. How are you going to pay it back now? That is revenue expenditure. You borrowed money, you invested it in some share market or something. It gave you a return. You kept the profit with you. You gave your whatever money you borrowed, you gave it back. That is capital expenditure for you. Got the point? And you're not entirely wrong. You're right only. That is, government borrows, and if government invests in capital, that is fantastic. But generally what happens is, government will try to use that borrowed money to pay for revenue expenditure. What is happening? You're not creating assets. Ulta, you're keeping going on spending money. You won't be in a position to return the money back. Government borrows money and government spends it on mutton biryani. Not 1 rupee you're going to get back if you spend on defense, interest payment, public administration and subsidy. Not 1 rupee you will get back. So what will the banks do? Banks will be like, gaya, मैं लुट गई, मैं बर्बाद हो गई, मेरा पैसा लेकर गवर्नमेंट गया. So I'm going to increase the interest rate. When the interest rate increases, private investors will step back. They will be like, okay, the interest rate is too high. I am not going to borrow because of high interest rate. Once again, what will happen? Domestic production goes down. Exports will become lesser, leading to CAD. If you can make, because this is economics for you. I'm not telling that this is how the entire thing will happen. I'm not at all telling that. But if you have understood this table, understand that you have understood what? The whole of economics. That is the logic. Current account deficit can lead to fiscal deficit. Fiscal deficit can lead to current account deficit. That is what it is. We started from here, high CAD. Then we went on. Like this we came, crowding out of private investment because of high interest rate. Private investor steps back means domestic production goes down. Domestic production goes down means our exports will come down. Imports are always high anyway because of these 5 elements, leading to what? CAD again. Kaushik, Manna, we don't have plan and non-plan expenditure. Plan and non-plan expenditure were the creation of the Planning Commission. Ever since Niti Aayog came, we don't have plan expenditure and non-plan expenditure. We only have capital expenditure, revenue expenditure. Capital receipt, revenue receipt. Just 2 accounts. Capital account, revenue account. Under capital account, you have capital revenue, capital receipts, capital expenditure. Under revenue account, you have revenue receipts, revenue expenditure. Got the point here? There is no more plan. Plan, non-plan distinction, if I remember it right. No, I don't want to hazard a guess now. I'm on a roll right now. I don't want to spoil it by giving a wrong data. Got it here? This much if you have understood means you have grasped economics. The rest of it I am telling you, it is only an offshoot of this. Subsidies, what and all subsidies are we providing? Public administration, where are we wasting the money? Defense, now what are we doing? We are trying for more and more indigenization. Interest payment, it is okay. We are borrowing, we are paying for it. Okay. Are we able to pay it? So there you will be studying about debt to GDP ratio, sustainability of the debt, etc. That you will be studying there. But this here is the main concept. Everything else is like an offshoot of it. So there you can take it up and get it done. Got the point? Didn't understand, those who didn't understand, revisit this video as many times as possible till you get it in your head. Got the logic here? Because always see the reason, see, it is pretty simple. I know for some of you this is like, अरे हर बार ये यही चीज पढ़ाते हैं. Please understand there are new students also. Pinnacle Titan batch especially, there are new students always. And always I get a question without fail is, sir, I am scared of economics. I don't want any student to not clear prelims because they are scared of a subject. Because 14 to 15 questions, that is 12 to 15 questions is guaranteed from economics. Politics and economics, polity and economics, if it is in your pocket, half of the job is done. Say 12 questions of polity, 10 questions of economics if you do. 12 plus 10, 22. 22 into 2, 44 marks already in your pocket. Remaining some, another 46 you need to score. Or sorry, 56 you need to score from rest of the subjects. Ancient, medieval, modern, art and culture, environment, agriculture, science and technology, geography, international relation or map work, current affairs. बाकी के around 10 subjects से just you have to score 56. Chun chun ke, hand picking the most sure shot questions. If you answer, you are in. Never forget that. Got the point here? Most of the description wise, I have given it here. Description, I have given it in this table here. Descriptions, that you can take it down. All right. Apart from that, I have made some, obviously, using ChatGPT. I have tried to generate some images also. You can use that also. Rupee depreciation, how it will affect. What is current account deficit? How rupee depreciation is leading to high fiscal deficit, and now that will higher fiscal deficit will lead to current account deficit. That I have given over there. Clear, people? It is. See, I don't deny it, Yashasvi. I'm not at all denying it. I am not saying that this was very easy to understand, because all said and done, 7 o'clock, 7:05 or 7:10, properly the class would have started. It's only 2 hours. And to cover all these core concepts in 2 hours, covering it is okay. I am teaching now since many years. For me, it is like paaye haath ka khel. But for you, it will be like one after the other, jatka it will be. So it will take time. I am not at all denying that fact. That is why I specifically asked, how many of you are feeling that dhuan, beje se dhuan? How many of you are feeling it? That is why I asked. Getting the point here. You will feel it. It is okay to feel also. But this is the concept here. Clear, people? So the bottom line is, why Indian economy is doing good is, SIPs are increasing. SIPs are increasing. That much we know. Today, around 19% domestic households are exposed to the share market. Imagine if this reaches 100%. That is, entire households in India have investment in share market. So that is what it is. The rest of it you can build on it. I'm not going to further ruin your Saturday or Sunday. I mean Saturday and Sunday by taking more and more of economics. आज के लिए इतना काफी है. All right. So finally, the one thing that we thought will never change, that also changed. Correct? If it is clear, I'm happy. That's all. I'm happy. Because see, I have always seen this. This is the first subject. I have always said this also. This is the first subject that I started teaching. Because economics is one subject which I've always found it to make sense. Ultimately, any politics you talk about, any relationship you talk about, international, domestic, whatever, it's all money, money, money. It's all to do with money. Got the point? So that is the logic. So finally, let us touch MG Narega also. MG Narega is no more there. To everybody, I'm telling you, like binti kar raha hu aap sabse, jitna jaldi ho sake, clear this exam and get lost to Labasna. Because day by day, headache for me is increasing, headache for you people are also increasing. Just then we thought Narega is over, aa gaya. G Ram G. We should give an award to the person who actually made this. Because it Bharat, that is for just for वो क्या बोलते हैं अचार in a main course. That is what it is. Okay, side में रखा हुआ है GRAM G. This is how it is going to be known as G Ram G. G Ram G scheme. G Ram G scheme. Whatever it is now. See, I am getting laugh actually. The reason I will tell you. See, I am not a very religious person. Let me be very honest here. I'm not a very religious person. I believe there is a supreme power out there. I believe your karma will come to you. Everything small and big will come back to you. Will take every last hisab. It will come and take back. I believe in it. Even then, I keep doing some mistakes also. That is another story. But I know I will have to pay the price. You will have to pay the price. But the point here is now, all the opposition states, okay, all the opposition states, especially West Bengal, state of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, every now and then it keeps changing. Yeah, at least these three states, imagine their chief ministers right now, they will be hyperventilating. Like, because reading it out, it is very difficult. Guarantee for Roskar and Ajivika Mission, Gramin Bill, it is difficult. But Ulta, G Ramji, imagine our dear Mamta Banerjee saying that. Getting the point here. So that is the point. It is damn funny, and somebody has got a very good humor sense. That much is for sure. Somebody who is sitting in PMO's office has got a very good humor sense. So let us look into the legal status first. New statutory framework passed by Lok Sabha in 2025 to replace the 2005 Act. Because already the Hindu has started crying. Okay. Policy vision. Rural wage employment as a social safety net. So with Narega, the point was it is a social safety net. Social safety net means somehow I'll have some extra income with me, which will ensure my nutrition, which, like I have told in my classes earlier, it will also help in the girl child going to school. All right. Girl child going to school, lesser violence against women, all that we have seen because more money is there. How is G Ramji different from it? Rural employment aligned with Vikasit Bharat 2047. That we will leave aside. Vikasit Bharat. Accountability, asset creation and income security. That is the most important thing here. Accountability is made. Asset creation is the highlight. Accountability was there even in Narega. I'm not denying it. But asset creation, that is the most important fact here. Rational. Design for rural conditions prevailing in 2005. Back then, what were the conditions? For that, Narega was correct. Now, what is it? Introduced due to changed rural conditions such as higher incomes, digitization, connectivity, and diversified livelihoods. Things are better now. It is true. At least one electricity connection has reached every village in this country. How many people have taken it and how many households it is there, that is a different story altogether. But rural village has been connected. That is a guaranteed thing. Now, guaranteed thing why I am telling is, for example, I don't know how many of you know this, crime and criminal tracking network system, where all police stations today in the country are connected. through one system. That is, somebody sitting in Assam, a remote police station sitting in Assam today, can access a criminal's file if it is uploaded from Bangalore police station. Assam, they can check the name, put the details, etc. They will see that, oh, this person has committed a crime here in Bangalore police station. Now, these are not nearby places. And all the police stations, 100% connectivity, what does it mean? Internet has also reached. Got the picture here? One thing you will have to give it to this government or even to this party. This is not something they framed yesterday. This was always there as a plan. Now they are executing it. Let us take it up forward. We'll see. Key structural issues: gaps between expenditure and asset outcomes, implementation irregularities, declining completion of 100 days. That is expenditure, asset outcome. Money that is spent in this. 2 lakh crore, 8 lakh crore, that much money is being spent. Now, some of you are from village areas. Name one asset created by MG Narega scheme in your village. One asset. Not one will be there, I am sure. Even the so-called Kerala sir, literacy sir, 100% sir, even in my state also, if I see not one rural asset, I'll be able to point and say that was Narega's creation. Nothing. It became actually a scheme where people will simply come and sign their name. They will go and do other job. They will collect the money. States were also not bothered to create any asset. Why? Entirely funded by center. 100%. Yeah, got passed. And declining completion of 100 days. That is 100 days itself, work is generally not given. Nobody actually takes the 100 days work also. What is the change here? Explicitly redesigns framework instead of incremental reform to address outcome quality and accountability. That means finally now somebody is literally going to question. G. Ramji Bill's biggest advantage is, what asset did you create? I'm giving you so much money. What asset have you created? Correct? Employment guarantee, 100 days of wage employment per rural household per financial year. Here it is 125 days of wage employment per rural household per financial year. Eligibility, rural households with adult members willing to do unskilled manual work. Same eligibility retained. That means eligibility is the same for both the scheme. That is the only similarity there. Wage payment timeline. Payments were often delayed despite legal timelines. Even then, payments were delayed. Here, what is the case? Weekly payment or latest within 14 days of completion of work. This is, now nobody can say, sir, this also, what can we say? What if this gets delayed? Possibility is there, but this is by law. Take it further forward. Agricultural seasonal adjustment. No formal pause during sowing and harvesting. That is, even during the sowing and harvesting season also, people used to say, Narega, 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 Narega. And then sowing is also happening. Same people have registered for Narega. Center will be like, ye kaise? So center has to keep paying the money. Because Narega, we did work. Kya kaam kiya? What is it? Aggregated a 60-day pause during peak sowing and harvesting seasons while retaining 125-day entitlement. That means during sowing season, peak harvesting season, no Narega work. A 60-day pause. No disturbance that time. Uske baad kar lenge. Got the point? Nature of work, largely employment-focused rural public work. Whereas in G. Ramji, it is what? Employment linked to creation of durable and productive rural assets. It should be durable and productive. You have to create something useful. You have to click the pic, you have to upload it, you have to show it to center, it has to be verified. Only then the fund will get released. Blindly, nobody is going to get any fund. I have told this in my public administration class. I have told it in my GS classes also. I have told this multiple times, current affair class. Highest level of corruption happens at panchayat and municipality level. Main reason is what? No CAG audit. Comptroller and Auditor General by law, by constitution, has to audit central account and state account. But panchayat and municipality doesn't come under the ambit of CAG. वो लूट लो, बर्बाद कर लो, जितना भी लूटना है लूट लो. Got the point? Broad rural works without strict thematic prioritization. No theme only. Simply come and hey, you know that girl ran away with this man. This is what they discuss there. I have overheard. I was always like, you people don't have anything else to discuss other than this. Arey, we are just talking, you know. This is how they were talking. We will think, oh, affair chal raha hai, affair, extramarital affair, a premarital sex. That is how we say that. Go to rural area, you will hear even more Wahyat stories. Even more pathetic stories you can hear from rural areas. Got the point here? Here now, what are the themes? Water security, core rural infrastructure, livelihood related infrastructure, extreme weather mitigation works. All of that comes over there. Asset recording, fragmented records across states and schemes. There is no way to know what asset has been created. No way to know. Like I told this earlier in my PABAT class, I think. They said for 3 buildings they constructed. One was a veterinary hospital. The other one was a clinic. Third one was a school. So collector came to check, where is it? Collector came and they saw one building. Collector was like, 3 building ka fund diya tha. I gave fund for three buildings fund was there. What is it? No sir, this 3 building only. Collector just stood there because 3 buildings specifically is given. Separate fund is given, and finally seeing 1 building with 3 floors. As if that was not enough, he was just looking at the building for some time and then he started smiling. So these other, whoever stole this money, ate the money, they thought, collector became a fool. We made a fool out of him. Aha. Collector just kept on looking and collector like, idhar वो क्या है सबसे ऊपर? Sir, veterinary hospital for the animals. Cow will climb the step and go all the way till the 2nd floor. That is when they realized. Board laga diya, jaldi, veterinary hospital at the topmost floor, where cow will climb and go. Oh, I'm not feeling well today. Let me go to the veterinary doctor. Imagine. This is the level with which corruption is happening in India. It is funny. No doubt about it. It is absolutely funny. That is why they say all tragedies in life, if you look at from far, it is a big comedy. What the point? Now you will have all the assets recorded digitally in Vikasit Bharat National Rural Infrastructure Stack. That is another one. That was in Kerala. All assets recorded in Vikasit Bharat National Rural Infrastructure Stack. A stack is created. That is a stack means not a stack, like digitally entire infrastructure what is created in rural area, now it will be recorded. Got the logic here? Planning mechanism, decentralized planning through Gram Panchayats. Decentralized Vikasit Gram Panchayat plans integrated with PM Gati Shakti. What does this mean? This will look like, what does this mean here? Don't worry. IAS officers' demand is going to shoot up. Because if at all you are the district collector there, you will have to ensure that whatever plan is being made now for G scheme, it has to be in alignment with PM Gati Shakti. And it needs to be aligned with the central government schematic things. If it doesn't happen, means don't worry, beta, khatam. Your future, your career will get screwed up. The collector's demand will go up. On collector, the increased responsibility also will come up now. Nothing like that. So see, money is money and all, everything will come. Meena. Money, everything will come. It is just that now as olden days. So in my father's place, etc., these Narega workers will come. Way they walk. This is how fast they walk. And the men, obviously, because we are from Kerala, 90% of the time is utilized in tying, untying, retying the lungi. That is what they do. So ultimately what happens is it is just wastage of time. Towards as the clock strikes 4 o'clock, 4 to 5, overacting ki wholesale dukan. Oscar level, this thing, that is they are working hard and you will be like, what the hell is happening? Because now the person will come to take down all the names, everything, to show in front of them, they will do it. This is what actually happens. Money will come. It is not that social protection is not there. Money will come to you. But the question is, what did you create with that money? Scheme, 100% centrally sponsored, demand driven. That is how it was. 100% center, MG Narega. And demand driven. Demand driven means the moment state will say, ayo, see in my state they want Narega now. Center, send money. Center will be like, abhi to diya tha. Arey wo khatam ho gaya, aur bhejo na. That is how it used to be. Now no more. No more demand driven and all. Centrally sponsored within predefined state-wise allocations. Center bears the wage, the administration, and most of the cost center used to take care. Now it is what? 60 is to 40. Center state. Center will bear 60. State will bear 40 for most states. 90 is to 10 for northeastern states and Himalayan states. 100% center for union territories without legislatures. This is what is the scenario today. That means up to 60% of the funds, let us say it is utilized once. 60% center share is over. Then also state is saying, अरे center सुनो ना, थोड़ा fund चाहिए नरे जीराम जी के लिए. Center will say, you only put the money. My quota is done. Now you want, you put. I am not going to put anymore. That is the logic now. Got the picture here? Center obligated to fund additional demand. This was the most, I don't know who, by the way, whoever created this should be given an award. Whenever, if we study Hindu, this is, by the way, from Economic Times. Those of you who think this fellow is BJP supporter, this entire data is from Economic Times. Proper, neutral newspaper. Pure fact basis it is. I am telling you now, my hidden desire, I am literally praying, one day some Telugu, Kannada, or even Tamil director should see me and should feel, Arey, we can cast him as a villain. That's it. Hod chhad ke, like Cinderella, I will run. Center obligated to fund additional demand. Now what is it? State expenditure beyond annual allocation should be borne by the states. Agardana, dirana. What the point? क्या हुआ? अरे जीराम जी की याद आ रही थी. याद आ रहा है ना? अपने आप. What is it? पैसा जमा कर लो. मेरे पास मत आओ. जीराम जी की याद आ रहा है, जाओ. खुद जाकर खर्च कर लो. अरे whatever, comedian or whatever, everywhere I won't get you people as the audience, man. Understand? Limitations are there. That also I will do meanwhile. Linked to notified rates under the Act. Notified by center, not lower than prevailing Narega wage rates. So that is the answer to Meena Kumari's question. Will it lower the social security? No. It won't be lower than the Narega wage rates. Then, estimated annual cost, variable demand driven. 1.51 lakh crore including state share. This will be the cost now. A drastic reduction in the cost for the central government. Politics, no idea. No need. Got the point? This is the main thing. See, people, that is why I'm asking you. You see, I'm telling you, I don't want you people to blindly follow something, even if God comes and tells you, whoever it is, be it your father, be it your mother, be it me, be it anybody. I want you to think objectively. Main point you just tell me. One point you tell me. One useful thing created by MG Narega. One asset created by them. One asset created by them, you tell me. I am ready to listen. Show me in any part of India. In your village itself, when I asked, in this crowd itself, nobody was able to give an answer. Got the point? This is the logic. Moving further forward, administrative expenditure ceiling 6%. Here it has been kept at 9%. Slight increase. Primarily program offices and Panchayati Raj institutions. Central and State Gramin Rozgar Guarantee Council Steering Committee, Panchayati Raj Institution, District Program Coordinators. As you can see here, multiple people are involved. एक या दो को, one or two, you can tell, show Gandhi and you can do that. How are you going to bribe all of these people? How are you going to bribe? And especially when everything is digitalized, how are you planning to even steal that money? Got the point here. It is never going to be easy. Then, monitoring and transparency, social audit and basic digital tools. Social audit only used to happen. And basic digital tool, taking photograph. So that also I've told it in my PubAd class. That is, well, we have constructed Anta. 2 wells we constructed. Collector was like, kaha? The first day they took the collector to 1 well. तो सर फर्स्ट वेल, हाँ दूसरा कहाँ है सर? दूसरा बहुत दूर है. ओ सर बहुत दूर. ओयो टुडे इफ वी लीव टुमारो ओनली विल रीच. टुमारो वी विल गो. Collector was like, okay. Next day they took the collector. Going on traveling. Collector was like, what the hell? When are we going to reach? Sir, we told na it is very far. Okay. Finally they reached. Collector got out and one look he understood what was the chal there. It was the same well that they showed yesterday. So yesterday, they went straight to the well. Straight they went. Second day, they have gone like this back to the same well. I am not joking, people. This has really happened. This has really happened. This is the scenario with Narega. Got the point? So now it is digital attendance, biometric authentication, geo-tagging of whatever assets you have created, GPS and mobile-based monitoring. That is, if I am a G-Ramji worker, I have to be present there. My mobile should show within that tower location. Real-time dashboards, social audit, everything digitalized. One click of a mouse, you will get to see what asset is being made where, which Narega G-Ramji unit are working there, how many are working there, all of this. Got the point? Unemployment allowance, mandatory paid by states if work is not provided. Same thing, mandatory paid by states if work is not provided. That's it, people. This is the point. Arey yaar, nobody can deal with the Indian jugaad. See, opposition's reasoning, I am not going to get into it because it will lead to a political discussion. But the fact of the matter here is, just think na. MG Narega, 8 lakh crore we have spent. Then we are giving subsidies for electricity, fertilizer, etc. On top of it, we are also providing food subsidy. So every subsidy, everything we are giving, and still what are we seeing? Agriculture's contribution finally to the GDP is what? 14%, 15%. Primary sector, not even agriculture. Primary sector, when you take, it is just 14% or 15% of the GDP. Whereas more than 50% of the people are dependent on it. What assets have we created? What are we using it for? And it is high time that we did this. Because assets are there in villages. Water is there. clean air is there. I am telling you, reverse migration will happen. Literally, people from the city will start going and staying in rural areas just for clean water, quality food, good air. We need it. That is their main issue. Got the point? That is the simple thing here. So any which way they try to say it, now the whole thing that people are losing their, this thing is two reasons basically. Because you are literally going to say Ji Ramji, Ji Ramji, Ji Ramji. That is obviously not going to be liked by many people. That itself will, I'm pretty sure many people will lose their BP. They will end up getting admitted in the hospital also probably. But that is the reality. So let us get into the topics of discussion today. Again, economics topics we have more again. Industrial credit growth, bank frauds, rare earth elements, global capability centers, poor manufacturing, India's exports. Under health, we have headache, cleft lip, ulcerative colitis, health for all, alcohol and tobacco, snake bites, hospitals and triple P, urban malaria, circulatory system related deaths, rabies deaths, obesity and energy, breast cancer. All right. So these are the topics that we are going to see today. Yes, once again, Happy New Year, everyone. So without any further delay, let us go into one by one to each topic. So industrial credit growth. What does this mean? Industrial credit growth simply means how many loans have been taken by the industrial sector. So if more and more loans are taken for industries to set up industries, that is a good sign that the economy is growing. Why? It will create employment. Definitely, it will increase the GDP. It will increase more money in the hands of the people. Definitely, it will contribute to innovation, research and development. So multiple things are there. So all those advantages are there. All right. So that is the concept behind it. So industrial credit growth, how has Indian economy fared so far? That is the question. And let us look into it. Credit to the services sector increased as the share of industrial credit declined. Personal loans recently, just give me a minute. Yeah. Personal loans recently surpassed industrial credit in total bank credit share. What does this mean? Credit to the services sector has increased more than the industrial sector. Not at all surprising, right? Service sector contributes to more than %50 of the GDP. So automatically, it is understandable that service sector will be, more people will be taking loan from the service sector because this is a sector that is always growing. Agreed. What about the second one? Personal loans recently surpassed industrial credit in total bank credit share. What does that mean? People are ready to take more personal loan. The number of people who are taking personal loan is on the higher side. Or banks giving loan. Personal. The other one is industrial. And very recently, what has happened? Personal loans have surpassed industrial loans. What does it mean? Simply means industrial sector is doing very poorly in our country. Very layman's terms if we have to put it. Let's take it a notch further. There is a decline in industrial credit share. 2013, it was around 42% of total bank credit. In 2024, it has come down to 23%. That obviously means what? Less industries, less employment. Look around you. Private sector, are they doing really well? Are we really having proper manufacturing or proper industries? No. That is why we are having huge unemployment. That is why majority of the people, especially the engineers, they are getting into what? Competitive exams. Share of industry. This decline is unprecedented over the last 50 years. Compound annual growth rate of nominal industrial credit. Annual growth rate. Compounded. That is year on year. How much was it growing? 74 to 90, it was around 16%. 1990 to 2004, it declined slightly. 14%. 2004 to 14, it skyrocketed, went up to 23. From 14 to 24, it is just 4.1%. I hope you would have easily saw that here it was UPA and this is NDA. This is not needed for the exam perspective. But what went wrong here? What went wrong? That also we must see, right? 14 fine government came. New government came. ठीक है. That is not going to create any major issue. But 2016, you had demonetization. 2017, you had GST. The combined effect of it actually took the economy down because a lot of uncertainty, right? How to start a industry, what are the GST rules in it, trying to figure it out. It took time. It easily took nearly 2 years just to recover from these two shocks in the economy. So by 19, slowly things have started picking up. But then 2020 December, 21, close to 22. Corona years. Got the point. 23, 24, back again, back to election years. Now 25 got over. That's it. What policy will you make out of it? Where is the credibility or where is the continuity? Very recently now new labor codes etc. has been introduced to improve the industrial development or to overall improve the labor environment in the country, making it beneficial equally for the employer and the employees. We'll have to wait for at least another 5 or 6 years to actually see the ground level changes because of these new rules. Development takes place by itself no matter which government runs currently. No, Birgon. Not at all right. Government, it is not that development will happen by itself no matter whichever government is running. No. That is actually a very wrong thing to say. It highly depends on whatever policies are made. All said and done, demonetization and GST both created shock in the economy. That is why overall demand just shrunk down. The only people who were actually not bothered by either demonetization or the GST was actually what? The middle class. Salaried middle class. Let me put it specifically. In that salaried middle class, only these people were happy about it. Not bothered about it. Monthly you are going to get your salary. So they are not going to be bothered. They know how to use, they are quite aware about how to use the QR coding, etc. Scanning a QR code or using a smartphone. Whereas majority of the country at that point of time, they were still financially or for that matter, digitally illiterate to know how to use a scanner, how to download an app. Back then, very few people knew it. Now things are changing. But then Jatka after Jatka kept on coming in. Got the point? Very good point, Shanu. This is the point. So now that is why government is trying to bring new policies which will encourage industrial growth. Mind you, this industrial growth, when you're talking about, all of this are connected to it. Mining, electricity, Even this is connected to it. If you are not mining properly, you are not having the minerals, the metals, metallic or non-metallic, whatever be it, you are not having it. You are not even having electricity. What industry are you going to run? Which industry will you run? If you actually see, the current government is actually now very keen on what, wherever mining is possible, let us get on with it. Aravalli Hills. This is the reality. It is not just Aravalli Hills. Anywhere you take now, government is very keen on what, pushing for industrial growth, pushing for manufacturing, pushing for mining. Why? Employment generation. One industry, if you set up, surrounding it, there will be development. Direct and indirect employment. But from where to do it now? Got the logic here? Regional disaggregation shows lower than average industrial credit growth in western, southern and northern regions. Western, southern and northern regions. Western, southern and northern regions. Southern, it won't be generally there. I'll tell you one reason also for that. Largely dominated by the service sector. Western, Rajasthan, Gujarat, that belt, Punjab, Haryana, agricultural belt. Northern, overall, the Gangetic Plain. Eastern, yes, possibility is there. Why? Mining areas. Entire eastern areas, if you see, Chotanagpur Plateau, that plateau, this plateau, wherever you find plateau, you find hills, you will find metals there, you will find ore there, you can do one or the other industry, you'll be able to set up over there. Got the logic? Virgon, don't make it about working for the nation or not working for the nation. Nobody is talking about patriotism here. The point here is, why in the last 10 years, industrial growth did not pick up? What are the major reasons for it? Because if you notice, from the data again, 4 to 14, it was 23% credit. That many people were coming, taking the loan and they were investing in industries. 14 to 24, it is just 4.1%. This is exactly in sync with the data what we saw, what we have seen earlier with regard to FDI also. FDI, more than FDI coming into the country, FDI is going out now. That is, even the rich people sitting inside India, they are taking the money and they are going and investing abroad. They are not investing in India. Why? Low demand. Uncertainty. No clarity with the economic policies. When you keep increasing the tax, decrease the tax, increase, vary the GST rates, etc. Whenever there is uncertainty as far as the rules of economy or polity are concerned, investors will never feel confident. That is the main reason. It is nothing to do with whether another government will run or not run. That is not the question here. Why 14 to 24 this has happened now? Why it has happened? Got the point. Lack of trained workmen, high rate of raw materials. Very good point. Higher transportation cost. Ladakh region is for lithium mining. Correct? Exactly. So the cost has also gone up. Let us get into that now. Central and northeastern regions recorded higher than average industrial credit growth due to lower initial credit shares. Lower initially, they have shown some growth because lower initial value. Initially, their value was very, very low. I have always told you, if your initial mark, so 1 out of 100 you scored. In the next exam, you scored 10 out of 100. That is a huge improvement, percentage-wise, when you calculate it. Mark-wise, it is just 9 marks have increased. Percentage-wise, when you calculate it, that is a huge increase. No broad industry group recorded double-digit industrial credit growth during 14 to 24. All broad industry groups recorded double-digit industrial credit growth during 4 to 14. That is, whoever wrote the article is basically trying to tell that, see, UPA government did better. Indirectly trying to tell. It's okay. Bank credit as a proportion of gross domestic product increased by about 20% during the late 90s. That is, again, they are just Verbatim, they are talking about the same thing. Industrial gross domestic growth and formal manufacturing gross value added growth generally move together. Means what? Simply means when you are having industrial growth, it is understood that, like a corollary, it also means what? It also means your manufacturing is also doing well. It's an understood thing. Because industry means what industry? Any industry you talk about, you need raw materials. So if the raw materials will come, means every other sector will get benefited. During this period, industrial credit growth slowed and manufacturing gross value also had declined. Which period? 2016-17, 2018-19. Like I told you, 16 and 17, the 2 years were GST and demonetization. 18 and 19 were still recovering. Those were the only 2 years where industrial growth and manufacturing were at 2 different levels. But other than that, industrial credit growth slowed and manufacturing gross value added declined. Reduced. Credit to gross domestic product ratios. Japan, it is 1.2. Credit to GDP. China, 1.9. South Africa, 0.9. Brazil, 0.75. What does this mean? Credit to GDP. China's value, if you take, it is 1.9. That means credit is 1.9 times the GDP. China's total GDP, that multiplied into 1.9 is the loan taken for industrial development. Got the logic here? So are you surprised that that is why China is growing? $1.9 times the GDP. So higher the value, that is credit to GDP ratio, when this value keeps on increasing, it only shows what they have invested in. Capital expenditure. Got the logic? Industrial GDP growth remained constant during the same period between, okay, 1 minute. During the pre-pandemic period from 2004 to 2020, the correlation reached 0.82. Pre-pandemic period from 2004 to 2020, correlation reached almost till 0.82. Afterwards, it has declined. Now the data, so this data is there. That is, correlation means what? The correlation between industrial GDP growth and manufacturing. Values are given for each period. But the final, not all the data. Agnes, Preeti. See, listen, I have always told this. Don't note down entire data. We only need a few data. For example, what I have given here in this. What is Japan, China credit to gross domestic product ratio? And then this image here. Decline in industrial credit share from 42% dropped to 23%. 14 to 24, it is around 4.1%. You can note it down one place. That is one choice. Second option is, Look for a GS3 PYQ, where they have asked about, let us say, something about industrial growth or economy, general question, something has been asked, means for that PYQ, write an answer using this data. That is how you will do it. Current affair class doesn't mean you will write down the entire current affair. I made that blunder during my preparation. You'll keep writing, and you'll end up having this big bundle. After making this big bundle, when you take the first current affair and read it, you will be like, when did I write this? When did I, note it down? You won't remember. But when you write it in an answer format, okay, economy, overall economy they are asking, or analysis they are asking about the economy. In an answer format, when you add the data, that you will remember. And these things you can always use because this is permanent data, right? 14 to 24, 4.1, this is not going to change. Nor is this going to change. China spending 1.9, 1.2. It is never going to change. Got the logic here? The two options, either note it in separate in a data book, call it a data book and enter these data, these values, permanent values. Don't take those values which will keep fluctuating. These values you can take it on any day. Even this question now, if a question comes also under GS paper 2 comparing things with China, you can use this data there. Got the logic? Now the last point here matters. This was actually supposed to be taken along with the last Saturday's class, that is C status. International Monetary Fund downgraded India's gross domestic product data quality to C status. Now why did IMF give a C status to it? C means it is not so great. Fundamental issue let us talk about. Only the fundamental problem here. Fundamental problem is the base here. What is the base here? 2012. What do you mean by a base year? Base year simply means a reference year. The year which you will take as a reference. For calculating maybe GDP, inflation, etc. So 2012. Now normally when a year is selected, they select it on the basis of one thing. That is that year that prices should not have fluctuated much. We need a year where inflation in the economy was moderate. Not too high, not too low. So 2012. So it looks pretty decent. Okay, 2012 not a bad thing. People may feel. Problem, I will tell you what is the problem. 2012, let us talk about 2012's goods and services that were there in the economy. 2012, I would say we were having Blu-ray disc to watch movies, etc. Then internet at that point, 1 GB was somewhere between 250 to 300 rupees. Basic. There was no OTT platforms. There was no online education. There was practically zero e-commerce. I'm not going to say completely zero also, because we did have a Flipkart, and then one more was there, right? Snapdeal, not Snapdeal. One more, Myntra. Like that, one or two e-commerce sections were there, but other than that, majority were not there. Correct? No Zomato, no Swiggy, nothing. $1 million question is, when none of this is there, how are you calculating the GDP on the basis of what then? Because if I want to know, okay, what is the projected growth for 2026, 27, I know for a fact that people are spending money on OTT. People are spending money on, let us say, e-commerce. Correct. And usage of AI, YT, YouTube. Telegram, Instagram, all this. There are people who are subscribing to things. Educational expenses have also gone on another level. 1.5 lakh, 2 lakh for schools as fees. So all this, when you take up, when you look at the goods and services that are being consumed by the people today, what am I taking the reference? I am taking this as the reference. This 2012 as the year, where these services are not there in 2012. And how do I get to know whether the country is growing, whether inflation is increasing, whether what has increased or decreased? How will I get to know? Got the logic here? That is the reason why IMF gave C status, telling that your data itself is not correct. The way you are calculating your GDP, the way you have kept 2012 as your base year, it is not correct. The government will change the base year next year. It will happen. Sorry, not next year, this year, 26. It will happen. Clear, people? Bank frauds, very quickly, data related. Number of fraud cases, if you actually see from 36,052, it has declined to 23,879. Exact numbers are not important, at least from a prelims perspective. But yeah, from a mains perspective, sorry, what you really need to know is that yes, this has reduced. But what about the amount involved in the fraud? That has increased. Cases have got the point here. Our fundamental issue is what? As a country, what is our fundamental issue? NPR data, we don't have. Census data, we don't have. Socioeconomic caste data, we don't have. Number of who are the citizens of this country, that data also we don't have. Who are the genuine voters of this country, that also we don't have. So if you really see, on what basis is it then that we are making policies in this country? Got the logic here? When you are not having, fundamental issue is we don't have proper data. When data is not there, on what basis are you making policies? You will come up with half-baked policies then. Somehow we have to be in power. Somehow we should win the election. You will do that jugaad. That is the logic. Clear? The following Supreme Court judgment, freshly reported cases were there. But this again goes on to show that we all need to be alert. Any messages that you receive, any WhatsApp messages you get, anything that you get for that matter, unknown number means block it immediately. Number of fraud cases, April to September. 24-25 it was 18,386. 25-26 it was 5,092. Amount involved in the fraud. Cases went down. Amount increased. Card and internet frauds were the highest. Advance related frauds were 33.1%. Private sector banks involved 59.3% of total fraud cases. 70.7% public sector banks of total fraud amount. Fraud amount it is. This is cases. That is, majority of the cases came from private sector. When money wise, if you see, more than 71% came from public sector banks. How can the amount be? See, reporting is one thing. Reporting cases, whether it was reported. I know a fraud has occurred, but case is not registered. Getting the point here, when from one account, transactions are made to multiple accounts. I can track it down today. But the person is not ready to come and file a complaint. When you tell them also, they are saying, no, we are scared, we are scared. Many cases were there like that. We are scared to complain because the so-called digital arrest, cyber arrest. We are digitally arresting you. This is the digital FIR. Old people will get scared with it. Old people, young people, they all get scared with it. Got the logic here? Card and internet frauds were largest share by number, largest share by value. Again, advanced frauds, largest share by number of cases. Card and internet frauds declined across all bank groups in both number and amount during 24-25. Overall, when you see total number of cases, when you see, it has declined. What has declined? The number of cases have declined comparatively, because these days, especially private sector banks, etc., they have multiple step verifications are there. It is no more easy to actually get money, everything out. Clear? Coming to the next topic, which is rare earth elements. Now, rare earth element, we have already discussed this topic earlier also. First thing to understand is, yes, it is available. Not so rare. It is available almost every part of the world. But then why do we call it rare? The rareness comes from the fact that it is not easy to extract it out. Now, let us say I got to know wherever I am standing. Okay, not here, maybe outside. There oil is there. All I have to do is what, bring one big tube, start drilling it. First gas will come out, then oil also will start coming out. I can extract it out, take it out, finished. Coal is there, I got to know. Dig a cave or whatever, send people, start taking it out, mining, done. What about this rare earth element? It is not easy. You have to actually subject it to multiple chemical processes. First dissolving something, then from that dissolved solution you take it out. From whatever you get it, then oxidize it. From that oxidized component, whatever has been converted into an oxide, from that then extract the metal. It is a huge energy driven process it is. It is not at all easy, and on top of it, it is environmentally very degrading. Because chemical after chemical you have to keep using. It is never easy. And interestingly, whatever little bit of extraction, knowledge, etc., whatever is there, who is having the monopoly in it? China. How to extract it out, how to take it out, China is not ready to say it to anybody. Even the machinery involved in drilling, boring, whatever, because this is not like your normal drilling machines and all will not work here. So those special machines, whichever are there, when that also China is like, I won't give it to anybody. Like that it is. So it is not at all easy. Let us take it up further forward. So rare earth elements are a group of 17 metals, comprising the 15 lanthanides, from lanthanum to lutetium, along with scandium and yttrium. They are not geologically rare but occur in low concentrations and mixed forms, making extraction and separation technically complex and costly. Rare earth elements are critical inputs for modern technologies, including permanent magnets, catalysts, electronics, lighting, optics, glass, ceramics, polishing powders, and clean energy systems. You need it basically for all these purposes. You need it. It is not easy. I mean, that is the reason why it is in high demand. Neodymium iron boron magnets are the most widely used rare earth permanent magnets and are essential for high speed, high temperature motors and generators used in electric vehicles and wind turbines. That means this gentleman here, neodymium iron boron magnet. This is the component that almost everybody is behind. Because you need it in electric vehicle, you need it in wind turbine. High speed motors these are. So goes without saying, it has applications even where in your electric trains, magnetic levitation trains, there also you can use it. I didn't understand. Is it a statement or is it a question? Their effectiveness in magnets arises from highly localized 4f electrons that produce strong magnetic moments and magnetocrystalline anisotropy. Let us not go into the details of it. Please confine the questions only to the current affair and discussion, Surpreet. We need not go into it. The magnetic moment as well as the magnetic anisotropy, that is a little too much of physics which we don't require here. Bottom line, I will tell you. Bottom line is, see, there is a principle called electromagnetic induction. A varying magnetic field will produce a varying electric field. Similarly, a varying electric field will also produce what? A varying magnetic field. E-coast is used in rare earth elements. I think you are trying to ask, in sea-coast, rare earth elements are present. Why are we not extracting it? I hope that is the question. If that is the question, the answer is simple. Number one, environment. It is not at all easy to extract it out. Number two, even if we want to extract it, there is $1 million question that we need to address, which is commercial viability. Commercial viability means I am extracting something for 100 rupees. I should be able to sell it for at least 101 rupees so that I get at least a 1 rupee profit. Minimum this is. At least I get 1 rupee profit, it is important. After all the cost, this, that, labor charge, everything. Whereas, most of these rare earth element, as we saw in the first part, concentration is very less. So you try to extract it, you get it, you finally sell it. What are you going to get out of it? Cost involved is more than the return, means there is no point in going for an extraction. Got the point? Yes, Shanu? Alright, moving on. 4f electrons are electrons in the 4th electron shell's f orbitals. Basic 12th standard chemistry, SPDF, orbits around an atom, or rather a nucleus. P, then D, then F. You need not bother with this. This I've just given as a for your understanding. Because those electrons are present in the 4th orbit. They are crucial for magnetism, luminescence, and heavy fermion behavior. That means it is very important for, like I told you, for high-speed motors, etc. you need it. Luminescence means light. That is emitting light. Those properties. Finally, heavy fermion. Fermions, etc. generally we come across it when we have to talk about quantum technology. So these rare earth elements, why China is hell-bent on extracting it and being a world leader in it, is not just to do with electric vehicle or high-speed trains. It has got repercussions in quantum technology also. Got the idea? Is silver considered as rare earth element? Actually, no. When we say rare earth element, like I told you in the beginning, it is the group of 17 metals comprising 15 lanthanides, from lanthanum to lutetium, along with scandium and yttrium. Four of electron properties enable sharp, stable light emissions, making rare earths valuable in phosphors and optical devices. That is, wherever light emission is required, there you need them again. Clear? Rare earth ores are typically extracted through open pit mining. Open pit mining means what? Digging it up. Literally digging it up. Not tunnel mining like for coal. Got the point? Not tunnel mining or drilling like what was happening with Aravalli. Nothing like that. It is dig it up. Large material movement and environmental risks often due to associated thorium or uranium and intensive chemical water use. That means wherever these elements are present, it is not that only those elements will be present there. You will also have radioactive presence too. I need to remove these materials, which is never going to be easy. The most strategic stage of the rare earth value chain is chemical processing rather than mining. Clear? Correct? Unlike, chemical processing means, like I told you, you have to subject it to multiple chemical processes. Without that, you cannot get rare earth element out. Unlike crude oil, rare earth elements require complex chemical separation rather than physical distillation. Processes involves beneficiation, cracking, leaching, multi-stage solvent extraction, precipitation, conversion into high purity oxides or metals. This is the last stage. Need not go for the whole chemical processes because that is a little too complex. Alright. Solvent extraction is indispensable because rare earth ions exhibit very similar chemical behavior and require repeated separation stages to achieve purity. Means what? Each and every time when a solvent is generated, take it out. Immediately take it out. You leave it there, what happens? It will become impure. You have to keep on removing it. That is the other issue here. Next. Global rare earth resources exceed 90 million tons of rare earth oxide equivalent. Major reserves are located in China, Brazil, India, Australia, Russia, Vietnam, United States, and Greenland. China holds about 44 million tons of reserves. China dominates the midstream segment with around 91% of global separation and refining capacity, 94% of sintered, rare earth, permanent magnet production. That means everywhere China is leading. Countries with deposits often remain dependent on China for refining and magnet production. Rare earth elements now sit at the intersection of climate policy, industrial strategy, and geopolitics at the end of 2025. That means how are things going to move further from here? This is the reason why, like I told you in one of my earlier classes, that is because China is literally dominating with more than 90% of domination in rare earth element extraction and related technology and machinery. What are other countries now doing is, including India, they are actually exploring, number one, hybrid vehicles. Number two, hydrogen vehicles. Hydrogen vehicles, pretty much it will become a reality before 2030. I will guarantee you. Before 2030, it will become a reality. Like how initially when we saw the first electric car on the road, we were like, hey, electric car, like that. Hydrogen cars will become a reality. That is where we are headed. Not only us, almost every major country is headed. Because interestingly, if you see, one of the biggest car manufacturers in the world, Toyota, they have not invested in electric cars. If you actually notice. But since a very long time, as far as I remember, at least minimum 15 to 20 years ago, they are doing research on hydrogen fuel cell. And they are doing that research in not any small car. They are testing it out in their biggest SUV, Land Cruiser. In that, they are testing it. So pretty soon, Toyota or the Japanese will come out with a solution. Hydrogen cells. Once that comes out, it is game over. Exactly. Very good. The hydrogen trains are already a reality. That is the reason why I told this. The statement also I made for that reason only, that in another 5 years you can expect vehicle, because now you are able to make it for a train means hydrogen fuel cell, because petrol, it vaporizes immediately. Fumes are enough. Anywhere, nearby vicinity, anywhere the fumes are there, one spark is there, boom, it will light up like anything. It is not like how they show it. What the logic here, people? It's very difficult to enjoy movies when you have a brain of UPSC. Although they are not the largest materials by volume in the clean energy economy, a small subset has become indispensable. Principal bottleneck in the global supply chain is high performance, permanent magnets rather than mining. This is what everybody is behind. High performance, permanent magnet. That is what everybody wants. Why? Electric car, wind turbine, high-speed train. Disruptions in magnet-related rare earth supply transmit shocks across the entire economy. The supply chain structure explains China's continued centrality despite new discoveries elsewhere. Countries are therefore prioritizing refining and magnet-making capacity in addition to mining. India's late 2025 strategy reflects this shift by focusing on magnet manufacturing. India is also slowly changing its gears. That is, we are not, domestic companies are there who are now manufacturing electric vehicles. Tata, Mahindra. Correct. Plenty of electric vehicles. They are like Papad, they are releasing these electric vehicles every 1 week. One new model. Tata to probably every month. Here, Tata Sierra. Now, next, one more model. They keep doing it. So, domestically, we are encouraging electric vehicle. Clear. Rare earth element extraction, mining. Then you have to crush and mill it. Or you take the entire ore, chemical process and extraction. After that, whatever solvent comes from the top, that you take out. Where again, precipitation and purification, oxidation, all of that is done. Only then you get the final rare earth element. That is why somebody, I am not sure which guy who told this, he actually said that when people say petrol and diesel are very environmentally polluting, releases NOx, nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide, particulate matter, and they say that electric vehicles, EV is the solution, when they say, start counting from the point of mining onwards. Environmental damage done by rare earth element, start counting it, or electric vehicles, start counting it from the mining onwards. And from mining onwards, when you start counting it, right, mining, the chemicals, etc., the pollution levels caused by electric vehicle or for the extraction of rare earth element, that will be very, very high. Because this will involve deforestation, dust, particulate matter, chemical processes, the wastage, it will lead to groundwater leaching. All that when you put it together, electric vehicle are almost equally, if not more polluting than an petrol or diesel engine. Got it? Taking it further forward. Now, what are 7,280 crore scheme targets the creation of an integrated ecosystem to produce 6,000 tons of sintered rare earth permanent magnets annually. Domestic magnet production would reduce high impact import dependence. It would also support downstream manufacturing in electric vehicles, wind energy component, advanced electronics. India's main domestic rare earth sources, monazite bearing beach sand, available in Kerala as well as parts of TN. Monazite occurs alongside thorium and other minerals linked to nuclear program. This subjects rare earth development to stringent governance and regulatory oversight. Waste management and community engagement becomes core industrial inputs rather than ancillary concerns. That means it is not easy. That is the whole point at the end of the day. Even to extract these monazite signs from the thorium from monazite signs of Kerala, it is not at all easy. 1950s itself we have found out. We are having thorium. But we have not been able to extract it out because it is not easy. Number one. Number two, India's nuclear, 3-stage nuclear cycle, it is still stuck in the first stage. Second and third stage, we are yet to implement it. Western Ghats, that is the other reason, obviously. Clear, people? Any questions? Moving on. National Critical Mineral Mission has allocated multiple exploration projects up to 2031. Exploration alone is insufficient without conversion into separation, refining, and manufacturing capacity. This conversion requires regulatory clarity. Okay. Please go through it. Just general points only. Nothing major. No facts are there. Global Capability Centers. GCC. Let us see what this is. They are offshore subsidiaries of multinational corporations operating in India. GCC. Global mining contribute to decrease in carbon space. Yes, Ranjita. What about CNG vehicles? Good, bad. Compressed natural gas. It is good. Natural gas is nothing but largely it contains what? Methane, butane. So that is like a clean fuel. It does not produce your NOx and SOx. Just produces carbon dioxide. Only danger is if carbon dioxide is burnt in insufficient oxygen, carbon monoxide may get released. But that is like a very, very, very minute quantity. Otherwise, CNGs are very, very clean. Clear? So, offshore subsidiaries. Subsidiaries means what? There will be a main branch which will be in USA. Bangalore will have a Kuti branch, a small branch. Global capability centers are currently the main source of growth in India's technology job market. True. So when more and more foreign companies will start their subsidiaries here in India, especially Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Delhi, Noida, Gurugram, those are good news. Large Indian information technology firms are experiencing a hiring slowdown. No doubt about it. AI, how we are looking at coding is changing. Coding earlier, see, for example, now these images, if you see, these images is a classic example for that. I gave data, took the data from the newspaper, I gave data to ChatGPT. So latest data, see, the problem I will tell you where ChatGPT will go wrong. When you ask ChatGPT, okay, generate an image for Global Capability Center, if you tell, ChatGPT or even Gemini or whichever, Perplexity, whatever, they will pull out all the images whichever is there in internet. You may feel, okay, this image came, ChatGPT gave it is correct. That image could be wrong. Ulta, you read the newspaper, you find the fact, you pull the fact out, then you give the facts to ChatGPT, you generate the image. Doesn't end there. Check it again. Because sometimes ChatGPT will add its own values. It will do all that nonsense. So you have to cross check it. But all said and done, I don't know coding. I don't even have to know the coding for all of this. Earlier, before AI was available, you had to know coding. You needed to know coding and only then you could generate text to image conversions. Now it is no more required. Whatever it is, you just give it. It will come out. So that is the reason why hiring has slowed down, especially in IT sector. And if hiring slows down in IT sector, what will happen? You will have more number of people coming for government job. If that was not enough, very recently, 8th pay commission. What is the prediction now? Group D level, drivers, peons, etc. Starting salary will be 50,000 rupees per month. When we hear it, 50,000, wow, 50,000 is 10 years or 12 years ago, 25,000. So nothing great about it, to be very honest. But then 50,000 rupees per month you get. You don't even have to worry about whether you will lose your job. Automatically what will happen? More people will come for it. Growth of global capability centers is driven by a shift towards high value and specialized work. That is the logic. That is only those who are really talented, who are staying updated in their skills, high value, and doing specialized work. They will be hired now. Not every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Got the point? Correct? So, this let us see. Growth in global capability centers. Global capability centers recorded a sequential growth of 5 to 7%. 48% of global capability centers planned workforce expansion in the following year. India currently hosts about 1,850 global capability centers. Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities have experienced notable global capability center growth. For example, now, to solve the problem of traffic issue, congestion issue, like I told you earlier, in Bangalore, etc., per month rent, I have friends actually who are paying more than 1 lakh in a month as rent. I am not joking. So some of the students used to ask me, sir, kya sone ka ghar hai kya? No, it is not made out of gold. It is mamuli ghar. 2 BHK, 3 BHK, whatever. But still, you are paying what? 1 lakh in a month. So it has become literally unsustainable to the point where real estate prices are here, rent is here, food prices are high, everything is high. The very recently, Karnataka Chief Minister came with a solution. Basically told that if you're shifting your office to Mysore or to other cities other than Bangalore, from Bangalore, if you're shifting your office, we will give you some limited period offer. Tax rebate will be there. Internet charges we won't ask you. Registration fees you need not pay. Land only this much you need to pay. Like that, he literally made every offer possible. We'll have to see whether any companies will take up on the offer or not. Why? To reduce the congestion here. And this is the best way, right? That is, people from Mysore are coming to Bangalore. But if you are having good companies in Mysore, people will stay there only. Bangalore's density will come down, population density. Same thing for Mumbai. Pune is having more and more IT parks, means number of people traveling from Pune to Mumbai will reduce, and more people who will come to, there will be people who will go to Pune rather than Mumbai. Got the logic? So everywhere they are trying to space it out. Cities such as Nagpur, Indore, Coimbatore and Kochi recorded a quarterly growth of 8 to 9%. Global Capability Center expansion is decentralizing the technology workforce beyond major metropolitan cities. Why? Why are they moving into Nagpur, Indore, Coimbatore, Kochi? I'll tell you the reason. See, if let us say I am hiring somebody from Kochi. Okay. If I offer him probably 50,000 rupees per month, he will be very happy. I'll tell him once in a blue moon you come to the office. Weekly, twice only you come. Because guy is from Kochi. So he is a localite. What is the advantage? He'll be happy with the salary. 50,000 or even 40,000 also he will be happy. Because he's coming from his home. No rent issue. Food issue is also not a problem. From home he can carry his food. What is the advantage for the company? If I had to hire a same guy, maybe in a very big city like Hyderabad, Bangalore, Delhi, etc., I'll have to pay a higher salary there. Because Bangalore salary package is different from Kochi package. City, expense, all that needs to be catered to. Advantage for the company. Clear? Correct? Future global capability centers in India by 2030. These centers employ nearly 2 million professionals. That is 20 lakh. India is projected to have more than 2,400 global capability centers by 2030. That is not at all surprising. See, one thing what we are all good at is we have been churning out engineers, employees year after year. So the IITs, the JEEs, the NITs, they will all give us engineers, which foreign companies will be needing. Why will they not hire their people? Population is less in all those countries. That is a simple logic. Here what we have is plenty is population. That is skilled population. Perfect for them. Who will work overwork. AI powered real estate business. How will you do AI powered real estate? See, those sectors where human to human contact is needed. That will never be replaced by AI. That is a reality. That is, can a robot come and teach you current affairs tomorrow? Maybe yes. A robot will be able to tell you these are the latest current affairs. Oh my god, there is a bomb attack took place in Europe right now. It may tell you. But with what will you be comfortable with? Online there is boom. Online education is there. Even when you say there are plenty of students, say for example, even if I just tell now, okay, tomorrow I will be available in Chandra layout to take current affairs special class. I'm pretty sure at least 50 to 60 students will come over there, line up over there from other academies. Why? You're seeing in flesh. You're seeing the person in flesh. The service sector where human to human contact is essential, that cannot be replaced by AI. Bottom line is that will never be replaced by AI. Even if it comes also, people will go back to the old mode. Just like, for example, simplest example I will tell you. Initially, when smartwatches came out, everybody will like smartwatch. Later, you have to charge your phone, you have to charge the smartwatch. Sometimes if the battery dies, then again you have to reinstall the app. Headache. And who needs it, by the way? Ambani doesn't wear. Then what are we doing wearing a smartwatch? Once again, people started moving to the analog watches. Original, first time ki zarurat hai. I don't want to know who gave me a missed call, whose message has come. I don't want to know. Simple. So excessive technology will not actually reduce the demand for human-human contact in service sector. Period. Employment in global capability centers is projected to touch 30 lakh workers by 2030. Projected market size of global capability centers by 2030 will be 125 billion. That is the logic. Companies are also very, very chalu. See, the thing is now, everywhere protectionism is there. We have already discussed this. Most countries don't want, no, we don't want any immigrants. That is how they are behaving these days. The companies are like, fine, we cannot hire them, right? No, you cannot hire. Fine, I'll go and put up my business there. That you cannot stop now. Why? You have signed an FTA. India signed FTA with New Zealand. India signed FTA with Oman, FTA with UAE. Now when we are negotiating with our mega monkey, Mr. Trump, FTA we are signing everywhere. Free trade agreements. Why? We have created loopholes whereby which we want these companies to come and set up their business here. Automatically what happens? Global capability centers will come in. Correct? Clear? Salaries in global capability centers are 12 to 20% higher than those offered by traditional information technology service firms. Global capability centers, banking, insurance companies, etc. Even in insurance also, foreign companies. We saw earlier poor industrial credit growth. Correct. We saw the reasons also, 14 to 24. What are the reasons? Technology transfer is a necessity for skilled labor to work. Not necessarily, Arjun. Here, you don't have that much of technology transfer is not involved here. For example, I will tell you, my wife is working with Wells Fargo. It's an American banking company. They have their office here. Office in the sense, in Bangalore, they have their land, huge building, very big building. Software, etc. are made in USA. Whatever programming they make. Alright, they don't have a back-end IT team here. They have it here, but of no use actually, because they don't contribute anything. Their only job is whatever program US people makes to find the error there. Find the error, bugs, then revert back. They will never share the details completely. Why? They don't want to share it for the simple reason that if they share it, then we will make it. Once we make it, they will lose their job. So what they are doing is, they are making the coding, they are making the skill set, whatever is required, they'll make it there. Just to support their business, they are hiring Indians here. To support their business. So, literally, if you see, my wife or her colleagues, they are entire Indians who are working for Wells Fargo in Bangalore. They are actually catering to which crowd? US crowd. It's not that Indian customers are there. There are no Indian customers or Indian accounts. They are all dealing with what? US customers, US accounts, which involves not only banking, even investment, share market, etc., stock market, bonds, all that. All that it is involved there. No technology transfer is there. That they will never do. They want high skill set people. That they want. People who can speak English, people who can communicate well, make presentations well, can use AI tool, is aware of the latest updates, that they will hire from India. But they will never ever share their technology or their know-how. What is the coding behind it? What is the secret behind their program? Never they will do that. Because that is almost like chopping your own leg. Got it? Poor manufacturing. Earlier we saw poor industrial credit growth. China is spending almost 2 times their GDP for loan only, just to encourage industrial development. We saw also that wherever, if you are having poor industrial growth, you will also have what? Poor manufacturing. What is the main reason for it? Let us see. Weak industrialization to wage and price dynamics created by government policy. See, the problem I will tell you it now. The next problem. MG Narega you created. Okay. Whether you work, whether you don't work, people will have what? Money at the end of the day. Whatever one may say, Narega, we can all agree on one thing. 8 lakh crore has been spent on Narega. Not the total amount. I am talking only about what has been spent by the current government. From UPA onwards, if you start counting, it will run into a very huge amount. So 8 lakh crore has been spent. Where is the asset? What asset has been made? Practically nothing. Other than probably cleaning the drainage or rainwater to pass through, maybe cleared some weeds, cut some trees or grass. They have hardly created any asset. Now let me give the perspective here. If I am going to tell you, or in a rural area, let us say they are paid around maybe 250 rupees per day for 8 hours. Alright, for 8 hours work, they are paid 250 rupees. There is an industry or a factory. That factory is telling that you have to work for, let us say, 12 hours shift it is. They have permission. 12-hour shift it is. For per day you will be paid maybe 500 is too much. 300 rupees. This is Narega. This is manufacturing. Which one will people prefer? MG Narega. Correct. They'll basically prefer this because the point is not about 250 or 300. The point is, who is talking about working here? Who actually works for 8 hours in Narega? Show me that person. I'll give an award for that person. Because as far as I have seen, be it in the state of Kerala, and I've asked even people here, my students here in Karnataka, or my students in Tamil Nadu or Assam, wherever it is, all of them unanimously have answered, sir, we have never seen them working hard. They sit simply. North to south, east to west. Apart from cricket, Pakistan and Bangladesh, one more factor that unites all of us is what? Narega. Inefficiency. So, bete, without doing any work when I'm going to get 250, why will I go and do hard work in an industry or a manufacturing sector? Why should I do it? Getting the logic here. See, government is thinking only about what? Bhala. But when I have to do only minimum work, why will I have to what? Worry about this here. So this wages that is set by, and other issue I will tell you. When without doing anything, I'm going to get 250. Maybe for a 1 hour or a maybe for a 1 hour or a very good. Who is that? Arjun. Wonderful Arjun. 250. Without doing any work, I'm going to get means. Why the hell will I agree for 300? I will demand, right? 500 you give me. Exactly. Exactly the point. So they will demand a higher wage. And for small manufacturing units or even large manufacturing units, why will they start paying a high wage? Got the logic here? See, there is a reason that pharmaceutical companies have not set up their factories here in India. US pharmaceutical companies, European pharmaceutical companies, they don't have their manufacturing units in India. Even when you talk about Nike, Adidas, etc., those sports brands, where are their showrooms or where is their stitching work done? Bangladesh, Vietnam, why not in India? Why are they not manufactured in India? Wages are high. Got the logic here? Just give me a minute. My apologies, people. Yeah. So, like I told you, automatically when the wages are so high, who will actually what? Who will actually set up their industry here? Who will actually set up their manufacturing here? They won't. See, not questioning that is because the entire money comes from center only. That was the reason. That was the reason. All right. Further details, please visit last to last week's current affair class. Weak industrialization to wage. Price dynamics created by government policy. Price dynamics means price is another reason. Cost of raw materials. Unpredictable GST rate. And as some of you have already pointed it out, high transportation cost, logistics cost, all that is very high in India. So why will anybody get into manufacturing? Manufacturing means I should have access to raw materials easily. I should have access to transportation facilities. I should have access to the port so that I can export it easily. When these facilities are not there, obviously who will be interested in it? Basically, government doesn't want to listen to bureaucracy. Means I didn't get that. This concept can be understood using the concept of Dutch disease. Who are the Dutch, by the way? Who are the Dutch? No, the comments are not off. It's just that I'm seeing it now. That's all. Who are the Dutch? Denmark. Netherlands. Huh? Denmark people. Okay. So what happened in Netherlands or Denmark is that they discovered oil. Okay. They discovered oil. Investment started coming into the country. Foreign players, etc. They started coming because oil has been discovered. Okay. Investment started coming in. So whoever is trying to invest, let us say dollar, pound, yen, Saudi Riyal. Okay, not Saudi Arabia, but yeah, maybe other countries. All these currencies are coming into the country of Denmark because they discovered oil there. What will happen now? Because foreign currencies are coming in. What will happen to Denmark's currency? First of all, tell me what is Denmark's currency? Okay, current currency. Yeah, you are right. It is euro. Fine. Currently, it is euro. But anyway, before euro, Denmark did have a currency. But whatever, Denmark's currency will appreciate. Correct, Suman? Krone. Very good. This will appreciate. Appreciate. How? Silent UPSC prep. It will actually appreciate. Because everybody, if I want to see, basically, why are we telling that we need FDI? Because the more foreign players comes over here, they will have to buy the land here. So an American banking company, if they have to buy the land here, they are going to do what? They will exchange their dollar. They'll say, take the dollar, give me rupee. I need to buy that Indian land. Indian currency value will go up. Similarly, here Denmark's currency value started appreciating. But I have told you what is the problem with appreciation. When a currency starts appreciating, it is good for which sector? It is bad for which sector? Good. Good. Nirupama Nandi, Asra, High Action, Silent UPSC. More imports, less exports. Very good, Praveen. Import will increase. Sadhana, good. ज़्यादा दिमाग नहीं चाहिए, थोड़ा कम कर दो, थोड़ा. Correct. It will actually increase the imports and it will reduce the exports. Literally the same thing happened here. Literally here, domestic industries started getting shut down one by one because they were not getting proper return. Ulta, it became cheaper to buy from outside because it was oil. Investments were pouring in. But what happened to the currency? Currency just shot up like anything. Everybody thought, this is wonderful. Our currency is becoming strong. No. Gradually, the increase should have been. Sudden appreciation led to what? Adversely, it affected the exports. Positively, it impacted the imports. Domestic industry started getting shut down, started creating unemployment. Imagine that scenario. Your currency value is very high, but you are having very high unemployment. That combined effect is there, right? High currency value, high value for your currency, high level of unemployment, high level of imports. Together, it came to be known as what? Dutch disease. Got the point here? Dutch disease. And generally, this is associated. So, Dutch disease also, if you see, what was the cause of it? A natural resource. A natural resource was the cause of it. But everybody, because of the natural resource, started investing in it. Currency appreciated, the whole thing happened. The author of this article is trying to make one such link. Higher prices appreciate the real exchange rate, meaning domestic goods becomes expensive relative to foreign goods. Imports rise, exports weaken, and manufacturing output declines. Similar effect can occur without natural resources. Expansion of non-tradable sectors such as government services can raise wages and domestic demand. That is in India's case what is happening. India's case, it is not really because of any natural resource, etc. There's only one thing. Wages are very high in the government sector. Even today, if you see, I have students who are actually approaching me, sir, I don't want to work in private. I will be like, why? Sir, no, this thing. Government means salary is also good. Utna kaam nahi hai. Yeah, there are people who are actually preparing for government job because of that. We are unfortunately a country where people are happy to remain inefficient and incompetent and get nice salary. We are a generation like that. I mean, not a generation. We are, as a people, we are like that. I want to be inefficient. I want to be incompetent, but I need good salary. Demand for government job is high. Opposite scenario, opposite side, even if you have a manufacturing job is there, it is providing you with a decent salary, not a very high salary. Decent salary. Provision for growth is there, but you will have to work very hard. You will need extra qualification. You will have to work overtime. All that is there. People have no preference for it. Reason is this. Clear? Manufacturing then struggles to match these wages at current productivity levels. Higher domestic prices increase demand for cheaper imports under free trade. Even if nominal exchange rate is unchanged, real exchange rate appreciates. What is this nominal exchange rate? What is real exchange rate? Nominal exchange rate means what is the current rate? $1 is how much rupees today? Correct, Praveen? People. So all mehnat, no mehnat, and they want good marks. Correct? $1 is how much? 91. This is nominal effective exchange rate. All right. What is the price of one? One Mac chicken burger. Mac chicken burger means one McDonald's chicken burger. What is the price of it in USA? And what is the price of it in India? Happy 90. Chalo. आगे बताओ. Tell me what is the price in USA. Tell me the price what is in India. I think I will only have to do the checking here. In USA, the lowest price is around $3. In India, they say it is between rupees 100 to 200, which is not true actually. As far as I remember, whenever I have bought a burger from there, it has always it has managed to hit about 200 rupees. But anyway, $3 they are saying. $3 means price of one burger in India should be around 270 rupees. This is what it means. USA, it is $3 means price of a burger in India should be 270 rupees. But in India, let us say it is only 200 rupees. So the burger is cheaper in India. Burger is cheaper in India. That means if I am actually comparing the inflation, if I am going to see price rise, if I am going to see India, it is cheaper compared to USA. Or in other words, real effective exchange rate when I see let us say it is 180 rupees. Real effective exchange rate when I say it is basically what near adjusted for inflation. It tells me what is the ground level reality of the goods, of the prices of goods and services in both the countries. Ground level reality. Oof. Aha. Got the logic here. This is what is the current rate. Today we saw what is the rate. But ground level, when you go to purchase something, what is the price of it in India? What is the price in USA? There is a huge difference between the two. Based on that, some products can be cheaper in India. Some products can be costlier in USA. For example, forget this burger, etc. When you actually move around, that is when the US vloggers come over here, right? And when somebody says, what is it? How much for the tea? And our chai wala, suddenly looking at the Gora fellow will say, 50, 50 rupees, 50, pi zero, pi zero. The US guy will be immediately like, that means less than some, it's hardly 50 cents, 50 cents, 50 cents. Something he will be mentally thinking, oh, that's hardly 60 cents, 70 cents. Oh, yeah. Oh, all right, all right. And we will be mentally thinking, yaar, 50 rupee, what nonsense. It's your chai. That too, in that small cup only, he will be giving it. And we will be telling, hey, he's fooling you. It's only 10 rupees. But the US fellow is thinking, wow, what an awesome chai for 50 cents. My God, what a nice chai I have received. Because in US, it is practically impossible. $2, $3, you have to pay for the world's most wahiyad chai in USA. India, you don't have that issue. Got the logic here? So, real effective exchange rate adjusts near for what? With inflation. Got the logic? This will tell you the real story ground level. This will tell you what is the rate. Now, near increases, rear increases. What does it imply? Samosa for rupees 200. No wonder all the samosa walas, all these people are buying properties worth crores together. Absolutely. near increases, rear increases. What does it imply? It only implies one thing. Don't have to break your head to that level. It implies what? Domestic currency is appreciating. Remember this always. Near is increasing, rear is increasing. It simply means domestic currency is appreciating, increasing. All right. I know. Sometimes people will be like, but sir, increase means $1 when it becomes 91. No, that time you don't call it increase. You call it decrease only. That means rupee effective exchange rate when you calculate, you're calculating on the basis of what? What are you calculating it on the basis of? You're calculating it on the basis of rupee value, from rupee perspective. So where rupee is growing in strength, you will actually say it what? Near is increasing or rear is increasing. Remember that. Don't get confused. Which also means what? Trade competitiveness is decreasing. Why trade competitiveness will decrease? Because your exports will go down and your imports will increase. Remember that. That's now I finished explaining Patil, Harshal, Bharat, Vanshi. My God. Prepare for both, Meenakshi. Clear with this? Okay. Moving on. This is just the explanation, whatever I have said so far. Induced innovation theory states that labor scarcity and high wages can push firms to adopt new technology. Ab ye kya hai? That is, let us say, Asra Farheen. So Asra is a very rich individual. Asra. He is having some 10,000 crore worth money with her. Okay. She has no better work. Coconut fell on her head and she lost her good buddhi. So she decides to what? Invest in India. Then she gets to know what? The labor charges are labor is very costly here. Labor prices are very costly here. But she is having 10,000 crore with her. And she needs to set up her manufacturing unit. What will she do? Labor is very costly. Then the next option is what? Next option automatically would be to invest in technology. Correct? That will be the next best thing to do. But we already know one thing. What is the expenditure made by the government of India on research and development in our country? R&D. What is R&D expenditure as a percentage of GDP? What is R&D? How much do we spend on research and development? Less than 0.3. Check that again. 0.8. Very less means how much? That's pretty much correct. 0.6 to 0.7 percentage. Where research and development is so less. This is the R&D for India. Can anybody tell me what is the R&D for China? How much does China spend as a percentage of GDP on research and development? China's. Give me the Chinese value now. Percentage of GDP. Give me as a percentage. Value, if you take, it will be very difficult. 2.26 percentage. Fine. 2 to 3 percentage. Let us say 2.5 to 3 percentage. Look at the difference. Look at the difference there. Now tell me, Asra, okay, with 10,000 crore in her hands, she finds out that in India labor cost is very high. Technology, if you see, we don't have half of the machines what everywhere in the world it is being used. Where the world has moved on to the next set of machinery, in India, the old machines, we are still using them. We have not moved on to the latest machines. Will Asra continue to invest in India, or will Asra go to China? That is the next question. Because either labor should be cheap or technology should be available. Both are not there. So will Asra stay in India or will Asra go to China? Simple. Got the logic here? It is as simple as that. This is what is happening in this country. Got the logic? So when people have to take, yes, we have an English speaking crowd who will work very hard, etc. Chinese are already there. And in China, what is the comedy? China, labor is also less. Labor cost is also less. Technology is also high. A rare blend. A very rare blend. Generally, that is not the case. In Japan, it is the ulta. Japan actually has this problem. Japan labor cost is very, very high. That is why their technology, they have improved it to that level. Minimum manual intervention for everything. Because machines, robots, electronics, programming, everything will take care of itself. China, population rate. Huge population. That is why no value. Just like in our country. So there is a section of the population. So China also provides you with that stark economic inequality. Shanghai, Hong Kong, all those places when you go, you find, wow, what cities, Beijing, etc. Man, what cities. You will find all the most custom-made supercars. Very rare color, etc. you will find there. On another side of the city, you will also find poor people. Both you will find there. Why? Population. So China has this rare blend. Automatically what will happen? Their manufacturing will shoot up. They can afford to actually spend what? 1.9 times the GDP on credit as loan for industrial growth. Got the logic here, people? Absolutely. See, ultimately for an investor, it is not about Bharat Mata ki jai or China Mata ki jai. For them, it is like whoever is giving them better return, they will go for that. It is as simple as that. Clear? Okay. This particular article, oh, I have not marked anything. Wonderful. This particular article, that is, this is basically about India's exports. Okay. What does it say? Maharashtra, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and UP together account for nearly 70% of India's export. Note that. Alright. Maharashtra, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. One interesting candidate here is UP because all these states, if you see, they have coastal area. Ports they have. Mumbai, Kandla, Chennai, Mangalore. UP also helps in exports now. But what is the problem? Just these 5 states account for 70% of India's exports. 70%. That means the remaining 20 plus odd states and union territories account for 30 percentage or less than 30 percentage. Got the logic here? So will it be surprising that in these states you are going to find high level of influx of population? People will be rushing to these states because these states are export oriented, accounts for 70 percentage. Therefore, they'll also be providing the employment opportunities. Opportunities are confined to these states now. Correct, Arjun? See, I'm telling you, UP is changing. Oh, UP, sir, UP is changing. Trust me. UP is no more the old UP. You wait and watch. UP is going to give panga for other states. In a short while, this is going to happen. Almost all the major sectors now, including IT hubs, if you see, are coming up there. To improve the tourism there, you already have, that Ayodhya, Ram Temple, etc. coming up. That's only a matter of time. Only a matter of time. Got the logic here? The only thing, see, basically UP was always having the main, component, strength for manufacturing facilities. What was that? Population. But because of poor law and order and poor job opportunities there, people in UP were actually traveling out, just like how it is in Bihar. Now that has started to reverse. Once law and order has been made proper, once predictability has been brought into the picture, things have started stabilizing now. And as the old saying goes, जिसका पेट भरा है, उसको किस बात का शिकायत? English version. The stomach is filled. Who will be having a problem then? You need to be a mental patient of another level to actually have an issue even when you are eating well. Have you ever noticed you will never feel bad after eating a good biryani? Non-vegetarian biryani. Biryani means non-veg. Vegetarians, for you people, it is pulao. There is nothing called as veg biryani. Understand that. So, after eating something good, full, you won't have any issue. UP is moving in that direction now. But what is the problem because of this? Problem is, this is not going to create competition. Because the competition is just confined to around 5 states only. What about the rest of the states? Not at all bothered. Because other states, if you see, they are either leading in IT service industry or service sector basically. So they are not at all bothered. Then agriculture. Punjab, Haryana, Andhra, Telangana, these states. Getting the point here. So these states, they have other things which they are focusing on. They are not so keen on what? Improving exports. State-wise, until and unless we don't focus on improving our exports, how will we actually grow as an economy? Is the question. Yes, to encourage things now, like I have told you already, with New Zealand FTA, UAE, we have signed FTA. With Oman, we are signing FTA. With UK, we have already signed it. We are planning one with European Union, with other countries. Getting the point here? Because it is an insult to biryani. Understand? True biryani lovers will understand. Ek biryani ki कीमत tum kya jano, pulao babu? Alright. Around 5 years earlier, the same group contributed about 65% of national exports, indicating rising concentration. That means the same 5. Maharashtra, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, UP. So Gujarat, come down to Maharashtra, come down to Karnataka, don't go to Kerala. From Karnataka, jump to Tamil Nadu. Because Kerala, the same issue. Labor prices are very high over there. Got the logic? Labor costs are very, very high. So you cannot have any manufacturing, export and all from the state of Kerala. It is going to be very difficult. I want to export something. These are my options. And UP. Why? Labor is cheap. Comparatively. These 5 states contributed last year 65% of the exports. Now it is what? Now it is 70%. Around 5 years earlier, the same group, okay. Coastal states in the western and southern regions are integrating more deeply into global supply chains. Large parts of northern and eastern India are increasingly decoupled from the export regime. It means they are not part of it. Merchandise trade growth is slowing, 0.5 to 3%. Projected range merchandise trade growth. That is, merchandise trade growth is slowing means what? Overall global trade is slowing down. No surprises here. We are aware of it. Global trade is literally slowing down. Russia-Ukraine war, Gaza issue. And now, thankfully, we are having one Kujli next to now. Next to Kujli will start. Bangladesh. I mean, optimism, I'm telling you people, how much big of an optimism you need to have. You need to have the optimism of a Bangladeshi. To think that they are the protectors or the leaders of Indian Ocean. To think that they can go and conquer Northeast. You know, that level of optimism you need in life. Got the logic here? Yes, US tariff. Very good. Thank you for reminding. UNTD. Top 10 exporters control 55% of global trade. We are not one among them. Don't worry. Global capital is shifting focus from low-cost labor to high economic complexity, which refers to diversity and interconnectedness of an economy's export basket. So it is not easy actually. Diversity it is. That is, diversity means you are now trying to send your exports as much as possible to other places. Yeah, see, obviously Iran issue. Excuse me. Iran, Venezuela, all that you can add up. That's what I'm telling. Whenever you are having all these skirmishes, wherever you are having all these tussles, it's not easy to carry on trade smoothly. Economies with dense and diverse export structures are better positioned to move into higher value production. In India's case, let me tell you, or let me rather recall and recollect it for you, our exports actually improved in November month. In spite of this US tariff, our exports increased. Then why did we have a huge current account deficit? Our current account deficit had nothing to do with exports. Exports actually improved. It was because of gold and silver imports. Exports actually showed improvement when? In November 2025. And with the current FTAs that has been signed again, rest assured, next year we are going to see a surge in exports. Exports will increase even further. No doubt about it. Step by step, at least it will improve. But what will be the ulta problem there? Again and again, people will continue to buy gold and silver. That means what we are seeing right now, 90. My prediction for next year Indian economy is it will touch 95 probably by next January 2027. There is a high chance for it. Because people will not have any trust. At least till some major changes happens in the economy or in the world economy, people will not show trust or faith in Indian economy. It will take some few more years. And again, an election year is coming. So there will be uncertainty, etc. That will create trouble. Clear? Venezuela topic, hardly anything is there. It is basically that Trump wants to, capture Venezuelan oil market there. That is why he is, in the name of taking action against drugs, he is indulging in military operations. Number one, whoever is the president right now in Venezuela, he has little support, very little support from the people actually. That is why Trump is betting on this. So the idea is simple. So if I am that very irresponsible Venezuelan president, let us say I am the one, public support is very less. I will lose my power anytime now. On top of it, externally also, when if Trump is attacking my ships, attacking my oil tankers, etc., nobody is going to come to my rescue. Russia is anyway stuck with Ukraine. China is not going to come. Nobody is going to come. Now outside also I have trouble, inside also I will have trouble. Finally, what will happen? I will get assassinated or I will be arrested and I will be given capital punishment. USA will say, in the name of establishing democracy or human rights, they will put a puppet government there who will take decisions or policies in favor of USA. That's it. Long story short, utna hi hai. Nothing to do with democracy and all. Show me one country where US intervened and that country became like that country started doing really well. They intervened in Iraq. Iraq became one garbage now. Libya became a garbage now. So much so that the original Libyan people, the Libyan people and the Iraqi people today, what they are telling is, the things were far better when Saddam Hussein or Gaddafi was in power. Saddam Hussein was a dictator. So was Gaddafi. But they are telling at least some rule was there. Something was available. We were able to buy things. We were able to eat things. We were able to still live. Now we are unable to live. There is nothing there. That is the bottom line. Clear? As simple as that. Fixed capital investment, if you see, it has gone up by 10.6%. Whereas employment generation, if you see, it is only 7.4. What does this indicate? People are investing. Capital investment is increasing. Where? In industries. But the rate at which this is growing, that same rate, this is not growing. Growth in employment is only very limited. Got the logic here? Oh, correct. See, future metal, even I have seen such videos, etc., where people have said that gold, silver, it will replace dollar. It is really impossible. At the current rate, it is impossible. Gold and silver again coming back into picture, it is simply not possible. Just go through macroeconomic textbook, NCRT. There it is clearly given how we have moved from gold system, gold as an exchange system, to US dollar. It is clearly given there. Please go through it. Number one. Number two, gold and silver, will it collapse because of the high prices? No, it won't. Because gold, no matter how much the price is, people will still buy it. Look this year. The increase in gold import compared to last year. This year, how much was the increase in gold import? 200%. Not 100. Not. In other words, today if I am investing 1,38,000, in less than 6 months time, I will still end up making a profit of 12,000 rupees. If I'm investing 13 lakh, I'll end up making a profit of 1,20,000 rupees. 6 months. Got the logic here? Got the picture here? So that is easily, roughly, if you see, it is close to 10%. 10% in just 6 months. With that, because of that, speculative demand will be very high. Exactly. Got the logic here? Clear, people? Any doubts? You can read the rest of it. It is pretty much straightforward. Coming to health related topics. Health related, first is headache. The headache, again, it can be, okay, first let us see. Pain originates from nearby structures such as blood vessels in the meninges, sensory nerves of the face and scalp, muscles of the neck, jaw, and the sinus. Meninges means right here. Face, scalp, over here. Muscles of the neck, jaw, sinus, nose. Any of these area, you generally call it a headache. Then there are people like me who will definitely, to avoid irritating people, will say, oh my god, my head is paining. All right. मुझे इंग्लिश बोलना है, क्या करूं? बोलो, आराम से बैठकर बोलो. Okay, what could be the reasons for it? So meninges is this thing, this part. Those things and all, you need not worry. Multiple reasons are there behind headache. All right, multiple reasons are there. So let us see what are those reasons again. No single cause. First one, dehydration. Can trigger headaches by disrupting fluid balance in the body. If you are not drinking water properly, it will affect you. Next thing is what? Missed meals can trigger headache by lowering blood glucose level. So those people who generally eat on time and when they skip a meal suddenly because of XYZ reason, they will also get a headache, and that is because of low glucose. Poor sleep can disturb hormonal regulation and pain control pathways and provoke headache. You are not sleeping well, again this will create trouble. Clear? Alcohol can trigger headaches through dehydration. How many of you had Happy New Year? I don't know. But let me tell you, alcohol when you drink, it actually causes dehydration. Then there are idiots who will mix alcohol with Pepsi or alcohol with Red Bull or other so-called energy drink. Energy drinks are basically nothing but they contain high amount of caffeine and high amount of sugar, both of which will increase your heart rate. What does alcohol do? Well, alcohol will dehydrate you. Suck the water in your body from your tissues, etc. That is why sometimes when I stand next to a 42-year-old, let us say, or a 30-year-old guy. All right, 30-year-old guy, and he'll be treating me like a kiddo. And I will know, okay, he has started to treat me like a kiddo. I'll just keep quiet. Later, when some point of conversation, he will have a doubt. How old are you? I'll be like, I am going to hit 40. He'll be like, how come? What is the secret? Alcohol, cigarette, two things. Even tea, coffee, they all actually dehydrate you. So along with that dehydration, you are taking in caffeine and sugar instead of water. Your kidneys will be singing Jai Ho. On top of it, your brain will be confused. Alcohol actually calms your nerves. The so-called energy drink, Pepsi, Cola, whatever. Sir, I drink Sprite, everything has caffeine and sugar. That increases your heart rate, which will increase your brain activity. So one side your brain is signaling to calm down, on another side brain is telling to increase activity. Your brain will be in a state of confusion. If you are very lucky, coma. If you are really lucky, tathastu. Infections can cause headaches through immune activation and inflammation. That is basically if you are having high jaundice, high fever, all of that. Exactly. Dehydration causes wrinkles. Bright light can overstimulate sensitive neural pathways and trigger headache. Bright light, exactly. Night time. Holding your phone, reading, watching movie. Most headaches are not dangerous. A sudden and extremely severe headache requires urgent medical attention. Headache accompanied by fever and neck stiffness requires urgent medical attention. Just general points, nothing great about it.